somebody somewhere.
Yeah, called Sandhill Crane. Sandhill Crane.
Yeah.
I saw that on.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to start in 3 minutes, just giving everybody a heads up. It looks like we've got a lot of people to speak. I don't know, I haven't got the forms yet, so I don't know if they're all for the early morning or for items, but what I'm going to ask you to do is when you come to speak, just state your name and where you're from, and you have 3 minutes, and I'm going to really watch the clock this time, just so that everybody does have time to speak before midnight.
Mr. Chair, if I could just make a request that we make sure that we go by the sheets when they come in, like numerical order, because if someone's out here really early, they should be heard first. So. Okay, we have a few council members out because as you found out this morning on your way in, you had to walk through, through high tide, through growing water levels as the skies open up. So, did you see Barb? Okay, today is the first day of a new approach to Volusia County Council meetings. Starting today, all of the public comments are part of the public record, as it should be. So that also means that we have more than from 9:30 to 10 So I'm going to ask you again, please be respectful of other people's time. You have 3 minutes. When you come up, just tell us your name, your rank, your serial number, where you're from. No, just tell us your name and where you're from, and tell us what's on your mind, and we'll fit as many as we can get in. There's also, you can fill out these yellow forms on the table back there to speak for a particular item on the agenda, if you would like to speak to the item. And with that...
Mr. Chair, I would just like to bring up again, and I just want to make sure the rest of the council is in agreement, if we could have those read as they come in, numbered, so those who came here early should be first on the list. So that's, if that's okay with council, rather than, maybe shift it, or we have to keep them in order.
Well, I have shifted some around, and I'll keep them shifted just for 2 people that were that had asked me if they could speak first because they had to leave. Somebody on short-term rentals and somebody from the Daytona Chamber. Those are the 2 that I shift around, if that's okay with you.
I'm just asking council, I don't want to go overstep, but that's okay with everybody that they do normally go in order. I would appreciate it.
I'd be more for first come, first serve, but just so it's fair across the board.
Okay, thank you for your thoughts.
Mr. Chair, before we get into public participation, the agenda is changed since your direction of last week, so the invocation and pledge is before public participation too.
That's correct. So we'll call this meeting to order at 9:33 on April 16th, 2021. And we'll begin, if you would stand for the invocation by Reverend David Westcott with First Congregational Church of Orange City, United Church of Christ, and then just remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for the invitation to offer the invocation, and I bring you all greetings from the First Congregational Church of Orange City. Let us pray. Gracious God, ever loving and kind, we thank you for this day, and we seek your guidance so that we may make the best of it. We ask for your blessing upon our county and desire the strength, the courage, and the faith to face whatever challenges may come our way. We ask especially for your help in those communities that struggle, whether that be individuals or businesses dealing with the COVID virus, for the homeless and the hungry, and all others in need of relief. We invite your Spirit now to be present in this place at this time, giving guidance and inspiration. Bless those who are present here today with the gifts of wisdom and discernment as they deal with the issues of the day. We ask all of this in the name of all that is holy. Amen. United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, with that, I'll call names and then I'll call the backup names so you can be ready for...
Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and call the roll call of the county council first. That's okay.
Why don't you call the roll? That's a great idea.
Mr. Johnson. Dr. Lowry.
Here.
Ms. Post.
Here.
Mr. Robbins. Ms. Wheeler.
Here.
Ms. Gertman. Mr. Brower.
Here. Carissa, can I call some names now? Noble Bowie will be first, and then Sean Richmond from the Daytona Beach Chamber. So Noble, are you still here?
Good morning, council members. My name is Noble Dewey, and I live in New Smyrna Beach. I believe it is a huge mistake that council members can only nominate someone from their own district to serve on the Short-Term Rental Advisory Committee. While that requirement may have been well-intentioned, it is effectively precluding the formation of a balanced committee membership. If you look at the applicants for the advisory committee for each district and their position on short-term rentals, it is hard to imagine a well-balanced group. Mr. Brower and Mr. Johnson are not constrained in who they select. Perhaps Mr. Johnson will pick someone who is against STRs, and perhaps Mr. Brower will pick someone who is in favor of STRs. The problem is that the 3 council members who voted to enforce to end the enforcement pause don't really have any applicants they can select who are opposed to STRs. In Ms. Gertman's district, there's only one applicant. That person is a realtor and is in favor of STRs. In Ms. Wheeler's district, all the applicants except one are in favor of STRs. The other applicant, whose primary residence is not in Volusia County, is in real estate and property management and claims to be neutral. I find it hard to believe. In Dr. Lowry's district, there are only 2 applicants. One is for STRs. The other is a person who emailed Ms. Green of the county saying Mr. Brower had asked him to submit an application. This person does not clearly articulate a position on STRs and asked to be the committee chairman. This means that any chance to get a balanced committee requires both Mr. Robbins and Ms. Post to select applicants who are against STRs. No offense, but given their unwavering support for the enforcement pause, it's hard to have any confidence in them selecting someone who's going to be strongly opposed to short-term rentals. It is not surprising that the vast majority of applicants are from District 3 and District 4, as those are the people who will be most affected if short-term rentals are permitted. Accordingly, council members should be allowed to select the best qualified applicants representing a balanced set of views regardless of the district they live in. Therefore, I strongly encourage the council to vote to postpone naming an advisory committee for at least 2 weeks. Council members should not be constrained to select applicants from their own districts. Formation of the committee should be delayed until council members can select a balanced representation from the applicants regardless of the district. This delay would also give the council time to see if the state legislature is going to enact any legislation related to STRs, which they haven't done so far in this session. If the state does not take action, there is really no need to form an advisory committee because the county couldn't even implement the recommendations. If they did, they'd trigger state preemption. So I ask you to consider my thoughts today. Thank you for the privilege of your time.
Sean Richmond?
Good morning. Hey, good morning, Sean. My name is Sean Richmond. I'm with the Daytona Regional Chamber. I just wanted to come up here and introduce myself formally. I am the new Director of Advocacy. I'll be taking over for Jim Cameron, who's retiring. I'm not replacing him because you can't replace Jim, but I just wanted to come up here and introduce myself. I've met a few of you virtually and in person, and I look forward to working with you guys in the future. I'll be dealing with all the government relations sides of things, local, state, and federal. So if you have any questions or need anything from the chamber, please feel free to reach out to me. And that's it.
Thank you.
Hey,
It's nice-
welcome.
It's
But
nice
we
to
are-
meet you.
Yeah, we are certainly going to miss Jim Cameron, and you're going to have to up your.
My name doesn't work as well as his.
You're not from Alabama, are you? Okay.
I don't think we're going to miss Jim because he's not going anywhere. He'll still be here. John Rappel and then Jackie Mole.
John Rapole, Bethune Beach. Yeah, for the past few weeks, I've been calling different counties in Florida, asking them about their short-term rental problems that they've had in the county. And one that stuck out to me a lot was Monroe County, the Keys, all the different islands and all that. And on Duval Street, which they allow short-term rentals because there's hotels and everything like that. So if you own a house there, you're allowed to short-term rental also. But behind the streets, you cannot and need special exemption. And the reason why the county manager told me this is because there's a lot of mom and pops, hotel motels there, that if they allowed this, you would put them all out of business. And another county, which is St. Lucie County, Hutchinson Island, where they're now using the sheriff to enforce this. They're checking the websites and showing up when the people are supposed to check in, and when they check in, they ask them how long they're there for. And if they're there for less than 30 days, they tell them that they cannot enter this property and have to find elsewhere to rent. And maybe we should use also the sheriff to help us out, because we've only got 5 code enforcement officers in our county, which they have so many things to do. I talked to Fred. He said he's got 40 that he was working on in Bethune Beach area. And a lot of them was for construction without permits and things like that. But Daytona Beach has 23, and the city of New Smyrna has 5.5. I mean, why can we not go get more code enforcement officer or ask the sheriff's department to help us out in this situation? Because these are illegal. These people keep coming up here telling you that they are doing right. They've been doing wrong since 2004, illegally, breaking the law. And they're coming up here telling you they're going to lose their homes. These are investment properties. Mr. Vega's got 8 LLCs. I don't know what they were all about. And one thing I'd like to ask Mr. Vega also, if he knows anything about this letter that was sent to me, anything about this letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie?
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Jackie Mole. I live in Port Orange and attend Allen Chapel AME Church in Daytona Beach. And our church is one of 30 congregations here in Volusia County that's a member of Faith. For the last 3 years, I've co-chaired the Faith Housing Committee. Last month, Faith attended, had an action assembly of over 1,100 residents of Volusia County. We were excited to have members of our county council participate. Together, we are unified around the idea that our county needs a locally controlled affordable housing trust fund. This council has done a great job in allocating CARES Act dollars to help with rental assistance during this crisis. But we know there needs to be a long-term solution to our lack of affordable and workforce housing. Though Faith is a local organization, many of our members have contacted our state representatives or legislators to plead with them to not take money away from our statewide Sadowski Housing Trust Fund. We know cities and county government elected officials likewise have spent considerable time in trying to advocate for the cause as well. Unfortunately, it appears as though monies from Sadowski will be limited and swept permanently. It is clear that we cannot rely on Tallahassee and or DC to solve our affordable housing problem. This is why counties like Seminole, Orange, and others across our states are creating locally controlled affordable housing trust fund that empowers developers to create and rehabilitate housing for working families and seniors. A few weeks ago, Daytona Beach took steps towards commissioning a study in linkage fees, which use commercial growth to fund housing trust funds and similar projects. We know that the mayor of DeLand has expressed interest in his city participating in linkage fees if it was in collaboration with the county. Faith is calling on this body to create a locally housing trust fund and commission a nexus study in order to further quantify the problem and analyze how linkage fees may help fund a housing trust fund without overburden taxpayers. We look forward to attending the county workshop on housing next month and hope to meet with you all individually as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Pete Vega, followed by James Grummer. Grumman?
Grummer's good.
Grummer's good.
Good morning. Later today, you should be appointing voters to serve on a committee to offer solutions to short-term rental issues. It's offensive to hear the council say that my voice will not be considered to serve on this committee, and many other good people. I'm not valued because I don't vote in Volusia County, and it doesn't seem to matter that I own a home, I pay an exorbitant amount of taxes. It doesn't matter that I own and care and value my property as much as anybody else in my neighborhood. I have a vested interest in finding a solution to the short-term rental problem, and I know common ground and understand both sides. So please explain to me why so many good people are not being considered. Soon it will be up to you to choose from a group of only Volusia voters to provide options. Unfortunately, your flip-flopping has given one side no incentive to work towards a solution. You must demand that everyone on this committee understands there is a problem, and everyone has a vested interest in finding a solution. So at this moment, this is the moment of truth. This committee is not for political cover, and you cannot continue to kick the can down the road by delaying or doing nothing. You can't make this problem go away. You have an opportunity to find solutions for this problem, and you have to find it very soon. Heather Post made a comment at a previous meeting stating that this has been an issue for as long as she remembers. Unless you're willing to confront the problem and find a solution, this will continue to be an issue. She also recommended to staff to find other communities where this is working and follow their blueprint. Has staff been directed to do this? Will they be presenting this in the public? If you remove the emotion, this is an easy decision when considering what's best for all of Volusia County, and not just a vocal few who show up in green shirts and bring signs and want to keep visitors off of their beach. There's a lot of common ground, and there's some very common sense solutions that will benefit both sides. So if you choose voters to serve on this committee that have a vested interest in finding a solution to the problem, it will work. If you choose someone that only sees and advocates for one side of the issue, it doesn't see the need to find common ground, you're going to be judged by the failure of this appointment. Please choose people who want to solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, James. And then next will be Harry Brandt.
I think James Grummer might be next, but I could be wrong about that.
I said James, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Just want to be clear on that.
I'm just trying to get a backup so we can keep going. So after you will be Harry Brandt.
Very good. Good morning, council members and attendees. My name is James Grummer. I live in Bethune Beach. And for the last 24 years, and most of my life, I've tried to live according to God's spoken word. In Genesis, God lays out his views about how we should treat his creation. When God says we shall rule over the fish, the sea, and over the birds, and all living creatures that move across the ground, the word is not rule, but really stewardship. It's not a suggestion of stewardship. It is, in fact, a commandment. I live in Bethune Beach. It's my home. I made a conscious decision to move there. I could have lived near Flagler, Riverside, or Canal, but for me, I chose to make the decision to live at the end of the road, far, far away from the congestion, parking problems, loud music, and bright lights. I wanted a quiet neighborhood to hear the ocean and see stars. But greed came calling. Short-term rentals linked with technology platforms of VRBO and Airbnb and the promise of huge rental profits had turned my dream into a nightmare. A few examples of the unquiet life in Bethune Beach these past several years. 1, coming back from a business trip, finding my driveway filled with cars that were attending a party just a house away. 120 guests at a single STR as they were shuttling and using valet services to park at Bethune Beach Park to attend a wedding. 3, live music and mirror balls on an ocean deck during the peak of turtle season. Last summer, renters launched a jet ski from the beach and began riding the surf as my grandchildren were swimming. 5, broken beer bottles, trash cans overflowing, causing unprecedented rat problems. After 21 straight nights of rat trapping, catching one every night, by the way, I gave up. Rats had won. Parking on sidewalks, parking on grass, parking on property, parking at forwards, parking backwards, parking everywhere. After the county put up no parking signs at my request, the signs then sprouted legs, walked off, and new signs needed to be erected by the county. 8, one house, because of its size, attracts bikers, lots of them. Of course, alcohol and bike week are not a great mix. Sadly, my wife and I now have to be planned to be out of town as it's too loud and we cannot sleep in our own home. 4th of July. I'll let that one go. It's too long. Please don't change our zoning in Bethune. Please don't change our current laws. Rather enforce them. Do not let SDRs permanently reshape our community. Lastly, I have paid a price as I refuse to allow the behavior of a few to intimidate me, and I have received threatening mail, and I had to contact the Postal Service. Please respect our wishes. Thank you, and help us be better stewards of Bethune Beach.
Harry Brandt, followed by Kevin McGuire.
My name is Harry Brandt, a resident of 4711 Van Cleek Drive, New Smyrna Beach, for 42 years. I have seen changes in the treatment from the county over the years, and they basically have always been good. The county has been an excellent regulator of rules for us. It's made it a wonderful neighborhood to live in, and we couldn't be happier. 3 times the city of New Smyrna Beach attempted to annex into the city, and 3 times Silver Sands and Bethune fought it off, and the city gave up because the county has always treated us well. This is the first time that I have the feeling that the county is willing to destroy the neighborhoods that have built up over the 42 years that I've lived here because of Airbnb and VRBO and all other legal ways of providing rental properties. It's changed the value of our life and our home. I'm 86 years old. I know all my neighbors, and we have a very nice community. When I look around Silver Sands and Bethune Beach, I see much the same. But then I find that the people who come here on short-term rentals, they don't have the same feelings about the area as we do. They come here, they want to rent part of us for a few days and then leave. And they leave their trash, and they bring their car, several cars and so forth, completely changing the atmosphere and the livability of where we are. All these people are here illegally. It was previously mentioned by another man who was up here that these are all illegal under our existing laws. As is said throughout the country and on a national scale right down to Volusia County, we have enough laws. If we enforce the laws that we have in existence now, we won't have a problem. We don't need to change it and potentially open up a situation. My understanding is if we attempt to change the laws, we could end up with one-day rentals. It's absolutely unconscionable for the county to change something. It isn't broke, and it doesn't need fixing. All it needs is enforcement of the existing laws that we have now. And I think you, as the current county council, I hope you'll continue to treat Silver Sands and Bethune and the rest of the public that is controlled by the Volusia County Council to live in the wonderful areas that we have lived in for all these years. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Kevin McGuire, followed by Howard Hitzel.
Good morning, and thank you for letting me talk here. So I'm Kevin McGuire. I'm a resident of New Smyrna Beach, Van Cleek Drive, very similar to Harry. So I've been here for 8 years, and I've really enjoyed it. So one of the things I'd like to ask for the committee, the ad hoc committee, and for anybody who's going to participate in this short-term rental issue, I'm totally against it. And here are the reasons. I'm going to keep this really short. When there's short-term rentals, my family and I, we do not feel safe in the neighborhood. You don't know who is going to be next door any day of the week. And we've had situations where the neighbors in the houses next door change on a daily basis. It negates the quiet neighborhood that I bought into. It's get overrun with cars, with traffic, with parking, and it's just really, really sad to see this happening. it diminishes, it decreases the value of the neighbourhood. I was standing outside my lot mowing the grass one morning. A car drives by and asks me which house is for sale. I pointed out the house for sale, and then she asked, where is the Airbnb house? I said, it's just next door. She said, thank you for telling me I'm not going to go near that house. I don't want to go, I'll go to a different neighbourhood. So this is what's happening in the neighbourhood. Parking, as people have already said, parking is an extremely bad issue. I would just like to show what has happened. This is a neighbour's house. This is parking. 25 cars parked in the neighbourhood almost in different days. This is a single-family home. The traffic is increased on the road. It's just not safe. And the number of people in some of these houses is, as already people said, 10, 20, 30 people going in. And what's happening now is they're doing daily parking in the houses to give people access to the beach. 20 cars, 30 or 40 people on the beach in one house. So I would like to just say, whoever gets on this committee needs to think about the people in these neighbourhoods and not just the profit that some of the people are making from these Airbnb. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard, followed by Karen Clark.
Hi, thank you for hearing me. My name is Howard Hitzel. I live in St. Augustine Beach in St. Johns County, but I have had my wife and I have owned a condominium in New Smyrna Beach at Errol by the Sea for almost 20 years now. When we bought our condominium, we did it with the understanding that the condominium, we plan to use it as a vacation home and also to rent it. The condominium documents at that point in time, I'd say the majority of the owners at Errol by the Sea also rented at that point in time, and the condominium documents allowed for rentals with a minimum duration of a week. The ordinance, as it stands, really poses a threat to a number of owners in our condominium. Many of them they're not wealthy, and they have depended for years, since the inception really of the condominium, on the ability to rent. It helps them pay their mortgages in some cases, their association fees, taxes, and the like. So I'm really concerned that should this current ordinance remain in place, that people will have to sell their condominiums because they simply can't afford to keep them. And it really has been their understanding from the inception when they purchased it that they would be able to do that. I've looked at some other communities and how they're managing short-term rentals. I think condominiums are very often excluded from those ordinances. Condominiums already have, and homeowners associations, in fact, already have the ability to manage set standards for rentals, and they in fact do that. So I think any oversight or really regulation by the county is unnecessary in condominiums or homeowners associations. The beauty of letting them make those decisions, it's up to the owners to decide what kind of standards they want to have and regulate their own rental policies. So I support really allowing, especially condominiums, to make their own decisions. I also am concerned as a taxpayer in Volusia County. I assume that we pay 12.5% tax on all the rentals that we provide, and I would assume that that's a significant revenue stream for Volusia County. And so I was just wonder how that will impact tax revenues in the county. So I encourage the council to pursue a solution to this, hopefully prior to the busy summer rental season. As I said, St. Johns County has a very, very thorough approach. They do not prohibit short-term rentals. They don't restrict the length of them. They have omitted condominium as homeowners associations from their oversight. But then they have a very reasonable approach, I think, to regulating other short-term rentals in the county, and I think it's been successful. So I just urge the council to do whatever you can as quickly as you can and borrow some of the solutions that have worked effectively, I believe, in other communities. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Karen Clark, followed by Jim Stewart.
Hi, Karen Clark, 1855 Grand Avenue in Glenwood. Number one, the road striping, again, I'm repeating it from the last time. The white is non-reflective, and where we live on the west side, especially on Old New York Avenue, when you go from 44 past Stockyard Emmys and head to the trail, there's a 6-foot drop, a foot off that little white stripe that you can't see. So again, somebody from here gave me their card who was in charge, but it was for somebody else. So if somebody can get to me, then I can point that out. The other thing is, there seems to be a lack of roofing inspectors, because no matter where you drive on the west side, I don't know about anywhere else, they're just still in the tarps and in the underlayment. So maybe there's like a bullpen where you have a bunch of maybe 1099 contractors that can go out and inspect the roofs to get it going. The dog parks are doing well. Your spay and neuter program is outstanding, again. Even their the free microchips that the people get, well, some of them do need microchips, but the dogs and the cats. There are chronic bad owner behavior. We know, we have it in Glenwood. 10 years, these dogs, they're only little, they go out and bother the people on the trail. They're snappy little papillons, that they're ankle biters, and they do attack. And there's something that our county animal control has no control over them. They pay the fine at the last minute, $165. They've spent thousands of dollars in fines. And just the trail issue, it's well maintained, and thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Jim Stewart, followed by our own John Nicholson.
Hi, morning, council members. Good to see you again. As you know, I live in Bethune Beach, and I'm a full-time resident. I am probably the youngest of the full-time residents in at least on my street. My daughter's 19. I don't know what these people are talking about, because I've lived there full-time for a year. I've been off work. I live in my home, and I live on the beach. I mean, I live on beachfront. So the only speeding I see is going to Bethune Beach Park and perhaps to the National Park. So if the council wants to attempt to close those parks, that would help the traffic problem. Otherwise, what I saw last year when the roads got shut down was a ghost town. So I'm fortunate enough to be able to live there, but with the price of housing there, the types of jobs that are in Volusia County, they're in commutable distance, are non-existent. I'm lucky enough to be able to do that. But what you're talking about doing is taking away your tax revenue. You're talking about property values going down, and you're talking about having a tax issue when we do this. As we know, there's tens of millions of dollars have been paid in by short-term rentals over the last 20 or 30 years in Volusia County. I mean, do the math. We heard the guy last time. We heard your tax guy talk about how much revenue is generated by short-term rentals. And we're talking tens of millions of dollars. So we need to weigh the balance of the community with the voices of a few. Because from what I see, when people left, it turned into a ghost town. I'm talking trash in the driveway. Now that's trash. Leftover trash in the driveway, newspapers piling up. There's nobody there. There's nobody there. So, you know, I bought into a beach community. I didn't buy into a retirement community. I didn't buy into an HOA. And I certainly didn't buy into harassment from my neighbors. So let's talk about this. Within a week of moving in, my moving truck is out front, which actually I used my motorhome in a trailer. And I was immediately harassed by some guy, I don't know, just drove by. And I'm like, it's in my yard. This is my house. You know, I have property rights too. And, you know, you're talking about people not being able to vote on this that aren't here and they don't have a voice. You don't have a voice to tell me what I do with my house, okay? There's plenty of rental software out there, noise aware, Ring doorbells. This problem can be solved, but shutting down the economy in Volusia County, in Bethune Beach and South Volusia County, is not the answer. And we certainly don't need any taxation. So if you guys want to forget who pays the taxes and why you don't have a state tax in Florida, you need to think about that before you do a knee-jerk reaction based on the opinions of a vocal few that apparently have a lot of time on their hands. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Jim. John Nicholson, followed by Eric Ulick.
I wanted to be last, just so that maybe everybody got in. John Nicholson, Beachside. This morning I went to get my second shot down at the fairgrounds. There's no signage anywhere in the city how to get there. So I asked the lady at Burger King, because I stopped by to grab some breakfast. She said, oh, just easy, go down Woodward, and it's down there on your right. Well, guess what? Once I get past Orange City, it wasn't on my right. So I had to turn around. The next one gave me directions. Oh, it's easy, just hang a right at 44. Okay? So by the time I got there, it was a half an hour late. It's raining, and they park everybody on the last or the furthest away from the front door. The first two areas closest to the door, nobody's parking. So to me, the last time I was there, I was so irritated by the time I got out because they stopped you and the line went all the way up to almost, 44, whatever, the main road, New York. And the reason why is because they were asking if you wanted handicap parking. All they had to do is put one sign with an arrow, handicap parking, and you wouldn't have to stop 3 times. So it's time to look at that and update what they're doing, because it really, and then to get out, you have to go like 7 roads to circle around and get back out. They're making it harder than it needs to be, and there was no line when I got there. I was half an hour late, and you literally walked right into the front door. So things change, it's not what it was, so I'm asking you to think about updating the signage and the ability to get there. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Eric, you here? And then the last one that I have up here will be Ricky Schrader after Eric is done.
All right. My name is Eric Ulick. I am a full-time Volusia County resident. I spoke here a couple weeks ago. There were a lot of claims or accusations made during the last meeting. Basically, I am pro short-term rental. And I'm not a big business. I'm not an LLC. It's just me. I take care of my property myself. There were claims of short-term rentals not being COVID compliant. They were crack houses. They were used for human trafficking. A lot of those claims, I mean, there may be a news story or two on news in some other area, but Volusia County, I mean, we all have our problems, but they're almost non-existent. The big businesses like Desert Inn, the Speedway, all those places, those are the big businesses that bring in prostitution, drug use, alcohol, all those problems in the area that these people seem to be mentioning. So we need to seriously consider what we do by cutting out short-term rentals. It's a huge tax revenue for the county. And the members here from Bethune Beach, I can understand they have a problem with Bethune Beach, but like I said, it's almost non-existent. And there's events that happen, but they're rare, few and far between. And to shut down the whole county because they can't manage their town, I don't understand. We're going to shut down all the business in all the county and cut out all the revenue. It's ridiculous. We're talking millions of dollars. Not only short-term rentals, but these people come in town to vacation. They spend money. They go to restaurants. They go to clubs. They go here, there, everywhere, gift shops, local businesses, and spend millions and millions and millions of dollars on top of the revenue that the county gets for tax revenue. So we need to really consider seriously what we're doing here. Bethune Beach, they're probably a very good community, but all of Volusia County is not a retirement community. There's people here trying to make a living, and this economy is so depressed here in this Volusia County. This Volusia County is a shell of what it used to be. It's a shell, absolute shell of what it used to be. We used to be a big tourism community, and that's what pays the tax dollars. That's what allows us to to enjoy the benefits we have here is the vacation people, the tourists that come here and pay the expenses of this county. So cutting that out is going to be a huge problem, and you have no idea. These people have no idea what they're talking about. This has been my home for 45 years. And I've seen the good and I've seen the bad, and it's bad. We've got empty buildings everywhere because businesses can't survive and people can't make a living.
Thank you, Eric. Ricky Schrader?
Ricky Schrader, New Smyrna Beach, Florida, Bethune Beach. This is an argument against short-term rentals. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to express my thoughts on this very important issue to the families in Bethune Beach. As background, I would like to point out that the issue of short-term rentals has already been debated and analyzed in the past by the community and the prior county council. That is how we arrived at the current code provision. A compromise is struck between no rentals at all and free-for-all rentals. Allowing 30-day rentals was that compromise. The state has its own rules, but Volusia County's right to regulate rentals was grandfathered in. If the county now changes the rules and allows shorter-term rentals, that grandfathering goes away for good, and the county falls under state control and can never get control back. When people choose to live in a neighborhood, they are seeking a certain way of life, one filled with a spirit of community, where people get to know and trust each other. People have a sense of security when they know who lives next door to them. There's no such sense of security when there's a parade of strangers living next to you. There is a reason why the prior council referred to short-term rentals as hotel motels. That's because that is exactly what they are, commercial enterprises where people are constantly coming and going. Those in favor of short-term rentals argue that they should be free to exercise their rights to their property, and that's true. But communities place all kinds of restrictions on those rights, most often zoning. For instance, you may not be able to have a pig farm in your backyard, and that restricts your property rights. Likewise, you not be able to discharge a firearm, run a movie theater, build a skyscraper, etc. In many neighborhoods, businesses are prohibited. These are all reasonable limitations on what you can do in neighborhoods. The same is true of short-term rentals. And think about the violation of a person's property rights who wants to live in a friendly, peaceful, and secure neighborhood without living next to a commercial enterprise. Motel, hotel. It is argued that you can allow short-term rentals and simply pass and enforce prohibitions of things like loud noise, late parties, garbage issues that will not be an adequate solution for the neighbors. It is too late once the violations occurred. It has already been a breach of peace and an annoyance, and it can happen again and again, which has been the history already with short-term rentals. There's an unpredictability about living next to short-term rentals, with there being a potential of 52 different tenants. You are bound to have some who lack normal courtesies. Short-term rentals have loud parties, park on your lawn, block your driveway, shoot off fireworks at 4 in the morning. These types of things have happened. And that unpredictability is unnerving and not what you expect in a normal neighborhood. And finally, ask yourself honestly, would you like it if your immediate neighbors on both sides use their homes as weekly rentals? Please do not undo the compromise that was struck for 30-day rentals. Thank you for your kind attention. And the tax issue, they're fighting over homes down there. I have a home I built sold for $3.1 million, and the one down the road that they were asking $2.5 raised it to $4.5 million. Go on Google and look, Bethune Beach. I've got homes everywhere.
Thank you, Ricky.
Going up.
Thank you.
Tax thing is a bogus lie.
Thank you, Ricky. And that is all the public participation forms that we had for today. If you wish to speak on one of the items, you can still fill out a form in the back there for any item on the agenda. And with that, we'll...
Mr. Chair, if I could just make a comment. I would like council's opinion. I have a problem with a sign placed on the front of the chair's modem in support of something. I mean, we're all here to represent the entire county. When we come up here, your vote is your voice. But I think when we start putting signs in our area that we're supposed to come in here with a neutral feeling, our votes, I mean, we all have voices, but I think it's offensive to come in, and that looks like the entire, I'm for the loop, so, but I don't know. I'd like to hear the council's thoughts on that, with us starting to put signage up in front of our modems in support or non-support. Is anybody else, is that offensive to anybody else?
Ben Johnson.
I have to agree with Ms. Wheeler on that we're not supposed to, well, I say we're not supposed to. I've never seen it done before, and I don't think that we should be, right off the bat, campaigning, sitting up here in front of this, no more than we should be going in front of these committees. We're supposed to be listening to these committees when it comes up, not going in front of these committees and telling them where the council, or it appears the council stands, and we have to be careful about that also. So I'm just going a step further, that I think as council people, we're supposed to be listening to the people we appoint, not up there and give the appearance, and that's what it is. I realize we're citizens also, but giving the appearance that we're directing the committee where to go. That's why we put that committee, and we're supposed to listen to them. It's not binding, but the idea is so we hear from them in a manner that gives us advice, and not us going in front of them and giving advice. Also, as a committee, as one of the council people, I would request that people not clap nor boo when we do something up here. I mean, that gets it so far out of control, no matter what side it is. It's just wrong. You know, if I'm for one thing and you clap, and maybe Danny's for something else and you boo, it's just not good courtesy. Let's don't do that. Thank you.
Here.
Heather, I'll call on you in a minute. Ben, I'll remind you, there is no committee for saving the loop. What there is probably 99% of the people in Volusia County that are sending us emails that say, please do this. We don't care how you pay for it. Just do it. And so, yeah, I am a little prejudiced, and I don't mind advertising for what the people of Volusia County have asked me to do.
I'm not going in front of Echo.
So I was actually going to make a comment about the clapping as well. We have to maintain that decorum and not have the clapping in the room. And I was wondering why no one had mentioned about the clapping, but fantastic that you brought that up. My response to that is going to be, as a whole, I think it's incumbent upon council to focus on the issues at hand and spend that time looking at all sides, listening to all sides. Every one of us has our opinions. I think every one of us have the absolute right to voice our opinions, and I really think it's tremendously incumbent upon this council, if we are truly wanting to follow what this council is really about, that we stop focusing on what other members of the council are doing and focus on the actual issues at hand.
I think if we're going to get any further into this, we probably should do it under council discussion. But I have a tendency, in this instance, to agree with Vice Chair Wheeler and Councilman Johnson, because it is our job to be fair and impartial and listen to everything and not show any prejudice or favoritism. And we do have to maintain a level of professionalism here. We have to be equal across the board. And I think that's what the point that they're trying to get across. And you know what? I agree with them. I've never seen this happen before. But I can tell you something. It's not, there's something about this that isn't kosher. Just got to put my finger on it. Thanks.
And that's the end of speaker requests. Before we start the meeting, we will move to agenda item 1. Which is a consent agenda. Does any council wish to make any remarks on any of the items? I don't have anything pulled so far.
I do.
Which one? Heather Post?
H Hotel, not for vote, simply for discussion.
It was
Actually-
H?
Yes.
Okay.
And is Donna in here? Okay, or even Suzanne, I guess you could speak to it, but I just wanted, that is the award of the contract to all the different builders for the Housing Rehabilitation Program for Volusia County Community Assistance Program. And I know that we had someone speaking at public participation regarding housing. Housing has certainly been an issue voiced by citizens. And so if we could maybe just touch on the Housing Rehabilitation Program for just a second, and you could explain what that is to the public and what we're doing with that, that would be fantastic.
Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and move that we accept this consent agenda.
And I'll second that.
Motion by Lowry, second by Post, to accept the agenda as it's laid out. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 6-0.
Thank you, Donna.
Could you reframe your question just so I'm clear on what, because I don't think it's directly relevant to the agenda item. You wanted to know about the rehabilitation program itself?
But the agenda item is specifically about awarding the contract, but I think it's an excellent opportunity for us, especially with a packed house,
Sure.
to explain what the Housing Rehabilitation Program is through our Community Assistance Program. So if you could just touch on that, just two
Sure.
paragraphs, that would be fantastic.
Yep. So this is Donna Butler, Community Services Director. The Housing Rehabilitation Program actually comes in two forms. We can do a partial rehabilitation of parts of a building if that works. But this also allows us to, if we go into a home and find that the home is truly beyond repair, then we can essentially take it down to the bottom and start from scratch and build a new home. It's under very tight restrictions. It's not an elaborate home. Usually it's a 2-bedroom, 1-bath. Sometimes it's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. But that is what the program generally is for. And then depending on the income level of the person that's applying to have this work done, they have to be low income, but depending on what that is, it allows for a no interest deferred mortgage lien to be put on the property. And if they stay for so long, then they don't pay anything back.
And then where do those funds come from?
Generally, they come from grant funds. We don't list them here, but they come from CDBG, Home, and SHIP.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And with no other requests to speak, we'll move to item 2.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, at this time I'd like to ask the Chair's permission to move that item to this afternoon. Our candidate ran into a little difficulty for the storms and such, so she'll be here this afternoon. So if that would be okay.
We will be glad to do that, and just let me know when you know that she's entered the room.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, with that, we'll move to item 3. Proposed administrative amendment for a setback from natural or man-made surface water body, watercourse, or wetland. Clay Irvin?
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. With me today also is Ginger Adair, who oversees our Environmental Management Division. Before you today is a council-directed discussion regarding our current setback requirements we have for non-exempt excavations. Non-exempt excavations is really just kind of an easy term for borrow pit. Here in Volusia County, one of our main mining exercises is removal of dirt for fill, for building construction, road construction, etc. When someone wants to remove soil from their property and sell it commercially, we consider it a mining exercise, non-exempt excavation. We have limitations as to what exactly zoning is allowed in, and we have very specific criteria in our zoning ordinance because we consider this a special exception. A special exception is a use that would otherwise not be prohibited in that particular zoning district unless it had specific criteria that it complied with. With these non-exempt excavations, one of the things that we have is a setback. And it goes from the top of bank to 150 feet to a wetland line, water body line. It also goes to property line and right-of-way line. This was put in place probably at the very beginning of our zoning ordinances, mainly to provide for protection of right-of-way, protection of adjacent property owners, and obviously protection of wetlands and water bodies. When you dig a excavation pit, what happens is there's a tendency to lower the water table while the excavation is going on. The reason being is they need to be able to dry the soil out, they pump the water out, they dig the pit, and then they go on their merry way and reclaim the property. But you do have either a temporary or potentially long-term impact to the groundwater table. The 150 feet, we believe, and again, staff cannot find any kind of documentation as to the specific requirement for the 150 feet. It was put in place, we believe, to do that. Over the last several years, we have had quite a few requests to do these types of borrow pits. In doing so, they've come forward and requested some deviation from that 150-foot setback. It's very clear, it's a very specific criteria, so there's no variance process that would allow it. So what has been asked is if we could look around and do some investigation of how other cities, counties, and other parts of the state handle this, and are we up to speed with in regards to the most up-to-date technology, with what can be done. And what we've seen is that we go and look at what are the things that we're looking to protect against. And this is a diagram we got off of the internet, and it basically shows the idea of what's happening is that you dig down in there, and so the removal of sand has the potential to lower the groundwater table, as I was talking about. And this kind of gives you a graphic of what we're trying to prevent. This is an example of one of our approved special exceptions. And these red dashed lines you see here is what they call an excavation sock. And what happens is these folks come in, bury these socks, attach it to a pump, and pull the water out from the ground. In the past, that water would have been taken off or just lost. Now what has happened is they are pumping that water into reclamation ditches, which are strategically designed so that the water can be put back into the ground area and still artificially maintain the groundwater level outside of the excavation pit. The success of that is going to be determined on how well the pumps work, how well the placement is, everything else. Added to that is they also sometimes, they being the mining companies, will move that water into the wetlands that are adjacent to it to basically keep the hydro period up in the wetlands. This is all good from an engineering design perspective, but does it work like that in the field? And what we've done in the past, not necessarily pertaining to wetlands, not necessarily pertaining to water bodies, but pertaining to people's personal water wells. Those of you who were on the commission when we had the borrow pit that was located on the north side of State Road 44, just west of the Speedway, it's the contestable property. Many of the neighbors to the north there along Hersey were concerned that with the excavation, their water wells, their potable water source would dry up because with the excavation, they would see the groundwater table lower. And what we did as part of a special condition for that specific location was require the installation of monitoring wells at strategic points so that way we could make sure if the groundwater level was getting dangerously low, we could tell them to stop pumping and come back and let's see what happens and if it restores back. Also, there were some check areas so that way we could verify what was coming down due to drought, what was happening because of the pumping, those types of things. So what we have before you is that staff feels that we should probably keep the 150-foot setback as a standard. And if anyone who's applying for these special exceptions goes through the process of providing us with a detailed dewatering plan, identifying how it's going to be done, how it's going to be carried out, more importantly, how it's going to be monitored, and making sure that the monitoring is being done in a method that will show us when things can start going south. The reason I bring this up is that we did talk with representatives from St. Johns River Water Management District. They did identify that they do require monitoring wells, but their times of checking it was not necessarily timely all the time. It seemed to me that they were looking at 90 days, 120 days. We would probably want to see more frequency in the checking of the monitoring well so that way we could get on it before it actually went south. The other aspect is requiring a performance bond. The main thing there is that we do have wetlands and water bodies that if these are severely impacted, we need to be able to make sure we have a way to do some restoration and reclamation. So therefore, what would have to be part of that would be the identification of the cost to do that and the posting of a bond to equal that, plus probably a administrative fee, so similar to what we do for our typical subdivision requirements, which is 115% of the total cost. Those are some general ideas that we would like to be able to work through. We have received some comments from Mr. and Mrs. Pease, and we also heard from John Baker. These are folks who are part of the Volusia Flagler Environmental Coalition. They have concerns anytime that there's a change to the development standards which may allow for greater impact on the environment. They've identified their concerns with that. Mr. Baker, who is a former planner, he worked at Ormond Beach when I was there. He identified some alternatives that we could possibly integrate into what we're going to be providing to you if y'all direct us to go forward. Again, this is coming from about a year ago. County Council had heard some concerns from some of the property owners, some of the mining enterprises, and said, could you please look at this, staff, and see what we can do to update this? Because with this 150 feet, it seems somewhat arbitrary. We can't necessarily defend where it's from, so therefore is there something that could be based on site conditions? That's why we are bringing this forward to you now. And again, we still believe that the 150 feet should be the minimum standard, and that you allow for the applicants for these special exceptions to go through that technical review to come up with alternatives and allow for us to collect perhaps a bond and some method of ensuring remediation and monitoring. That's basically staff's presentation. These were included in your packets. These are some of the slides that we've developed to kind of go through exactly what we were talking about. As you can see, there's where they're showing the perforated stock and how the typical borrow section works. And then here's the actual wording that we put into the agenda packet talking about just what I was saying, is that we would want to have a dewatering plan, that we would demonstrate how they are going to address the hydrological impact to ensure that the groundwater levels were being maintained. And then the critical thing that we want to emphasize is at the very least we would want the upland buffer for wetlands to be maintained plus an additional 25 feet. Staff is pretty adamant about this because what we see is this. When you have one of these borrow pits, they need land to do maintenance and get access around. So typically you're going to see some sort of rim road or something along those lines. We don't want that to be a justification to allow for intrusion into the wetland buffer. So if you have the wetland buffer, and 25 feet, we feel that we're going to have at least sufficient protection at the surface level of those wetland resources. Then the as we were saying, the dewatering plan that would be part of that application would address the subsurface issues. That's staff's presentation. If there's any questions, we'll be glad to answer them. Again, this is going to be, if y'all direct us to go forward with this, we will be working through it. It would have to go through the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission because this is a zoning ordinance change, and then it would come back to you. And also, we will make sure that anything that is finally developed will be vetted through the typical groups that are concerned about development standards, specifically like the Environmental Coalition of Volusia and Flagler, Volusia Council of Responsible Development, and the Builders Association.
Thank you. Just Dr. Lowry.
Well, I was just going to go ahead and make a motion in regard to that. I don't know if you want to make a comment before that.
Yeah, if you don't mind, let's
sure.
hear from these two. We have two citizens that wanted to speak, but Clay, I had just a quick question. I thought I heard you say there was no process in place to do a special exception, and then I heard of an approved special exception. Where did I
I'm sorry. There's not a way to deviate. The 150 feet is a criteria for a special exception, so therefore there's no way to get a variance from that. What we're doing is putting in place a method to, it's not necessarily a variance, it's an alternative design based on site-specific conditions.
Okay, just for the public, you're talking about mining companies, and that brings all kinds of images to mind. What are we mining in Volusia County?
Sand, dirt, If you look at any new commercial residential development, they need fill material to make sure they can meet the minimum finished floor elevations. We use it. DOT used a great deal of it over at the I-4, I-95 construction. So any road project, any development that occurs in Volusia County, you will need a certain amount of fill material.
Thank you. We have two members of the public that would like to speak. First, we have Mark Watts.
Good morning. For the record, Mark Watts of the law firm of Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, DeLand, just across the street here. Appreciate the opportunity to be with you this morning. I actually want to thank your staff. We've spent about a year now talking with them about this particular standard and some alternatives to it. Let me give you a little bit of background on how this discussion started. You have a standard in your special exception now that requires a minimum of 150-foot setback from any water bodies, wetlands, things of that nature. The St. John's Water Management District has a 50-foot standard with their permits. We have to maintain that minimum, and they have requirements for things like the dewatering has to rehydrate the wetland areas and things of that nature. So we got into a discussion with staff about where did the standard come from. Is that the right standard, or is there a way to create some alternatives where in the specific location, if conditions warrant, you can provide that alternative and get closer to what the Water Management District standard would allow? And so that's really where this conversation started. We've spent, like I said, the past year we've had numerous meetings with your staff, and I appreciate very much their time. The Water Management District's been involved in some of those conversations. I represent several different clients that either own property that they're working on borrow pit operations, or operators of those types of operations that would like to be able to, in the right locations, get more material out of those areas, as long as we're not, again, impacting the wetland areas. So what we think is being proposed this morning, I think, is a good compromise approach. It doesn't change that existing standard. It maintains that. And keep in mind, these are special exceptions, so each and every one of these comes back before the council. What we're proposing, and we'd ask for you to support in kind of the full development of an ordinance in coordination with the Environmental Council, VCARD, all the other groups that typically weigh in on those types of things, is a standard that says 150 is your standard, but if you want to be able to provide a detailed analysis based on site-specific conditions and get closer to what that Water Management District standard is, then that's allowed under the ordinance. Again, that specific analysis would then come back to you as part of that special exception for you to consider whether you want to stick with the basic, the 150, or go to that alternative setback calculation. There's a lot of detail here. We've had a whole lot of discussion about the technical issues relating to how these operations work, how to make sure that you're ensuring the continued health of the wetland systems in the area. I think that staff is being very responsible in saying that we probably want to have more frequent monitoring and more frequent reporting to the county so that you have more input than the district necessarily requires. But we ask for you to support this so that we can at least get into the ordinance development stage of it. So happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
You don't have a question, you have a motion.
Right.
Right, okay.
Well, I do have a question, but
Okay.
before I make the motion.
Okay.
Okay. I was going to ask, the St. Johns River Management, I was going to ask Clay. Mark, thank you. I would consider them an environmentally sound organization. Has a 50-foot buffer, and we have a 150-foot buffer. I'm curious as to why we are so much more, why we went so much further past.
Okay, the 150, we cannot necessarily find the justification because it also applies to right-of-way, it applies to property lines. So we just think it was a rule of thumb that was established, that it was
Arbitrarily just came, yeah.
Well, I mean, we, again, don't have any background information, so anything I would say would be pure speculation. And it just sounds to me that it sounded like the appropriate distance to maintain that safe separation between the top of bank and those uses. Just to clarify, the St. John's River Water Management District requires a 25-foot buffer. Our environmental standards vary depending on the quality, but it's basically 25 to 50 feet. If you're within the natural resource management area, it is a 50-foot upland buffer. And most of these sites, candidly, are located in Norma. And so we are looking at trying to make sure that, especially in Norma, that if we're going to be allowed for excavation, that it's going to be done so in a manner that does not have a negative impact on wetland resources as well as upland resources. So that's why we were saying is whatever the appropriate upland setback plus 25 feet. And the 25 feet then guarantees that the mining exercise or the mining operation out there has room to have equipment for maintenance and those types of things without necessarily trying to go into that upland buffer.
Okay.
So it's again trying to make sure we're accommodating their interests, but at the same point making sure we're putting in sufficient protection.
Okay. I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we approve the proposed administrative amendment to Section 72-293-15B, 1(4)D, setback of 150 feet.
Motion by Lowry, second by Robbins. We do have one more member of the public. I'd like to allow them to, that's okay. I don't think it hurts anything. J.C. Figueredo, are you still here? Is J.C. in the room?
J.C. has left the house, left the building.
We have some people.
Well, that's a shame. J.C. is a local business owner here in downtown DeLand. He owns the bicycle shop that's on Woodland. He's and he has some interesting things to talk about. But can we have a motion on the table? We have a second and discussion. Heather Post.
So Clay, where'd you go? So even though we can't figure out where the 150 feet setback came from, so I'm hearing that the state has certain guidelines and that we are asking for stricter guidelines, and doesn't really make the decision for me, right? Because the state does a lot of things that aren't necessarily good for county areas. So that in of itself, just knowing that their setback is 25 and ours is 150 doesn't make the decision in finality for me. Okay.
I don't, can I clarify something real quick? What I was talking about, the 25 and the 50 foot are wetland buffers.
I understand. You explained it all, but I'm just saying that simply that, but we are making the point that St. John's is this, it's less. And so I'm just saying that specifically, just because the state is doing certain environmental regulations doesn't necessarily mean that that's the best thing for our county. So period, right? Just across the board. So that in of itself just definitely doesn't help me make a decision. But so I have the question. We have a standard, and if we continually make special exceptions for a standard, then it no longer becomes the standard. The special exceptions become the standard. And if we are in fact saying that we don't want to change it, we just want to say every time we do a special exception, we are going to do this. And if that is the best practice, then why aren't we just requiring best practice anyway across the board?
That could come out of the discussion that the 150 feet goes away and that we just maintain this standard of, what staff wanted to do is come in with a very conservative recommendation at this approach, because we can always back off of a more conservative approach and want to make sure that we're encompassing what we feel is the most protective measure we can. And if through the final discussions of goes through the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission and what ultimately winds up in front of y'all, we come up with the fact that maintaining that 150 feet is not necessarily, and that we just should defer to the site-specific hydrology analysis, then that can be basically the final determination. We just did not want to, candidly throw the baby out with the bathwater right now at this point without having full certainty as to where, first, the council wants to go, and second of all, going through and making sure from a technical perspective that we're able to get all of the nuances of the hydrology analysis completed.
So just looking at it from a very basic level, I don't consider it more conservative to go in and say, okay, every time that we now do a special exception, which means in fact that we'll be providing special exceptions, right? That we will be getting closer and closer and to our wetlands. And that just doesn't seem conservative to me just on a basic level. And I would think that any operations that we're doing regarding wetlands or in the environment should be the best standards, period, without even coming to council. But I'm just very leery of changing anything that really makes the standard exceptions the standard, which is really what we're doing.
I understand where you're coming from, and again, the way it's worded right now is that it shall be a minimum 150 feet, and, you know, the level of analysis and what we're requiring is not an easy thing to accomplish.
Right.
So the fact is someone may just simply say, I'd rather just do the 150 feet because it's already on the books. I don't have to go and pay an additional amount of money to do that. I don't have to go through the hydrology analysis. I don't have to post the bond. I don't have to worry about the reclamation. I don't have to worry about potential problems cropping out.
Totally understand that someone could not do the special exception, but we're still sort of opening the door of, you know, that, so when the special it's much easier for council to approve a special exception if we've made many, many allowances in our standards and our laws and our permitting and everything else for those special exceptions to occur much easier. So I'm just going to leave it at that, and I see we have, are you our public participation person? Okay. Thank you, Clay.
And again, this is y'all's directive, if
I got
y'all,
it. Thank
so
you.
we'll take
I was
it.
going to ask him a
Thank
question
you.
real quick. Could I ask one more question? Isn't it new processes and new technology kind of driving this a little bit?
That is what we've heard, is that the use of the method that they're using for dewatering, they are no longer basically shipping the water off site. In the past, what you saw was an extensive loss of groundwater. Now what the attempt is, in order to, again, and I'm going to tell you, it's not because of their good heart, but it's in order to avoid a consumptive use permit requirement through the St. Johns River Water Management District, they're trying to retain at least 90% of the water on the site. And so what the technology that they developed is such that they can return the groundwater back to it, with the concept that during that temporary time frame that they are excavating, they would only lose 10%, and that once it's reclaimed, it would go back to the normal level.
Ben, can we hear from JC, or do you want to ask a question first, or make a... JC, would you come forward, just tell us your name and where you're from and what's on your mind?
All right, my name is JC Figueredo. I'm from DeLand. Been here for 30 plus years. I can tell you that this dewatering and these bags don't work, okay? I have, me and my neighbors, probably about 24 of us right now are suffering the consequence of mining and pumping water into a safe area where they're saying that it's going to be put back in the correct area. We are an example of this failed engineering and this very poorly done process. To stand here and hear 150 feet and wanting to go less sounds crazy. We should be talking 500 feet. We should be talking 1,000 feet. We should be protecting this ground and not flooding other places and worry about these million and billion dollar companies saving a couple bucks pulling more dirt from one area. A perfect example, like I said, is my property and my neighbors. If you drive down Kepler right now, or Martin Luther King, you can see the development that they're building, and you can see this process with these bags and the way that they're saving this water. It's not just staying in that area, it's running down the highway, Kepler, and it's flooding all of our properties. So we are just a small example of a small project when you're talking about doing this all over the state or all over the county. You know, it's it's not right for us, it's not right for the people, it's not right for the wildlife that you're tearing up. It's when you dewater an area, you're essentially draining the standing water that is in the wetlands. If it's a wet wetlands, that doesn't necessarily mean that there has to be water. But the second you start dewatering it, you're pulling that water down below the soil, you're killing off fish, you're killing off the vegetation. There are consequences to all this stuff. So to save a few dollars, to get an extra 50 feet of dirt just sounds insane. I mean, we should be talking about doing a lot more to protect it than to allow somebody to excavate and pull some dirt out. And again, a perfect example today with all this area on the west side of Martin Luther King. You can see what was wetlands, which they have cleared out all these trees and vegetation. They have the bags, they have the pumps going, they have all the tractors and stuff. This is a perfect example of what will happen more around this county if they get even more of this buffer removed. That's it.
I have a question for you, and this is a serious question. How did you get out of your property today?
In my truck through like a foot of water. And there's a lot of people like me. I'm not the only one. And there's going to be a lot more around this county. We are already saturated. We can't take any more water. And by digging up these wetlands, natural vegetation, leaves, soil, plants, it all absorbs water differently than a pool of water. If you take a cup of water and you set it outside, and you take the same cup and you dump it out on the ground, the cup that you dump out will evaporate before that cup. And that's essentially what you're doing when you're making a retention pond or some wet pond, is you're puddling up water that doesn't have the same chance to evaporate and be used like it was intended for.
Thank you. Ben Johnson?
I grew up in this county, and I know, JC, what you're talking about, some of these waters places coming up. When I was a kid, a lot of those places were lakes, and we're dealing with some of those places that the water was down for many, many years. And now this is just a natural places that they think we're pumping water to or not. Groundwater coming up in places, and Deltona's a prime example. Those dry lake beds, I remember when they were lakes, when they were dry lake beds, and now when they came back and flooding is a problem. And many of these places are put, water has come back where it once was. I think and understand, Heather, where you're coming from there, but with new technology, and I think with this idea that we take and really have a chance that they have to jump through all the hoops and not just arbitrarily say we can dig up to the boundary lines. I think that makes a difference. If they just said we want to go to the 25-foot mark or the 50-foot mark, it would have, I don't believe this board would even consider it. I really don't. But the idea that now that they have to jump through with the ground monitoring wells in a place like that, they have to go through the hydrology, they have to go through a great expense. And it's not just arbitrarily saying, we're going to move this back, but we're going closer to St. John's. We don't know why they did what they did, but we have checks and balances in place to make sure that it works, that it does work. And special exceptions kind of is our business. That's why people can't just do it. They have to come to us in order to try to show us what they have done. But I'm in support of that project out there because, and if they didn't have all these checks and balances that we've looked through and heard about, I couldn't be for it.
So on the checks and balances side, I would again refer to the state, right? Even as recently as this week, I'm still seeing stuff come through my feed of the disaster over at Pikey Point on the west side of the state, following all the guidelines for the state, and these things happen. There are numerous examples that we can give, and council has brought up many, many times where the state has provided guidelines that just aren't enough to take care of our county lands and take care of our county citizens. And I have discussion with staff constantly in regards to just because, we're checking the boxes doesn't mean that that's good enough. And if to say that, there are those checks and balances in place, I just don't agree that there, especially when it comes to our environment, that there are those checks and balances in place. And I think it's so incumbent upon us as county council members to make sure that we are doing everything in our power, because once these things happen, like the place on the West Coast, you can't take that back. And these are, this isn't just a small decision. This is a huge decision that can have huge impacts later on. And so I don't really agree with the checks and balances, just because it follows a state guideline. I absolutely don't think that we should ever be going below the 150 for, even if we can't figure out why it was initially set. Lowering it, I think, is a horrible idea, because again, you cannot ever take that back. And then we do have these other issues. So I would say, and I will be, for any future things that we have regarding special exceptions, because we know we're going to have the special exceptions, because special exceptions are the standard, and that is our role. That in those special exceptions, I'm going to really work hard to be requiring the best practices anyway. So I'm a no vote, and unless there's more discussion, I'll call the vote.
Jesse, I appreciate you staying. I'm going to agree with Heather, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to pick on you. I'm going to use you because you are an example. Mm-hmm. I've been to your house. It's been months since I've been there. I couldn't drive to it. I had to stop way up on a hill because you are flooded. You bought high land with deep, deep sand, and there's a foot of water there. Uphill from you is your neighbor that had a pasture. His horses were not in the pasture because the pasture's underwater. Horses are now living in the barn. The chairman of our PLDRC lives in that neighborhood. All are suffering. And you know what they're suffering from? They're suffering from hydrology analysis. They're suffering from new processes and new technology and engineering. Every bit of that engineering said you were going to be safe. Yep. That all those developments going up around you would never flood you. We know what to do with water because we're following the science. Didn't work. So I'm not going to be for loosening any standards. I would agree with you that we need to protect our lands. And so let's increase the 150-foot zone if we need to. But I am not comfortable with saying, well, this is what the state does, this is what the engineer says, because I've seen the result of what the engineer does. And not only on your property, but in the property down in Tomoka River, where the whole street is flooded. Is it Swoon? Pardon? Shockney. All over this county, we have flooding that we've never had before. And we're told, well, it's raining. Yeah, it is raining, and it's always rained here. For hundreds and hundreds of years, it's rained here without floods. And now we have flooding when the engineering said you won't have it. We know what to do with the water. We don't. It's a complicated thing.
We have aerials from the 40s that have no water. I mean, all the way up. So, I mean, something has changed, and it's the developments. It's the building, it's the mining of dirt, it's the pumping the water into the bags, it's all of it.
Yeah, I just think we need to proceed with a preponderance of caution. Ben Johnson.
And everybody here has some really good points. And, you know, like Heather says, once we do it, it's done. But, you know, we could possibly put in here that our attorney'd have to answer this of a 3 or 5 year review, that it actually comes up. And I don't have a clue how the board's going to vote in general, but I would see nothing wrong with putting, and that's kind of a test. We see, is it good, is it bad, but it can come back in front of the council if it passes, but come back for us to review. And this may be one of the better things, if it's going to do, that we do look at the future to see, is it working, is it not? It gives this hydrology study that, that we're putting into the county, it gives them a chance of somewhere to look at and see, did we make a mistake today, or were we right? Was the other side right? But that we do have an option, if it's the wrong thing, that we can come back and fix it.
I vote to use all of us as an example. We can start testing on all of our properties for all the mining and wetlands that were disturbed to see if it worked or not. Can send all the experts out and they can do whatever they need to do. We'll be happy to be that test example.
Danny Robbins?
That's not true.
What I would, and I'm kind of thinking is how do we realistically stop mining? How do we realistically, also on the other end of this, protect the land ownership rights of both people? But how do we have some accountability to is if, let's just face the facts. Florida's a sandbar. Florida is low. There's standards that people can follow throughout time or haven't followed that maybe they should have built their houses a little bit higher. Maybe they needed that dirt to build their house higher. What happens when you don't have that dirt? You get flooded. Now, I'm not for stricter guidelines, okay? No project or no development is the same. And by doing this, it appears it gives staff and it gives the experts to kind of adapt and also be smart about this and give leeway where there is and be strict where they need to be. But at the end of the day, there is checks and balances for this. We have rights of the landowners on both sides of this, okay? But also to the responsibility of the landowner to do his preparation. It's like moving by next to a lake or lowland and not expect to get wet feet. Or moving next to an airport and not wanting to hear airplanes. There is some sort of accountability that all sides have to have, but I think this is an attempt to possibly hinder or stop growth and really put everybody in a bad spot, but that's all I have. Thanks.
Did you move next to a lake?
No.
Thank you. Let's make it clear. My understanding was from the direction that we were given by staff that they wanted direction from us. Does the county council want staff to initiate an administrative amendment to allow for a reduction in the minimum setback between the top of the bank and wetlands water bodies? Fred, is that your motion? Are you setting the?
Made my motion already.
Can you repeat it, please?
Have the clerk do that.
You don't have what?
I'll have the clerk do that.
Okay.
I have that it was to approve the proposed administrative amendment to section 72-293, 15B1, 4D, setback of 150 feet from any natural or man-made surface, water body, water course, or wetland.
Okay, so we're asking staff to review, not change, not set anything in concrete, and to come back with recommendations for us. I just want to make sure that the public and all of us know what we're voting for. No other, Ben, there is more discussion.
If Mr. Lowry would not object, I would like to have them put in there of the 5-year review so that it does allow councils to come back.
Make an amendment, I'll second it.
I'll make an amendment that we put a 5-year review so that we can come back and evaluate whether we have it's a failure
I'll
or
second
a plus on it.
Okay, we have an amendment to reevaluate in 5 years, second by Lowry, and a question by the county manager. George?
Yeah, just to add here that what we're asking would be to come back with an ordinance, so that would contain that in that. I just want to make it clear, and the staff will work again with the other review agencies in preparing that ordinance. And then the ordinance is really meant to give a process to get a special exception. It does not change the 150-foot setback. It only gives a process if someone were to request it, okay? And this is about mines, borrow pits. This is not about retention ponds or anything that are in a development This only applies to mines which are located typically out in rural areas. Because there's other issues that will also come into play, like trucking and other things. So when we do these, they're a big deal. So they will always come before you, and they need to, because they will affect, more than just hydrology. So just be aware of that. They all come before you.
Yes. Thank you for coming. The council wants to vote. Carissa, would you call the roll?
We're voting on the amendment at this time.
Well, we have to vote for the amendment first, and then we'll come back to the, so the amendment was for a 5-year review.
Mr. Johnson? Dr. Lowry?
Yes.
Ms. Post?
Clarification, so if it's passed, this vote is specifically, if it is passed, we will be doing a review?
Yes.
Then yes.
Mr. Robbins? Ms. Wheeler? Ms. Gerb? Mr. Brower?
Yes. Okay, now for the vote for the, your main motion to send this to staff to create a ordinance to come back that we'll vote on again. Would you call the roll one more time, please?
Mr. Johnson? Dr. Lowry? Ms. Post? Mr. Robbins? Ms. Wheeler? Mr. Brower?
No. Motion passes 4-2. And we'll take it up again when staff brings it back with their recommendations. And that takes us to item 4.
I think 3A.
There's a 3A, a resolution approving, and you're on, she's not in the room yet?
She's not here yet.
Okay.
I think we told her that it would probably be after lunch.
Okay.
So there'd be no stress.
Okay, item 3A, resolution approving the issuance of bonds to Florida Power and Light by Miami-Dade County Industrial Development Authority.
Mr. Chair. Good morning. Heather Wallace, Deputy County Attorney. This item, Agenda 3A, is to approve bonds being issued by the Miami-Dade County Industrial Development Authority to Florida Power and Light. They will be used to refinance some existing bonds, which were used to create some improvements in Volusia County. Because they were used for improvements in Volusia County, the County Council has to approve them at a public hearing, even though there is no actual financial obligation to Volusia County.
Do I have a motion? Do I have a second?
Second, Wheeler.
Motion to approve by Ben Johnson, second by Wheeler. All in favor, say aye.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
we have to allow an opportunity for public comment on this issue,
Okay.
if there is anyone who wishes to speak.
I haven't received any.
Okay.
You don't have any for 3A? Okay. All in favor, say aye again.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. And that takes us to item 4, discussion to allow dogs on the beach. And this is a discussion item. Unless somebody makes a motion for a specific vote, this is not a vote to allow dogs on the beach or to disallow dogs on the beach. It's a motion to discuss it. And I have a suspicion we've heard from a lot of the public on both sides, and that's really good. And I think we need to continue that process. And Clay, take it away. Oh, I'm sorry, Joe.
It's okay, sir. Joe Pozo, Public Protection. Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. At the March 16th council meeting, council asked for an item to be brought forward to discuss allowing dogs on the beach. Currently, animals are prohibited from being on the beach in accordance with Beach Code Section 20-113, which we have attached to the item. There are 2 locations in Volusia County that does allow animals on the beach: Lighthouse Point Park in Ponce Inlet and Smyrna Dunes Park in New Smyrna Beach. There, dogs must be leashed and owners are responsible for cleaning up after pets. The prohibition on animals on the beach has been in place since 1987. ADA compliant service animals are allowed on the beach pursuant to 413-.03 of the Florida statutes. Emotional support animals, however, are not exempt from the prohibition of animals on the beach. At the January 23, 2014 council meeting, the matter of allowing dogs on the beach for a trial period was discussed. Ultimately, a motion was made and passed with a 5-2 vote to abandon the discussion. Included in this item are examples of how other communities in Florida handle animals and/or dogs on the beach. Allowing animals on the beach will require an amendment to the beach code and can only be approved by county council. There is no recommended motion, Mr. Chair, as you said, on this item, but rather is presented for council's discussion today. We do have several subject matter experts here to answer any questions, which include Patricia Boswell, Volusia County Health Director, Andrew Etheridge, Interim Beach Safety Director, Ginger Adair, Environmental Management Director, and Jessica Winterwerp, our Coastal Division Director.
Thank you. Billy Wheeler.
Mr. Chair, I think that would really be great if we heard from each one of them. I think it's important.
And which attorney?
Mr. Chair, Paul Soria, just like to, for the record, you were handed out 2 emails, one from the Audubon Society and one from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission on this item. So just for the record, and the council has those documents.
Thank you.
Ms. Wheeler, is there anything specific that you'd like for them, or just perhaps their perspective?
Yeah, I would like their perspective. They received it years ago, and there was a reason, and I'd like to know, are those reasons still there, and what exactly are your comments?
Good morning, Andy Etheridge, Interim Director for Beach Safety. We don't really have a position on this topic. I will say that dogs take up a lot of our time on the beach. It's one of those issues that is about 50-50. You have half of the community that wants it, half that are opposed to it. As it stands, over the last 3 years, our incidents with citizens with dogs and our officers having to enforce it has almost doubled from 2018, with 1,890 incidents in 2018 up to 3,721 incidents in 2020. We're still at the same rate of enforcement. We try to gain compliance most of the time. In fact, 97% of the time is the average that people walk away from that encounter without any type of enforcement action. So we do maintain a high level of trying to gain compliance from the citizens and get that educational situation out there. It does create quite a problem for our officers. People become very belligerent when you're telling them they can't have their animals on the beach. They don't want to hear that. So it does become quite contentious. It is probably the #1 issue that brings complaints to my department, both for and against. So I take numerous complaints about our officers not enforcing the law, which, by the data shows that we do enforce the law 3,700 times to be exact for 2020. We also get a lot of complaints that we're way too heavy-handed in our enforcement of that, which we also have the data to show that that's not the case either. So we're right in the middle. It does cause a lot of problems for us either way. If the dogs are allowed, and this is, keep in mind, this is just to increase the areas that dogs are allowed on the beach, because there are areas that dogs are allowed on the beach. So just to keep that point out there. I don't think it'll increase or decrease our workload. It's just going to be different enforcement. We'll be chasing people that have their dogs off the leashes or the ones that aren't cleaning up after them. So either way, I think it's going to affect our agency and our workload about the same.
Thank you. Is Patricia Boswell here? Would you like to speak to the issue?
Good morning, Chairman, members of the council, staff. Patricia Boswell. I'm the administrator for the Florida Department of Health in Volusia County. There's two primary public health concerns with dogs on the beach. The parasitic infection from organisms such as hookworms and roundworms. Another public health concern is animal bites that may occur due to close proximity of people and pets. Contamination of beach sand by animal fecal material, especially dogs, poses risk of parasitic infections to those who come into contact with contaminated sand. As I said, parasites such as hookworms and roundworms may be present in this fecal material, especially if the pet has not been cared for by a veterinarian. And hookworms are quite happy in moist sand, and there's a lot of human skin contact with beach sand compared to other locations for dog parks. When it comes to animal bites that may occur, last year the Department of Health in Volusia County investigated 748 dog bite incidents. 36 victims received rabies post-exposure prophylaxis. To date in 2021, we've investigated 248 dog bites incidents and recommended 12 dog bite victims receive the rabies post-exposure prophylaxis. So due to the parasites and the potential for dog bites, the Florida Department of Health in Volusia County would caution against this. Any questions?
I don't see any. Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you want to hear from somebody else?
I would like to hear from Jessica. And maybe, that could entail the Florida Fish and Wildlife. You're very familiar with their requirements and everything, so are they someone here for that?
I would defer the Fish and Wildlife
Okay.
to Ms. Adair.
Did Sam, yeah, good.
Good morning, Jessica Wintwerp, Coastal Director for Volusia County. I am a dog owner. I have 2 Chesapeake Bay Retrievers, which are water lovers, but I also operate and manage 2 of your dog beaches. I operate and manage the Lighthouse Point Park Beach, and then as well as the Smyrna Dunes Park Dog Beach, which are extremely popular, so much so that Smyrna Dunes Park will typically close to capacity at 9:30 on a Saturday morning. If you don't get in before 10, you may be sitting in a line and you may not get to the beach that day. Some of the operational issues you might encounter should you choose to move forward with allowing dogs on the beach. We can get past them just like we do at the parks. You learn to make it work and you figure out how to make a resolution to an issue. But just as you do with litter on the beach, you will still have people who consciously decide to not abide by the rules that you set in place. We hand out doggy bags at our toll booth to every dog that we see come through the toll booth with the car at our 2 inland park beaches right now. We have funding set aside through the revenues that are made at the 2 inlet parks to provide for law enforcement patrol, whether it is animal control, beach safety officers. We even get VSO detail out there as well. We have reached out this season due to the staffing constraints within our law enforcement agencies to outside municipalities like Edgewater and New Smyrna and the town of Ponce Inlet and such forth. We provide as many opportunities as possible to do the right thing. We have tons of signs. We have really engaging signs that have a little picture of puppy that says, poop happens, scoop it up. So they're cute, they're engaging. We try to get the people out there. It's not just a red and white sign that just has a bunch of no's all over it. You will encounter people who consciously decide not to abide by the rules, and you just have that expectation. If it comes down to additional signage, we're prepared to put additional signage out based upon what direction we receive from the council. If we're told to hand doggy bags out at the toll booth, it's something we can also easily implement. We currently hand out compostable trash bags upon request at our toll booths today, so we could easily, the same compostable trash bag can also pick up, animal scat as well. So we're prepared to implement whatever direction and process you guys provide us. Thank you.
and then our environmental.
Quick question for Jessica. So you piqued my interest because I go to the Ponce Inlet Dog Park with our little dog Sophie a lot. Do we actually have people on staff that go out and clean up at the
Yes.
beach? Okay.
We have maintenance workers twos, and on your busy Saturdays, we're just picking up litter. They are riding around in the little cart, and we give them a bullhorn to remind people to put their puppies back on leashes, because while it may be the cutest dog in the world, if I come up to you and I smile and ask you very nicely to put your dog on the beach, Miss Adair may think that I'm complimenting you on how cute your puppy is. I'm not trying to enforce the leash law. So because we've gotten a lot of feedback that we don't enforce it, we've moved to bullhorns.
For the actual picking up of the poop?
When it is around, we pick it up. They were told not to pass by any left scat.
So we have people on staff that
Yes.
maintain that at those parks. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Good morning. I'm Ginger Adair. I'm the Environmental Management Director. So my role here at the county is to protect the resources of the county, including the natural resources of the beach. In particular, on the beach, of course, we have an incidental take permit that allows driving, and then there's the habitat conservation plan that we use to enforce that incidental take permit. When this discussion came before the council in 2014, we did get a response from our U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service representative. And his response at the time was that there's not a direct connection between dogs on the beach and the incidental take permit, again, because that permit is related to driving on the beach. However, the service did provide us with an opinion that dogs on the beach are not in keeping with our conservation requirements. That letter was included, I believe, in your packet. In addition, yesterday we did receive emails from the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission with their opinion about animals on the beach and the hazards that causes to wildlife, particularly nesting and resting shorebirds, as well as birds that just come here on their migration and they rest on our beaches. So that was provided to you this morning. The Conservation Commission would recommend against allowing dogs on the beach. We also got an email that I provided to you this morning from the Florida Audubon with that same opinion. They believe that dogs in particular are hazardous to shorebirds. In addition, there is an opportunity that dogs could dig up or otherwise harass sea turtles. That's not covered under our take permit because our take permit is about vehicles. But there is the possibility that these animals could impact the federally protected sea turtles on our beach. So if you have any questions, I can answer them. Otherwise, that's what I can share with you right now. I will say this, if you do decide to go forward with allowing dogs on the beach, we didn't reach out again to the service just for this particular conversation, but if you decide to allow dogs in other areas in whatever capacity, we will at that point with our legal department reach out to the service and get an official opinion about whatever the proposal might be at that point.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for you. I'll just add that, as I said at the beginning, I don't think we're at the point to either vote for dogs on the beach or vote against dogs on the beach. But I think it would be appropriate to ask staff to bring back some specific recommendations that address all the issues that we have heard, specific areas. We have two areas right now. They're both on the extreme south end of the county, correct? I see all the knowing heads shaking, and at that, yes, the extreme south end, Ponce Inlet, maybe that's in the middle, and that's and they're on the west side, really on the inlet side, so it might be worth considering. Do we have a dog area in Ormond Beach or Daytona Beach or somewhere else? That's something that could be considered. Something else that could be considered is maybe a special license for pet owners that want to bring their dogs to the beach to pay for the service of picking up scat. Better would be to actually provide fines for people that don't pick up their own own scat. But either way, somebody's got to pay for the bags and even for the homeowners to use. So, that's another thing that could be discussed. Designated areas within the designated areas. The dogs should not be in the wildlife protected area of the beach. Again, this is all going to come back to you and to the beach patrol, and that is a big thing to be considered in this discussion. And lastly, it's also going to come back to you as leash laws. I know I wouldn't be in favor of even considering it if it wasn't requiring a dog to be on a leash. So job security for you with all these things. But that's just my feeling at this point. And we have 3 council members that would like to speak to the issue. Heather Post.
Quick question. So maybe Jessica or Ginger might want to comment on this. You might want to wait to get up to decide. But I've had brought up by several members of the public, we do currently have the 2. One is on this side of the inlet and one's on the north side. But those are the point of that location is that they're very contained. And is there any other identified area along the beach line, the giant expanse? Because I don't know of one in my district that is contained in a way there where you could basically block off that section or contain dogs and not have them going elsewhere.
Jessica Winworth, Postal Division. So anytime you set an area up for a specific designation, whether it is for your driving areas, you have to have delineators, because people who may not be here or from here may not know the rules and may not know, oh, I can't go past that hotel that's pink or however it looks. You currently have delineators in place right now for driving. You have a couple of no drive areas already. The areas, there are different types of no driving areas. There are natural beach management areas, which Ginger can speak to, that are mitigation measures for the incidental take permit. And then you have a couple of no drive areas in the core right now that we might possibly be able to set up some sort of delineating markers to. Short of that, the beach is wide open until you hit the inlet or, the North County or the Canaveral Seashore. There is a dog park located at Bicentennial, which you're very familiar with, but the pets are not allowed on the beach at that location. If we were to allow pets in an area like Bicentennial, we would have to put up some sort of demarcators on where the limits might be.
Okay.
But there's nothing existing.
So I just wanted to point out that geographically, those areas are contained geographically. They're just
very isolated.
inexistent. Right.
Yes. At Smyrna Dunes Park, your delineator is the jetty. You can go all the way from the Coast Guard station all the way around the west side along the Indian River to the inlet. And once you hit the jetty, you're no longer allowed to have your pets there, and we have plenty of signage that says that as well. Lighthouse Point Park is very unique because you just have a little very isolated area on the southwest corner of the jetty that's sandy at all times. And we have signages along our Atlantic beaches that advise you not to take your pets out there.
Okay, thank you.
Danny Robbins?
Chair, is there a motion on the floor to have this as discussion, or are we just back and forth with the staff at this point? Are you good with that?
Yeah, we're still asking questions of staff or whatever you want to do. There's no motion on the floor at this point.
I'd just like to make a motion real quick, just to discuss some issues with this. We have a second?
Okay. The motion was to
discuss it between council.
Okay. Motion by Danny Robbins and a second by Wheeler.
Just for discussion.
I know.
Well, I saw it between staff. I just want to make sure everything was kosher with it, just to CYA. But real quick, I am a dog owner, and I'm actually getting ready to get one more. And we regularly take our dogs out to these dog areas. But at some point here, something to definitely look at is what are we doing to protect the firm? protect the residents as well. And these are just some of the points that were sent in to me. And realistically look at risk versus reward. Now, I'm all for making another little areas throughout each district or whatnot to support this. But at this point, just from what I see, kind of opposed to opening up the entire beach. And one of my biggest concerns, as long as it's not counterproductive, if our ultimate goal is to save the beach, I just can't imagine the headlines or the feds coming back if little Jimmy's shepherd gets off leash and starts excavating a turtle nest or grabbing a turtle by the back of the neck and running down the beach with it. That would be just terrible. But another concern that we have is the additional liability. Even though we're self-insured here, there's a perfect example referred to as homeowner insurance policies. I have a couple from St. John's Insurance, Tower Hill Select, Tower Hill Prime, and there's a humongous list of dogs that they just won't insure. And it's probably a clue because there's just a tremendous risk here. So the question arises, who's going to pay for the extra liability? Do we want to tax the citizen more by enacting a permit or charge a permit fee, or just throw it in everyone else's tax bill, even the ones who don't use the beach? Additional services needed. I had people send in extra enforcement, dog catchers, cleanup crews, disposal, bags, emergency vet services, possible additional space or facility for dogs that have to be quarantined because of the state laws. Who's going to check to make sure the pets are up to date with all their shots? But the most important thing here is, and I hate calling out the obvious, but 2 weeks ago we want to get rid of beach fees, beach tolls, and now we're here with something that can potentially create a tremendous amount of liability and a tremendous amount of expenditures. So for people tuning in, 2 weeks ago there was a bright idea of giving away revenue. A little revenue that is generated from beach passes that barely offsets this already upside down beach venture got shot down. Now this week we want to discuss adding more liability. We can't do anything by giving away free revenue and free services. And although this is wishful thinking, I want to make sure that we are absolutely covered on this, and we really think some of these little issues through, because there's more to them. I don't know if this is a good pun here, but I just want to make sure the tail's not wagging the dog. Thank you.
Billy Wheeler.
Yeah, I just wanted to, some of my issues that were brought up to me were also ones that Danny brought also. You know, that we definitely would need to talk about the leash control, the cleanup regulations, who controlled how would we regulate everything, and how much more strain would that be if we really crack down, which regulations need to be enforced. My concerns are going to be the health issues, and I have grandchildren, and my grandchildren, unfortunately, eat sand, you know? And I can't, I don't want to go to the beach and have to keep my hand on my grandchildren so they're not over maybe picking up sand that's been anointed or whatever, you know. Nor do I want to lay my head down. I have 2 dogs, so I love my dogs. But I have a problem, and I've had lots of people email me, as they have all of us, about them being in the core area. You know, where our public is, where our cars are. There's a safety measure even for the animals. So those would be my concerns as we're moving forward and even looking at this, are the health issues, and definitely our birds, our migratory, our turtle nesting. There's a huge concern there of the preservation of the beautiful things that we have. You know, those are my concerns.
Fred Lowry.
Hey, thank you. I don't know if I'd admitted my grandkids eat sand, but that's okay. That's great. I think probably all kids have eaten dirt at one time or another. I'm certainly not in agreement to open up the beach carte blanche to dogs. I think some of the things, I won't repeat what's already been said, but I agree with what's already been said. We could talk about this all day, but I would like to make a motion that we direct staff to maybe look at an area or two in the northern section of the county that might be available for people up there. We already have a couple places south and middle, and maybe rather than just leaving this an open-ended and talking about it for 2 hours, maybe if I get agreement from everybody, I'll make that a motion that we direct staff to look at some other areas in maybe the northern hemisphere of our county.
I'll second that.
And that?
Okay, motion by Lowry for staff to consider everything that's been said here with, and second by Post. There have been some excellent ideas put on the table here. Ben, did you still want to speak?
I agree with Dr. Lowry, something up in the north end where, and you've got to look where there's not already houses or hotel or condos, because those people are going to fight it. You know, it's kind of, might fit right into your naming rights. Morgan and Morgan. If you bet by a dog on the beach, call Morgan and Morgan.
You might be surprised who's interested in that. I'm already getting calls.
This has been fought in 2014 with a lot of good information back then, and it's the same information as we have today. And really, when you run into it, do you want to take the chance of the liability, whether it's from a dog bite, and some gentle dogs even bite some people. My daddy was one of those people that dog never bit before would walk up and just bite him for the fun of it. But that concerns me. Pieces left in the sand, yes, you can pick up the surface, and we all know people don't pick it up like they're supposed to. So if we can find somewhere that it's not so intrusive, I can support that.
Okay, Heather Post, and then we do have quite a few members of the public who would like to speak to this before we vote, but go ahead, Heather.
So that was something that was brought up by a number of the citizens was, and that was why I brought it before about the geographical sort of boundaries that are currently in place for the 2 dog parks at the south end of the county, is that we really don't have that at the north end, which means, and what I was referencing in that way was that you have people that live right there on the beach, and at those other locations you do not. So, so who do we then make, in front of your property a dog park? And it is very different. There really is no other area on Volusia County beaches where we could do it in the same way without hindering the property rights, basically, the quality of life of those residents that live right there. Again, I'm very, very much a dog person, and I take my dog to the beach. But because of that one fact, I would love to have an area at the north end of the county where certainly people in my district would have access to the beach. And I know the people at Bicentennial contact me all the time and say, hey, we would love to just be able to cross over A1A with flashing lights, by the way, and say, and go to the beach. But they can't. And I think really what the point is there is that there is no specific boundary there, and you are affecting the quality of life of others. And so what's the return on investment there for those dog owners in making that decision? I would, if we're just going to have staff come back with, if staff can figure out how to make that happen and use their fairy wand and come back to us with some way of not having that be intrusive on the quality of life of others up there at the north end, then I'm absolutely all for hearing your suggestions. So certainly looking forward to that.
Thank you. Before I call the public, Mr. County Attorney Michael Dyer, can you address quickly liability, how we're handling that in the 2 dog parks that we have, and what's your feeling on liability?
Well, nothing, of course, prevents us from ever being sued. I think we only have exposure is where we have, if we do establish rules, we want to ensure that we're uniform in their enforcement. But I think we have signage, or you can have signage to minimize some of our risk, because inherently, I think when you're bringing your animal to a park and there's going to be some inherent risk that could be bit. But I think any program that we have in place that allows dogs in a park or designated area that we can manage in a way that does not, that we manage the risk as much as possible.
Thank you. Fred, did you want to?
Thank you. I just want to bring up a point of order. This was not advertised as open public discussion. And when we have that, we do have people who want to speak, and people have already expressed through email and so forth to us. Is it appropriate for the chair alone to open that up to public discussion, or shouldn't the whole body be able to do that? You see what I'm saying? I mean, we didn't really advertise this as open to the public to discuss, and this is probably going to take quite a while. There's quite a stack there. I don't mind them speaking, but I just think that when we don't advertise it as such, should we not then have to approve that if we're going to open this up? Because we do have public discussion times at the beginning and at the end for people to speak on anything. Wouldn't it be most appropriate for the council to approve that rather than the chair taking it upon himself?
Well, it's a good question. I mean, if I were asked, I would advise that we do open it up for the public input, only because we've generated as an agenda item. You are giving direction to staff, although you're not making a final decision. So I think it's appropriate.
It's an item where we have public participation in every item. This wasn't at the chair's discretion, but I do appreciate you bringing it up. It was the public's discretion, and we have quite a few people from the public that want to speak, and I'll give them the opportunity right now. Kathy Pugh? Heather, did you want to speak while she's coming up?
Just very quickly, so point of order, if we are, because I want to absolutely make sure that we are providing the public with their opportunities, and then they're not going to be allowed the opportunities for whatever reasons. But on the agenda, I think it might be confusing to the public as well, because we're actually listing, it says public hearings, and then it lists these items, and that was the very first item listed after public hearings. So if I were a member of the public, I would assume that was a public hearing and opportunity for me to speak. So if it is not, I think we would need to note that on the agenda.
And at the beginning of the meeting, I made an announcement that if somebody wanted to speak to an item to fill out a form, that's customary. We've always done that. Previous councils have done that. So, and I knew that a lot of the public did want to speak on this because I've been hearing from them for several months. And so, Kathy Pugh, this is your opportunity.
Hi, my name is Kathy Pugh. I live right here in DeLand. I personally love dogs. Sorry, not a cat fan. I have a 6-pound Pomeranian whom I love dearly. However, I would never take her to the beach. Okay, there's numerous reasons. It is not healthy for us as humans when people do not clean up after themselves, and we have this issue in our own neighborhood. We have 2 dispensers set up, one at one end, one at the other, doggy bags, the little garbage can, and there's still neighbors. I'm one of them, where I go out and work in my yard, and guess what happens? I step in a pile of it. My yard is fenced. In the back, that is the only place my dog goes. I do not take her out and walk her around. If I did, I carry the bags with me. We travel with her, and I can tell you this, there is no rest area and no hotel where I've ever taken my dog on the actual dog walk. I will carry her to a neighborhood close by to let her walk because people do not clean up after their animals. And if their animals have not been vaccinated, or if they have worms and my dog steps in it and she licks her paw, then she's going to have it. I take my dog to the vet. She is licensed because she does go to the groomers, and she gets her vaccinations. The other reasons I do not take her to the beach is the salt water is not good for your dogs to drink. It can cause dehydration and diarrhea. And if you're not aware that this is happening, you will kill your dog. It is not the appropriate place. The other reasons are, what if they get a hold of a jellyfish? What are you going to do if they bite it, if they lick it? Now you have a dog that has been stung. That is cruelty to me, to an animal. Then you have people, just as if on April the 15th in the News Journal, reporter David Tucker went to the Ponce Inlet Dog Beach and he took 3 pictures of dogs that were not on leash. Now, they were bigger dogs. If they were to bite a child, you're going to get sued. If they're going to bite my little baby, I'm going to sue you, I guarantee you, because I keep mine on a leash. Actually, I have her on a harness so I can yank her up quick because we have had dogs come to her. So for these reasons, it is very important that we do not allow them to associate where we are. Plus, what if you have a car hit a dog and run it over? I guarantee you, you're going to get sued again because you allowed the cars on the beach and now you've allowed the dogs. I appreciate that you have the 2 different parks. I appreciate that there's lots of dog parks. My dog has never been to one and never will because of the reasonings people do not pick up after themselves. And I don't want my dog getting sick, and I certainly do not want to get it. And I know the worm infections do happen at the beach to adults. I have a dermatologist that's told me. Thank you.
Thank you. Maureen from South Daytona Beach. Carissa, do we have sound effects?
Maureen Armstrong.
Yes. Thank you.
Daytona Beach, homeowner, taxpayer, dog owner. I think the dogs on the beach is a terrible idea. They have their own sections. I'd never taken my dog to the beach. If you've been on the beach, you've seen dogs on the beach. They are not service animals. People bring their dogs anyway. And the same people are going to bring their dogs, they don't clean up after them. People don't clean up after themselves. Never mind the dogs. You're going to have liability. I bring my you don't have control over the dogs or the dog owners. The dogs come in various sizes. Their poops come in various sizes. You can't pick up their pee. So I'm not understanding we're supposed to be keepers of the beach. I don't understand the dogs on the beach. You're not keeping the beaches very pristine by allowing animals. You're keeping the loop very pristine, obviously. The beaches are another concern. I also, and it's not on the agenda yet, but your advertising at the ramps is just another way to garbage up the beaches. Leave the beaches alone, please. I'm not going to take up my whole 3 minutes. I don't have my whole agenda in front of me. I just have 2 issues. One issue, and that is the beach and the condition of the beach. It's a privilege to drive on that beach. It is not a right. It is not a right of a taxpayer. You're not even meeting the beach budget, and you want to open the beaches free. It's not paid for by me. You're not even meeting the beach budget. So how is it you're telling me that that's free? So I'm a taxpayer. I think $25 is...
My husband and I chose Daytona Beach as our retirement home. We purchased in 2014 and we moved here full-time in 2017. In previous communities where I've lived, I've always looked for ways to contribute to make life better, to fill a void in the community or a need. As one example, while living in Virginia, I was responsible for founding and serving as president of a 501c3 designated organization dedicated to community service on a number of fronts, and it's still celebrating its 14th year this year. Since 2017, in an effort to make a difference here, I became an annual sponsor of the Halifax Humane Society, where I volunteer around 1,000 hours a year, fostering and supporting fundraising and other community outreach. Today, I am here as a member of the leadership team of Daytona Dog Beach, speaking on behalf of our 500 members. We asked them not to come, that we would be here to represent them. Daytona Dog Beach was launched on January 28th by Robert Lewis. His vision is for sections of Daytona Beach to be designated a dog-friendly, where leashed, well-behaved dogs could accompany their owners. On March 12th, 4 members of our group met to begin formal planning to bring our dream to reality. We walked away with action items, which we have been addressing since, with many still in progress. Several include to develop and launch a survey of our members, using the survey results to fine-tune our plan and to look for additional leaders and partners within the group. To engage county and city leadership, including council members, leaders of public safety, animal control, beach safety, environmental management. To engage with state leadership in the areas of fish and wildlife and health. To engage key interested and impacted parties such as tourism and hospitality industry. To identify and understand key concerns, many of which we've heard today, and to work to address them and find agreeable solutions, potentially even partner to support the goals of other groups. And to develop an understanding of the budgetary impact of our proposal and then identify potential solutions. Our hope is to receive a green light to begin working with key partners to allow for dog-friendly beach options in Volusia County. Done appropriately, I see the potential a dog-friendly beach has to unite our community in support of this labor of love. I have communicated with more neighbors and heard more heartwarming stories around our shared passion for our dogs than I have experienced in the last 4 years living here.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I don't know that I did not turn these in ahead of time, but we did make packets for all of you.
Pass them out. Thank you.
For Mr. Rechtenwald and for Joseph and Andrew, who we knew were speaking today.
I'm over there.
And
Thank you.
there is information in here about potential sites that you'll see.
Very good.
Thank you. Thank you.
John Nicholson, followed by Wendy Schumann.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. Basically, everything I've wanted to say has been said. The biggest thing is, you all have heard from all the dog owners that are responsible. What you don't hear from is those that are irresponsible. And thank God that several people have mentioned it, because they're the ones that cause all the trouble. And if you open up the beach, which I don't think you're going to do, we would have a problem, a really big problem. When I walk on the beach at between 3 and 5 in the morning, I don't encounter any problems. Generally, I see 1 or 2 dog owners with their dogs running around, but it's not a big deal. If you do open, and I think you really should, to me, Ponce Inlet is not in the middle of the county. If you look at the population, Daytona Beach is the middle of the county. So having to go 6 or 10 miles south is not the middle. There are 5 locations that I can think of right off the top of my head that you could put dog parks, and 2 probably is a no-brainer that you wouldn't do it. Sunsplash Park, the county owns it, so you can put a dog park in front of it. Obviously, you wouldn't. Romano Park, you guys own it, and you wouldn't put a dog park there either. So the other 3 locations would be one just north of Granada Boulevard. It's a closed beach. You could put a dog park right there. You have a little tiny sliver that's yours. You could go, and which I think is the ideal location, there's a Lutheran church, and I don't know what the road is, but the county has a parking lot there. People could walk, and there's a light, and then have a dog park on either one side or the other. That is not well used in terms of like hundreds of people. The last location, and I think would probably the best, is the Centennial Park. Have them go over the bridge and take either left or right and make it a dog park. Because you really, and every time I fasted, I'm talking there's like 5 or 10 cars in the parking lot. So I've never gotten out, well, actually I did once, to go out and see what the whole thing is about. But generally, there's not a ton of people in that parking lot. So it's not going to affect like gazillion people being denied access to the beach, because they can go over and have a whole, 4 miles before you hit Granada or whatever. So to me, that would be the ideal location. It really is something that the north end of the county needs, and I think that would be the best location with the least amount of trouble, and it wouldn't affect any of the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy? And then after Wendy, Alex Pandalos.
Good morning, everyone. Long-time resident, first-time speaker, 3rd generation to the area, and this has always been a big thing for me. And up until a week ago, I didn't have a dog. which I decided to bring one back from Africa last week. So she has really liked the beach so far. I would propose maybe, just as you guys have talked about different areas, I would also suggest maybe different times. The dog shouldn't be down on the beach in the middle of summer at noon. So maybe even with ordinance looking at, of course, I would say getting all the responsible people to register, and at the time of registering the dog and having a serial with that dog, you show proof of all your vaccinations. It has to be renewed. If you do cause trouble or you violate, you get fined, and then you can lose your license for your animal. But also doing from maybe the beginning of the morning until maybe 10, and then in the afternoons from 5 after. That wouldn't be high traffic areas. I live in Ormond by the Sea. I'm off of Capistrano. And I know in my area, I see dogs all the time on leashes. I've never encountered any kind of, we're pretty responsible up there. I've never encountered any kind of dog remains, but I can't tell you how many times that I've had a hook in my foot from a fisherman or anything like that. And I spend every day, I was on the beach this morning even. And I think that if it's regulated appropriately, there will always be someone that will not follow the rules. We all know that. But I think the people who want this and that would work together would, come together to make the appropriate, allotments to have our dogs on the beach. So that's really all I got. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alex? And after Alex, Karen Clark.
Hello. My name is Alex Pandelis. I live in Ormond Beach. Before that, I lived on Daytona Beach, right on the beach. And I never took my dog there because I wasn't allowed. I really like the idea of a dog beach. I know it needs to be someplace that's away from everybody else, or primarily. We were thinking about an area that's close to the Cove Motel. It's about a half-a-mile area. It doesn't have poles, but maybe poles could be added, or something. But we were hoping to confine it into an area where we could at least try to police it ourselves as much as possible. I know if I walked my dog and I saw somebody didn't clean up after themselves, I would, because I'd want to continue to have that beach. I just think it's a great idea. I think that we have to give the people some place to take their dogs further north than the inlet. That's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You said it well. Karen Clark, and followed by Lynette Fine.
Hello, Karen Clark, DeLand, Florida. You've mentioned several times beach safety hasn't got a comment in either direction. Another person said that there was dog bites so many during the year. Well, how many of them were actually on the beach? Because there's dog bites everywhere. We have a big county. The other thing, you had mentioned, Mr. Robbins, that suppose it was digging up a turtle mound. Well, your dog's supposed to be on a leash to begin with. So, and if it does, then the property owner gets fined and everything else, provided everything gets taken care of legally. Liability is on the pet owner, not the county. You're the pet owner, you're bringing the dog on there. They've mentioned several times about putting a beach more northern. Don't use the terminology dog park. A dog park is enclosed and the dogs are off leash in a dog park. So what the terminology, I believe, should be, dogs allowed leashed by law. So you're not going to have your dogs running all over the place, going and biting children. Again, they're supposed to be on the leash. So again, liability goes back to the person. And if you can close off a beach because of a hotel with petrified or whatever kind of leaching poles, then you can do that for a dog allowing area. If you can do it for a hotel, why can't you do it for people? There's probably, I would say, at least 1 out of every 3 residents in the county owns a pet, and most likely a dog. So again, use the correct terminology. Don't call it a dog park on the beach. It's dogs allowed. And especially with our laws, you cannot leave a dog in a car.
and you want to go to the beach, you're visiting and everything, where is it going to go? On a leash, sitting next to your car would be perfect. You're not disobeying a law by leaving your dog in a truck, in a car anywhere. And having different hours, I know down towards the West Palm Beach area, they do allow dogs being leashed on there after certain hours. And that's another good option. And as far as stepping on doo-doo out there on the beach or a dog errand, what about the gosh darn cigarette butts that people leave there that you can burn your foot on? Just letting you know.
Thank you, Lynette Fine. And then Austin Groves.
Hello. As a long-time native here, I just wanted to not repeat everybody because it can take up anybody's time, but all I'm hearing is no one's taking into consideration the tourism that goes on here. There were people come down, I see them all the time, they bring their dogs, they have no idea that they're not allowed on the beach. So with all the responsible people who love their animals, I get it, but I just don't understand how it'll ever be managed and why we put ourselves in that kind of position with that beach. Our beach is a sanctuary, and it's one of the best things about this area. I was recently down in South Florida, Juno Beach, if anybody's been there. They have dog parks. Their beach is broken up into different dog parks. I could not believe the minute I got down on that beach. You see the turquoise water, it's beautiful, and then you look down and there's waste everywhere. And that's just minor compared to when I hear the wildlife person talk, I mean, that's something I've always thought could be unhealthy on the beach, but to hear the extent of it, I just can't imagine that we would think that it's, who is going to manage different areas? I can't see it, anyway. Besides the fact that our tolls are so reasonable, like the other woman said, it's amazing that we can have that. $25 a year and our car can be on the beach, let alone a dog being hit on the beach or a child being hurt. I wish I could say it better, but I think everybody said it, and I'm just throwing my 2 cents in.
You did great, thank you. Austin Groves, followed by Missy Heron.
Good afternoon, council members and everyone in attendance. My name is Austin Groves. I live at 5088 Palmetto Street, Port Orange, Florida. Proud, responsible dog owner, 10-year-old yellow lab. He enjoys wading in the ocean just as much as I do. I grew up here surfing up and down the coasts, and the beaches should be allowed to be shared with our furry friends. I'm not here to complain. I'm here to propose solutions. Some people have said something about making sections of the beach where dogs are allowed. One particular solution could be near the Ponce Preserve, where there's no houses, no condos, very little beach traffic, and some other people have said something about a time frame, before 10 a.m., after 5 p.m. As far as the fecal matter goes, I go down to Ponce Inlet Dog Beach 3 times a week, religiously. My dog loves to be in the water. There's not fecal matter all over the beach. I believe most people are responsible dog owners. As far as the dog bites go, where's the data with that? I'm also a recreational boater, where you go out to Disappearing Island, and there's dogs running around everywhere. Not one incident, there's not dog fecal matter everywhere. There could be a pay-to-play option, where some people have proposed getting your dog registered, providing the proper health documentations. I was once a resident of Colorado, where particular apartment complexes will actually take a fecal sample, and if you're found in violation, then you can be hit with a lofty fine. Our furry friends should be able to enjoy the beach just as much as we do. And right now, when you go down to the dog beaches, they're it's pretty dense with dogs, so it's kind of hard to keep those dogs away from each other, and I think there's just a better option. As far as the liability goes, we have cars on the beach. Children have been hit. We're talking about dogs biting people. Like, if we're going to not allow dogs, then what are we talking about with the cars on the beach? Doesn't seem to be a kind of apples to oranges argument there. And that's pretty much all I have to say. I hope we can have our furry friends on the beach sometime soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Missy. And then the last one will be Julie Opheel.
Hi, my name's Missy Herrero. I'm a resident of Ormond Beach for over 28 years. I saw this come before the county in the past, and I was busy like a lot of people working and taking care of our families, and it just kind of came and went, and we were like, wow, we missed it. So I actually grew up in Palm Beach County, and I visit there regularly. The beach that the lady before me referred to as Juno Beach, I was just there 2 weeks ago, and she's right. It's beautiful. The water is crystal clear, and there are dogs of all sizes, Great Danes, Pomeranians, everywhere, running around, not on leashes, and everybody gets along fine. It's also the most densely populated nesting of loggerhead and leatherback turtles, and they all get along. The dogs don't dig up the nest, and everyone somehow magically works it out. So, I just asked the county council to, if we don't know how to do it, we can line up people all day long here from the Audubon Society and everywhere else. If you don't want it, you're going to line up staff to show why you don't want it. Why don't you look to a county that can do it and does it successfully for decades and ask them how they do it, right? I mean, it doesn't seem that complicated. I think some of the negative things that have happened here on dog beaches, if there are them any specifically, it's probably because you're cramming people in two very small areas who want to take their dogs to the beach. Like I said, Palm Beach County is highly focused on conservation. They make it work. I go to that beach every time I go home to visit friends that are there. And as far as litigation, Palm Beach County is by far outweighs us in lawyers per capita, and they do fine. They actually have a nonprofit group that not only helps with the beach, but they've picked up 75,000 pounds of trash on the beach since 2006. It is truly one of the prettiest beaches, I think, in the world. And I don't understand why we have such a hard time looking past ourselves. And people talk about, they want their children to step in dog do. There's dirty diapers on the beach with poop in them. There's needles. There's trash, But I think that we have a lot of opportunity to move past this. So thanks for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Julie Uphill?
Hello, my name is Julie Ufile. I had no intention of speaking today, but with this opportunity, we're so concerned where we're going to designate small areas for dogs. I live in Ormond, and I walk my dog 5 miles a day. We are limited, even in Ormond, with dog parks and the opportunities to get out and share, and I'm a very social person. I'm young enough to go meet new people, but I have just moved into a new neighborhood, and the reason I know all of my neighbors is because I have a dog. And I just moved into a street with a lot of elderly people that now, I can service, I can help them. I go get their trash cans. I go over and help them when they need help moving something. And it's only because I have a dog that this has happened. So I'm not a crazy dog owner, but I love my dog. I find a great opportunity for us all to be able to put our dogs on leashes and just walk our beach. Let's not even just make designated areas right now. Let's just take baby steps. Let's all put our dogs on our leashes and just walk up and down our beaches and meet each other. I don't know that we need, I have not taken my dogs to the dog park down there. I drive 30 minutes up to Flagler, and I go up there to use those beaches. And I have time. I have the resources. I can take my dog up there. But I also could walk right there to Granada with my dog and walk 3 miles up the beach and then walk back and get a 6-mile walk in and meet my neighbors. And I'm not even taking my dog off the beach. Off the leash. So if we need to take baby steps, let's take baby steps. Let's allow us to park our cars, have our dog on a leash, and walk up and down our beautiful beaches. Meet our neighbors, have a great, free, it's a lovely way to share a day. And you're with your animal's happier, they're not going home and barking and keeping up the neighbors and biting the neighbor's cat. And, because they're healthy, they're getting the exercise they need. And guess what? So are the people that need to get out and walk the beach. So we don't need to designate acres and all those things right now. Let's just let us walk our dogs on the beach. Park our car, go 3 miles north, go 3 miles south, get in our car. We have a tired dog when we get home. We met somebody, and when we get back, we're probably a happier neighbor. So that's my hope, is that we can start small, and maybe we can get somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before we call for the vote, we have a motion on the table. I just want to add to everything that was just said. For the people that spoke against this and the people that spoke for it, one of the things that I love about doing this is that we have really smart people in Volusia County. Whatever side you are on, you expressed yourselves well. You brought up points that all of us need to consider, that staff will consider if this goes to staff, to if the council chooses to send it to staff, and I hope they do, so that the conversation can continue. It will come back, and then it will be voted on, up or down. We're not voting on it up or down today. I hope if we vote to not send it to staff, it's over. So but just thank you for coming and expressing yourselves and doing a good job and in a civil way. That's what America is about. Options and Billy Wheeler.
Mr. Chair, did we have a motion? Did anybody make a motion? That's what I thought, we already had a motion and a second.
An hour ago.
But it's still the same motion to move it forward to staff, and I
Yeah,
still.
let them look for some
Yeah,
spots.
so, yes, so I don't know, I think we could probably call for the vote.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, we have a motion on the table to send it to staff to consider all these options, and they will come back to us. We had a second. Why don't we call the roll again?
Miss Wheeler.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson. Dr. Lowry.
Yes.
Miss Post.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins. Mr. Brower.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to ask the staff for some, or my colleagues up here for some direction. It's 12:14. We could knock out 2 more items, or we could take a break, and I think I'm seeing break here. Either way, whatever you're...
These are long topics, so I think we need to have the time to adequately discuss them. So let's eat.
And not on an empty stomach? Okay. So it's 12:14. We will be back at 1:15.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I did want to ask, though, so we have items 7, 8, 9, and 10 are all staff items, where only staff is really speaking. And then item 11 is one where we have some people that have been waiting all morning to speak. So I'm wondering if we could, in fact, maybe place them as sort of a 6A, move them up in between 6 and 7, so that they can be heard earlier in the day on the human trafficking issue.
I don't have an issue with that. Does anybody? No. Everybody's looking out for staff.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Hello? If everybody wants to take their seats, we'll get started in about 60 seconds.
What's going on? Nice to meet you. That really wasn't what I wrote. Part of it was, but I mean, I was just trying to, I didn't even, yeah. I don't live there, but I just live here. Okay. That's okay. I don't have any idea now.
That's all
Right here. Thank you. There's also one seat over there by the wall. No, I have to go You lost your pen.
Oh, I did?
It's back there.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Thank you.
I got it.
Thank you.
Well, they kind of said no before. No, I know.
I didn't see the beginning of it. I didn't see any of the anything. I'd like to get some tape.
All right, we've got about 1 minute, so if everybody wants to find a seat, we'll get started at 1:20. All right, it's 1:20. We'll resume the meeting. We're on item 5, for which we have just a couple people that would like to speak. This is an agenda item that I asked to be added here for the purpose of moving this to a workshop, the whole idea of beach tolls. You've heard it brought up this morning. So I want to give you a little background on what my thought was when I asked to have this put on, and specifically asked for a workshop. I'm not asking for an up or down vote on what the council thinks of beach tolls yet. But here's the background. Here's what's important to me. We need a workforce in Volusia County. We need our young people to stay here and work. And it's not happening. The median age, I don't know if you can put that slide up on Volusia County needs to keep our young people. They are the workforce our businesses need. And the median age in Volusia County is 46.5 years old. In Florida, it's 41.9. In USA, it's 37.9. 25 to 34-year-olds, the people that are entering the workforce that we want to keep here, we're behind the net, 11.4%, 12.9 for Florida, 13.9 for the USA. The prime age labor force, if you look down, is 78%, where Florida and the nation are 80 and 81%. So we don't have young people participating in the workforce that we need here in Volusia County. Then I just want you to consider the median household income. In Volusia County, it's $46,760. In Florida, it's $53,267. The U.S. average is $60,000. Per capita income in Volusia County is $27,000 as opposed to $30 and $32 for Florida and the USA. We're not a rich county. We're a highly taxed county, but we don't make the same per capita income as even the rest of the state of Florida. We have the highest poverty level in Volusia County as compared to Florida and the USA. 15.2% poverty level. So we're not a wealthy community. I want to change that. And so when I talk about beach tolls and the beach in general, for me, it's a part. It's just one part of what should be our economic development outreach across the country. So I want to remind some of the council members, I know Billy sat beside me or at the same table or right across the table for one of the most interesting talks we've had here from our Economic Development Department. It was from Quint Studer. I don't know if you can put that on, Building a Vibrant Community. Quint has a quote that I want to remind everybody of. It says, he talks about building a vibrant community to keep our young people here, to keep the workforce that we need, to attract new businesses who want to live in an exciting place and a fun place. Quint says, by vibrant, I mean a place where young people can stay home after college and still fulfill their potential, a place that attracts talent and private investments, a place where a strong tax base leads to financial health, a place that's safe and clean with a great education system. And then he goes through a couple of things of what you need in the community to attract young people and to keep them here. And this is across the country, and other communities are really focusing on this. Quint talked about what they did in his town. But the number one thing that's attracting young people is the ability to live downtown, and the ability to live in an area where there's lots of things going on. Number one, programming that young people and us old people enjoy as well. Things that are going on outside, inexpensive ways to attract people and drive traffic. All kinds of downtown gatherings, playgrounds, outdoor markets, street musicians. Those are the kind of things that we need to be focused on. And then retail and entertainment in the same area where they can live, so that they can walk to work, walk to the grocery store, and then walk home again. Take their car out on weekends for entertainment. Office space downtown. residential and bike paths around the downtown area. Now, why do I go into all that with on the subject of beach tolls? Again, because it's part of a huge discussion of what we need to do in Volusia County to attract and keep young people, keep our workforce here. One of the things, a tiny little thing that I think we can do is to be a Volusia first county, to be attentive to our own citizens. Now, it's been said, I think today, that what I was going to propose was offering a free beach. There is no such thing as a free beach. Every one of us is paying for our beach. When you pay your property taxes, you're paying for beach maintenance. If you rent, part of your rent, thank you, ma'am, part of your rent is the property taxes that your landlord pays. I don't believe we should leave renters out. So we're paying for our beach. In fact, we're paying right now in daily passes and combo passes, where you can also get into the park at the inlet, just under $1 million a year. That's what we take in. Last meeting, I proposed a way to recoup that $1 million a year. I took some general ribbing, as some of you might have seen online. John, don't you laugh. And I've got some really good general ribbing on Facebook from people wondering, speculating on what we might name a beach approach. And I won't, some of the names were X-rated. But I'll tell you, a funny thing happened after that meeting is that local businesses started calling me. And they liked the idea, and they were interested in it, and they would like to submit proposals for that. So it's a well-known thing that communities do, is sell naming rights for all kinds of things. Stadiums, you see it. Yeah, beach patrol, beach approaches, it's a little unusual. And I think that's what we need, is some unusual thinking, something outside of the box. And this council's not against thinking outside of the box. They want me to be careful that we don't overspend. That's one of the reasons I'm bringing this up. That's one of the reasons I ran to get control of government. Government should be smaller. Your tax rate should be smaller. And I want to start today with asking for a workshop to, among other things, with concerning beach tolls, is giving it the tiniest little tax break to people, our own residents in Volusia County, who are already paying for the beach in their property taxes. I'm not suggesting they get a free pass, although frankly that would be fine with me. But I don't want them to be taxed a second time when they go on the beach. Now, it's $20, it's $25. Is that going to kill somebody? Is that going to hurt them? No, but it tells us that we are for our residents. I want to attract young people to live here. I want them to know that we're looking out for them. It's a tiny little thing. It's not going to break the bank. I proposed a way to pay for it, and there's other ways to pay for it too that we can discuss in a workshop. One of the things that we need to discuss, I've met with the mayor of New Smyrna Beach and their city manager. They have the opposite problem than we have down in North Daytona Beach, where the beaches aren't crowded. They've got everybody coming from Orlando filling their beaches, and there's no room for locals sometimes. So we came up with suggestions for that, how we can attract people further north, to Dunlawton and the Daytona Beach approaches. All those things should be discussed in a workshop. So that's the simple thing that I'm asking the county council to do, is just, I think at the beginning of this year, Heather Post had said, I think we should have a lot of workshops. And now that I've sat in this chair for a few months, I think that's a good idea. I think we should discuss a lot of different things in depth, instead of just a yes or no vote or sending it back to staff. So that is my proposal, that we allow the citizens of Daytona Beach, people that pay rent here, people that live in homes, people that work, people that we want to live here, a simple little amenity of you've paid for the beach through your property taxes. We're not going to charge you a second time. Yeah, it's a mere $20. If everybody on this council, and I think I've heard most of them say, you know, we need to reduce taxes on people. We can't start with $20. If we can't start with a $20 tax reduction, there's no hope for getting control of our tax rate. We're paying almost 50% of our income in taxes when you put everything together. Let's start with $20. Let's start with a tiny little thing. So I want to ask the council for, if somebody would make a motion that we ask the staff, this is the only thing, I'm not going to ask them to do any work, just to ask the staff to schedule a workshop between all of the other workshops that we have, and then come back and tell us when we can do a workshop to discuss beach tolls on local residents. And maybe you would want to look at beach tolls on out-of-town residents as a way to pay for it. I don't care because you all have things that you're considering. I want a workshop to talk about those things, to get control of our beach, make it a fun and exciting place again. I heard numerous people say this morning, we've destroyed our beach. That's painful. Our beach is an economic driver. Let's not destroy it. Let's make it popular, not just to people outside of Volusia County. Our downtown businesses, we have plans to improve Seabreeze Avenue, Main Street, East ISB. In order to do that and make it a reality, we need local people to frequent that area. We need to draw our own residents down there. Let's have a workshop and find ways to do that. Would somebody make a motion to
Move approval.
ask? Oh my gosh. Okay, I'll start with Billy. You're first.
Okay, so I don't have a problem of making a motion to schedule a workshop, Mr. Chair, but I would like to make my motion for discussion.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'll
Second that.
second it then. Since
Danny seconded, and Heather, what did you say?
I was making a motion down here earlier, but that's good.
Okay.
Either way.
So we have a motion to discuss this.
Right.
Heather, your name's still first. Does somebody,
So,
or did you want to start?
yeah, since I made the motion, I would like to have the discussion. So there are several things. I agree with, and I read that same book, and I listened to all of that about the vibrant community, and I absolutely concur with that, Mr. Chair. I look at that as definitely a part of the equation that we need to move Volusia forward. However, like you said, a $20, $25 beach pass is not going to keep our youth here. What's going to keep our youth here will be high-paying jobs and better education. And that, if we don't have that to offer, our young folks are going to go where they can get a good-paying job. And that is critical. And those good-paying jobs will promote and encourage growth in the inner cities and the vibrant communities that we're all hunting for. The second issue is, I think there's some clarification, but we can do this in a workshop. But you keep talking about this being taxed twice. And Ryan, I don't know if you're here, but from what I understand, this would be, I'm not interested in shifting costs to taxpayers that can be covered by users' fees, because these are user fees on the beach. So if we collect additional revenue, it should be helped to offset and reduce the taxpayer subsidy to the beach. We're already running that in debt. But also the fact that we discussed this last week, our last meeting, and we decided not unanimously, but majority vote, to put this off after the discussion after our
October.
financials are done, our budget is done. It's really critical. We're in some really critical times, as you can see in the back of our budget, back of our agenda, when we've got to discuss a major budget item. This year is a year of uncertainty. And was this on, when we had our first workshop at the beginning of the year, was this one of your priority items?
The beach?
this specific thing. So we made a list, and we all concurred with 5 items that we would, out of a list of many, we all had many items of top priorities. So I would like this to also be on that list, Mr. Chair, that, that we add that to the list. But I would like to still state, that we voted last time to postpone until after the budget, and I am totally for having this discussion. I think it's an important discussion to have. But it's not kicking the can, it's just being responsible taxpayers and looking after the taxpayers' money. There's a lot of things that's involved in this, and that's my discussion.
It is, and last time, you're absolutely right. Last time I brought up a way to pay for this, before I brought it up, a new revenue source, and we did, the majority in the council did vote to postpone that until later, totally separate from this. I decided to push forward with this anyway because it's what our constituents want. They don't feel like they're getting our attention. This is a tiny part of an economic development program of drawing people here. Yes, we need...
They're not all of the constituents are asking that. They're really not. I'm hearing from business. That's part of my community, too.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you as you interrupted me. But what my constituents are asking, what about us? We give millions of dollars away to other businesses to come here. They would like some consideration as well for their daily lives here. And this is a way to build our economy. It's an economic builder. It's not a liability. It makes our whole beach side more attractive. It tells people, come back, we want you to use a beach, and yes, we are taxing people twice. We're taxing them in property taxes or in the rent, and then again when they get on the beach. It's double taxation. And there's other ways to pay for it. In the workshop, we could list out all kinds of ways to pay for this. So, Heather Post.
Okay. A couple of items. So we've really gone off we've talked about a number of different things, but in regards to not addressing certain things, my understanding was what was kicked down the road till October was the sponsorship of the beach accesses, not beach tolls, correct? Is that correct, Scott? Well, that was the literal thing that we said, wait till October. Are we correct on that? Yeah. So that's, although it is connected, that was what was postponed until October. And what I'm reading is this is regarding the actual beach tolls. So I just want to separate that and make that clear because that's my understanding from what I'm reading and what I heard. We talked about it at the last meeting, but in regards to kicking things down the road, we did have a priority workshop. I thought it was so important and so valuable for us to have a priority workshop. I was, chomping at the bit for us to actually have that discussion because in my tenure of the 4 years, we really didn't do that. We really didn't lay out what the priorities were of council, and we really didn't go over we didn't really come up with actionables. We didn't really come up with, you're talking about, we've got to bring in business, we've got to do this, we've got to do that. And so not a whole lot of clear understanding, certainly with my constituents, maybe yours, Fred, I hear you talking there, but my constituents are saying, well, what are we doing about all of this stuff that we just put up on the board? And I have to tell you, I have heard so many times $25 is not a whole lot, and it may not be, but it is to a hell of a lot of my constituents. I have to say that. There's a lot of people that I talk to who count change, and yes, they still have change, who count change for gas or who count change for various things. And I know people will comment on that and say, well, then they shouldn't be driving. If they're counting change for gas, they shouldn't be going to the beach. But oh my gosh, if they get a few extra bucks and they want to take their family for a whole day to drive on the beach, then I think everybody should be afforded that opportunity that lives here to access our beaches freely. And so I'll say that. But in terms of an actual, the actual workshop, I was going to bring up at the end of the day about the affordable housing workshop. We've scheduled. I asked in our priorities workshop, we said these are the important items, these are the important issues that must be discussed, we must vet these, we must see actionables. And then I said, okay, give me a month, like what are we doing? Let's lay it out. I don't want to, this time next year still be saying these are the issues that the people want to hear about and that we need to vet and come up with solutions. And we did do that. And already on the first workshop, affordable housing was supposed to be in April, and now it's in May. And my understanding was it was actually going to be a public workshop, a community summit, and it is no longer that. It's going to be a presentation in front of council. So I think we really all need to sit down and hopefully this afternoon, maybe open discussion or currently in this process here, all get on the same page, because I don't think staff is on the same page in terms of our understanding of what we expect, what a workshop actually is, what we expect to be getting from these workshops, what we expect to vet from each of these issues that we continuously just keep saying, these are important issues, and using these taglines, but we got to get to point B somehow, guys. And every single year is a critical year. During my entire first 4 years, I heard everything is a result of 2008. Everything's a result of the recession. That's why we didn't do A, B, and C. It was the recession. And it was just thing after thing after thing. We didn't do it because of the recession. Well, the recession's over. And we need to start doing some actionable items. And now we're saying, oh, COVID, 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 COVID. And I totally get that COVID has us all upended, but next year, what's going to come up next year? When do we as council do the actionables and lay it out and really drill down? And I want to hear from the public. Our workshops should be public workshops, not 15 workshops, not something drawn out over 6 months, but hearing from the public and really vetting the issue, not just having a presentation and chatting for 10 minutes about it and moving on and saying, check the box, because checking the box isn't cutting it. And if we have, so on the tolls, I mean, if we can have this discussion, we just said that, we have a high level of people in the county who can't afford a lot of things. If we can take away some of that pressure, even, where do we start? If this is a great way to start, it's the beaches, for heaven's sakes. It's the last place. This was the same discussion I had about the advertising barge. It's the last place in Volusia County where things aren't messed with, where people can go and you can spend a day and you don't have to pay $200 for a family of 12 to go and enjoy themselves. And they shouldn't be paying to enjoy that. It's the one last place. And I just think I don't like when we push stuff off. There's always going to be something, and I would like to see some actionable items. Thank you. I guess that's my bell.
Thank you. Danny Robbins.
So I'm going to cut to the chase with this. If our beach is such an economic driver, and I love the beach, by the way, but why is it upside down in the fund? When are we going to start treating Volusia County like a business and be realistic with our citizens and treat them like valued customers? Free beach passes are wishful thinking, but what's next? When does this door close? What's next? Hamburgers and hot dogs and relish at the ramps? When does free become too expensive? Nothing in life is free. And in the context of government operations, free just means someone else is paying the price and paying the piper. And so it is with the beach. Let's just sit back for a second and be real here. Where can you go and get any kind of service for $20 for the whole year? Some will say we are double taxing our citizens, and although I like beach driving, it does have associated costs that go with it. It always has and it always will, especially when we are growing. At the end of the day, it's a service just like state and federal parks, boat launches, so on and so forth. Chair, somebody has to pay for this. Somebody has to clean the beach. Who grade the beach? The people who maintain it and to protect our beachgoers. And if any of our youth are paying attention and ever wander inside of a voting booth, remember, free is a lie. You are making it free to the residents who use the beach by making residents who don't use the beach pay more taxes. It doesn't compute. Who up here wants to tell the elderly couple on a fixed income in Seville, DeLand, Orange City, Deltona, Berry Lake, Helen, DeLeon Springs that we have to raise their taxes because Brower's friends want free access to the beach? This is reality. In case you've forgotten, Mr. Brower, you represent Seville as well. You are feeding your base support only with other people's money. Welcome to the swamp. Talk about bought and paid for and pay to play, something you campaigned and we all campaigned so hard on. This is ultimately no different when you look at it. This is what happens in big government. This is why people don't trust government. Now let's transition into this idea of the naming rights. It's been tested already in Daytona some years back and it failed miserably. But since we're here yet again, let's talk about it. How many open approaches do we have? And this is where common sense comes into play. How many are marketable locations? Very few that are worthwhile to a tenant. They say location, location, location for a reason, and anyone that's paid attention in life knows that. Number two, if advertising was so star-spangled awesome, why isn't advertising carrying Votrans budget better than what it is? Why isn't that fund just overflowing with cash? They advertise county-wide and it's still upside down. Now, by me bringing up some of this late, it's going to tick people off, but it's the hard truth. Respectfully, Chair, it didn't get a second because it was, quite frankly, a bad idea. Nothing says welcome to our beautiful coastline like a giant gaudy sign advertising booze and condoms. This is ridiculous. But hey, we got a $500 check for it, right? We, along with staff, are so bogged down with sheer nonsense lately, we can't even look at some of our recession-resistant moneymakers, like the landfill, and look further at improving them. For instance, we could easily mine the landfill, recover millions of dollars that have been collecting there for decades, and recoverable materials that are just sitting there, waiting. Or we can put it out for future bid and make money. Or we can grind those thousands of pounds of asphalt shingles that are coming in daily and sell them just like asphalt millings for $600 a load. Or better yet, how about be like our neighbors, Alabama and Georgia, that use recycled shingles as a binder and filler to bring down the price of our much-needed roads and infrastructure. And if bringing down taxes was actually part of your agenda, Chair, we could make tipping fees for shingles at the Tomoka landfill consistent with everywhere else to generate more revenue and actually give tax relief to our citizens. We need cash flows, ladies and gentlemen. We need cash flows that we can count on, not wishful thinking. We need to get in the green. We need to increase our reserves and above our state minimums quickly, because I don't know who else has been watching television here, but there's cities on fire, and we're going to get ready. We better get ready for some rainy days. Now, I've named just a few solutions that could positively impact all of Volusia County, not just your friends. What's been going on in this government right now is not efficiency, not transparency. It's been lunacy. After I leave here someday, I want Volusia County to be known for something more than government inefficiency. I'm a businessman. I've been successful because I understand that if I don't produce, I don't eat. If I don't produce or provide a service to my valued customers, they will go elsewhere. That is exactly what's been happening. And this is getting us nowhere. Free isn't value. Free isn't capitalism. Free is socialism. It is a utopia that doesn't work. As respectful as I can be, these rabbit holes we continuously dive down show zero fiscal responsibility. You and I ran on that. If Volusia County was a business, we would have been out of business a long time ago. Folks, can you imagine a corporate board of directors this dysfunctional? The shareholders would have fired them long ago. Our citizens are our shareholders, and we aren't getting any of their work done, period. I've sat here since January 7th quiet for a reason, because I learned when you are talking, you aren't listening. Our words and actions must be meaningful. Time is money. We are not getting paid to sit up here and blow hot air. We are not getting paid to sit on our thumbs and listen to ourselves talk. We are not getting paid to stir the pot, and we are getting paid to get work done, and that is not happening.
I agree.
Our employees are our greatest asset, and we diminish their value when we create work that is meaningless and unrewarding. They are
inundated with researching ideas that are at best described as narrow-minded schemes, while real issues take a political back seat. This is going to stop today. I've sat here and witnessed our staff being publicly badgered continuously and treated with borderline hostility. This is going to stop once again. Our staff does a tremendous job, and if you walk down any business district, Mr. Brower, and saw that the help wanted signs, you'd start to understand how lucky we are. The only thing right now holding this county together day to day is George and Suzanne and our staff, respectfully, Chair, not you and not us. Despite contrary belief, I want to succeed, and I want you to succeed. If you don't succeed, we don't succeed, and our citizens don't succeed. This is your chance to lead a fair and impartial meeting, Jeff. Like me, you put your pants on the same way, we bleed the same color, you are only one vote. That is it. Everyone, including staff, is not subservient to you and the beach crowd. This isn't a dictatorship. There is no room in here any longer for a bully. This isn't the unity of 550,000 people. This isn't what they were sold and promised to. This council is not doing the work of the people who elected us. Stop pandering to the radical Facebook groups, political pundits, and your special interests. Stop making it us versus them. Stop Volusia County from going down that path. It should not be like Israel and Palestine. Start working for the single mom in Deltona trying to make ends meet. Start working for the elderly man in Pearson who needs transportation. Start working for the inner city kids and parents who need jobs to pay for their health care and child care. Start working for the homeless. Lead this council, Chair. Solve real problems. Find real solutions. This is 2021. We are in the midst of a pandemic. Our county and country is coming apart under the weight of current events, and this council is consumed with putting beer signs on our beach approaches. Free beach pass giveaways, poison polls, threats of litigation, dogs on the beach, and beach driving. God knows what else is in the hopper. This political power struggle is going to stop. We have to unite as a council. And Mr. Brower, you have to build consensus. A consistent 1-6 or 2-5 vote is not effective leadership. You, sir, have to start playing for the name on the front of your jersey and stop playing for the name on your back.
Amen.
I'm glad to see you brought a rooting section. That was interesting. And so here starts the 2022 campaign season. The swamp. It's the swamp that asked for a $20 tax break so that people that live in Volusia County can enjoy their beach. I want to correct something that you just heard. I've never suggested getting on the beach for free. You are taxed twice for it. That's a curve. That's to take you off track. You are paying for the beach, and your property taxes are your rent, then you pay again when you go on. $20 is not fiscally irresponsible, but it will tell the voters of Volusia County that they matter, that the things that they want. Yeah, I have a name on my jersey, Danny. It's Volusia County taxpayers. It's all of the citizens. I ran a campaign from one end of this county to another, and this is what I heard from them. So maybe you're not hearing it from your constituents or whoever wrote your piece for you, but I hear it, and I hear it every day, that the people that live in Volusia County want to know that they are respected, that their lives matter, that what they want will actually be talked about. Dogs on the beach, all the stuff you just said, that's not my agenda. That's your constituents' agenda. They asked to have that put on, and so we brought it on and talked about it today. So you can tag me any way you want. You can laugh at the advertising for beach approaches and say it never will work, that it failed before. It's not true, and we don't know because we didn't try it. We kicked that can down the road. But businesses are calling me, and no, it won't be condoms or beer. You might be surprised who it is. So it's not wishful thinking. When I bring a new revenue source, you don't have to like it, but you do, or we do, should talk about it. We should be able to talk about it and let the public hear what we're talking about and what the ideas are. That's what I'm asking for. You don't want to talk about things, you want the staff to run the county. They're perfectly capable of doing it, but you know what? Fred, that's not why you or Danny or any of the rest of us were elected to be up here. We were elected to direct our county manager.
Exactly.
And so we need to give him some direction. Not every time we come up with an idea or something we want to talk about saying, are you overworking them? Or that's not our job. You can't do that. Is our job. That's our sole job. That's the reason we were elected, was to give direction to the county staff that comes from you. And I'll go down in defeat if that's what it takes to represent the people of Volusia County that I'm hearing from. Apparently, they're hearing from somebody else. So swamps, rabbit holes. Ben Johnson, take it away.
Mr. Chair, you're one vote. We voted last meeting 5-2 to table this. A few words have changed, and all of a sudden, the next meeting, it's back in front of us. Might there be some revenue? Maybe some, but it has been looked at in the past, and it wasn't the revenue we need to close it up. I think you need to broaden your range of constituents you're listening to, because that's not what I'm hearing. Oh yeah, I hear from some, and I see the same emails. But the beach is user fees. I'm a big believer in user fees because I know a lot of people who don't use the beach and they don't want it on their ad valorem taxes.
Hear, hear.
We're not going to take and make it all up in this other manner. Anywhere we can come along with some additional income is fine and dandy, but it's not going to take and cover up the whole thing. And I don't want more on the ad valorem taxes, and neither do the people that I talk to. Now, a $20 user fee is nothing, or $25. If you go to Blue Springs, DeLynn Springs, Gemini, well, not Gemini, but Silver DeLynn Springs, Juniper, any spring, any state park, any federal park, you're paying a user fee to help take care of that place. We're already putting $9 million of general fund budget money into it, yes. And we have another $6 million that we are taking and making up in tolls. We know about $1 million come from year-long toll takers, and we don't know how much daily users are putting into it. But no matter what, at least it takes some of that burden off of our general funds, which right now we have the problem. We're going to be looking at Sunrail that's going to cost us money. Amendment 10, no matter how you look at it, it's going to cost us money. Ambulances are going to cost us money. We have many things that we know are going to tax us, and we have to take and think about. You need to start listening to your constituents. Also, you need to start listening to some of the people that are sitting up here beside you and have a little bit of respect. I would advise you to go back and look at the tape that was just done when Mr. Robbins was speaking, and look at your facial expressions. It was not, you basically laughing, grinning. You should not be doing that when somebody else is speaking just because they're in opposition of you. We want you to succeed, but you have to work with us. You have to take and stop and think about where we're going, and we put it all together. Yes, we want you to be successful because your success is our success. And there's a lot of things in government that none of us like, but there's things that are there for a reason, and to slow down some of the processes and not just trying to ramrod things through. I realize that you do have campaign promises you made, and you are right in trying to take and push those agendas forward because you made those promises, but don't try to force feed the rest of us on your agenda promises when we have other people talking to us that don't agree with those things. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see they're all four of them are here. Ben, what I'm asking for is a workshop so that we can discuss anything you want. I just heard Danny list a whole litany of ideas that he has to raise money. Bring them to the council. Ask for a workshop. Let's put them on the table.
And we told you October.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I am one vote. I'm one vote on this council, and I'm one vote that's asking to do exactly what you just said. Let's have a workshop to discuss things. You don't want to discuss them. Heather Post.
Goodness. All right. So a couple things. There were several comments. So discussing beer signs on the beach, that's not feasible. I believe, this council just spent an entire afternoon and a lot of emails, I think like 1,000 emails back and forth in regards to an advertising barge, which, by the way, has had a beer advertisement on it. And I see that we have the entire RECVC here who was on that barge prior to it being proposed. But, these are the discussions we have. And for whatever reasons that we bring these things forward, Danny, if you've got ideas to bring forward, then, oh my goodness, I would love to hear these ideas. And I would love for them to be brought out. We did get an email about the shingles, which is fantastic. But I haven't seen anything further on it. So this is the venue on the dais for us to be bringing out these discussions and having these thorough discussions on the issues that the residents want. And over and over and over, we have these meetings, and it's information that staff is bringing to us. And staff is doing an amazing job at keeping things running. But there are issues that the public does want to hear. And there are tremendous issues that we need to work on, like economic development. Everyone at the beginning of this thing talked about all of these different things that we've got to do for economic development. We've got to bring in business. We've got to bring jobs. We've got to bring high-paying stuff. We've got to do all of these things. And that's all I've been hearing. We've got to talk about these things. We've got to have workshops. And if one of us doesn't like the discussion, then great. But we can't not talk about anything. And that is what I end up seeing happening. And it's not just in Volusia County, thank goodness, because I was horrified at that at the beginning of this role. But I've discovered that that's government, right? And that's elected officials. And things don't get discussed because it is hard to discuss things because you end up with this. You end up with, an entire Republican group here, and you end up with, people with signs, and you end up with all these different groups that are here trying to sway, what's happening. And I think a lot of times people don't like their opinions to be out in the open, but I was elected to propose these things, and I was elected to push these things and to stand firm on things. And, I keep hearing over and over how ridiculous it is to have a 5-2 vote or to have a 4-3 vote. I think that's healthy in government, and we should be having that in government. Oh my gosh. The day that we have a 7-0 vote on every issue, somebody needs to come in and clear house. And I believe that's actually what happened a few election cycles ago. So, this whole thing of there's a big difference in consensus and in just, bobbleheading every decision through and just agreeing across the board. These discussions, I think, are very healthy, and we need to be having these discussions. And over and over and over, it just ends up being everyone on the dais attacking everyone else. And I just really, it would be wonderful, wonderful, wonderful if we could just focus on the people that live in Volusia County and the issues and pushing the issues forward and seeing actionable items come to fruition, and stop henpecking everybody to the left and the right. I repeatedly have comments about what's on my Facebook page. I don't give a hoot what's on anybody else's Facebook page. I'm here to do a job. So we just need to be focusing on the whole reason we were here. And this is a 4-year term. 4 years, that's it. And Danny, you said you've been in a few months, But I'll tell you what, you're not going to get your feet, you're not going to, you think this is eye-opening? Oh my gosh, wait a couple more years. You're really going to see how government operates and how things go. And after about the first 2 years, you really start understanding, and then you really start figuring out how to get things done. And we can't not be doing anything our entire term because we're busy or because staff is busy. And I know that staff is busy, but if staff is too busy, then maybe we need to get more people or we need to do something, because the end game, which I think is what we forget about a lot, you guys just said it over and over, but the end game is working for the people and solving these issues. And someone said this morning, Volusia County's been the same way for however many years. It's been stagnant.
Mr. Chair, I had a motion on the floor in a second. Can we call for a vote? I think we've all discussed and,
The only vote was to discuss.
Well, it was to move it forward, wasn't it? I thought the vote was to move it forward in a workshop.
I'm finished with my statement. Thank you so much.
I'm just taking you at your word. You said I want to make a motion just to discuss it. So
I greatly enjoyed hearing you, Billy. Thank you so much for hearing me. Thank you.
Fred, you're gone. Danny Robbins?
Now that we've gotten through the political smoke and mirrors, I just want to let everybody know, including all of our citizens, of what exactly our staff has on their plate right now. We have the loop. We have poison polls and threatened litigation. We have free beach access. We have dogs on the beach. Beach driving. Pattern here. Short-term rentals. Our new airport security system. Union negotiations. Our clean water issues. Our affordable housing element. God knows how many on the past workshop list, our latest budget, COVID-19 recovery, Sunrail, failing roads and infrastructure, and Amendment 10 transition. I cannot, in the right conscience, and I've been a boss before. I've had a lot of employees. I've run companies, all of my own, and they've been successful. I cannot, in my good conscience, put one more thing. If I want to keep employees, if I want to keep George and Suzanne and Mike and everybody else in our system here, this isn't acceptable. This is inefficiency. That's what I talk about when I say we go down rabbit holes. It's got to stop. It's got to change. We have to break this cycle and realize exactly what's going on and not get caught up in this dog and pony show. As you can see, I'm frustrated, and I think it's rightfully so. And you should be as well.
Danny, you could hold those up again because 90% of them came from staff. It's things that we have to work on. They just come up. We're $1 billion corporation, and all those things come up. It doesn't matter if I'm here or anybody else is here. I'm going to let the public weigh in. Billy, did you want to speak?
I was just going to make it clear then I would like to make a motion to schedule a workshop,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, for this so we can continue this conversation.
Okay.
But again, I would still like to see this wrapped up with the other motion that was made last time, that we discuss it in October, because I think they are hand in hand with the beach tolls and the naming rights. So that's all I'm asking is I agree that we need to have a scheduled workshop on this and have lots more discussion. So that is my motion. I'm sorry? After our budget, after we complete.
So we have a motion to have a workshop in October, and it's by Wheeler, a second by Johnson.
Do we have any public discussion, Mr. Chair?
Yes, we will have discussion, and I'm going to let the public weigh in before we vote on this. And did you have something now? Okay. Gary Cruz, Karen Clark, and then Faustina Guzman-Trump.
Thank you. Before I get started, I want to thank everybody for being here. It was great for everybody to come out here to help me and Patty celebrate our 36th wedding anniversary. I couldn't think of a better way to do it than be right here with this wonderful group. All right, my name is, as stated, Gary Cruz. I live in the great city of DeBerry. I am proud of DeBerry. I'm proud of DeBerry because we got a mayor, we got a city council, we got a city manager that majority of the time actually listen to the people. You know, DeBerry is kind of a unique area in this area. These things here in DeBerry, if you want to wear them, wear them. If you don't. If you own a business in DeBerry and you want people to wear these when they come in your business, do it. If you don't. They listen to the people. We had an election not long ago, and the people of Volusia County voted. I'm calling a mandate. I know some of you don't want to call last election a mandate, but when we said we want to change in the direction of this county, we voted for it, and it was huge. It was huge. I cannot believe what I'm hearing today. It's panic. Oh my God, Jeff wants to reduce taxes. Oh my God, the world's coming to an end. Listen, folks, you are in the real world. You got 2 more years. We got an election coming up. Everybody out here is doing a report card. You guys are do you not think we see what's going on here? You know, I can't, it's unbelievable. But anyway, let's go back to the issue at hand, all right? We are paying for it. So I tell you what, if our taxes are paying for the beach, our taxes, we're doing a lot of ad valorem taxes already. Okay, we have all these bike paths we put in. They're wonderful. I don't use them, but they're wonderful. Okay, why don't we put a pass for that? Why don't we charge people to ride the bike pass? Yeah, they're already paying for it with ad valorem taxes, right? We're paying for that. That's city taxes. So why not, or county taxes, excuse me, why not charge them again? It's the same darn thing you're talking about at the beach. What I heard, if I heard correctly, was we're talking about Volusia County residents not being taxed twice for it. The visitors that come to our beach, which is an awesome amount of them, would continue to have their passes, continue to do that. I think that's great. I get to go in, I show my Volusia County driver's license that I'm living here, and I get in because I'm paying for it already. We're paying for it already. So think about all the things that are paid for with tax dollars that we could turn around and charge the citizens for. If you're that worried, if it's $25, if $25 is driving you guys crazy, then our hopes of the last election, when we said we wanted to change the direction, we wanted to see this government reduced, we want to see our taxes reduced, there's not a flying check. There's no chance. There is no chance. We have no chance of getting any kind of reduction, any kind of efficiency if you're afraid of 25 lousy bucks. Is it fair? Are you really being fair to the people? And that's this bickering that's going on here. It's very obvious. It's very obvious what's going on. We are not stupid. We see it. I don't know where you're getting your marching orders from, but believe me, we see it, and there's an election coming up, and my time is up.
Karen Clark.
Hello, and we're asking for a workshop, which is great. And you have a lot of people out here for networking that has knowledge. That's one of the reasons why you have advisory boards. So get that workshop going. And to stop it now and have it for October, at least with the so-called naming rights to offset the running of the beaches, the county portion. Most businesses are right now forming their money for next year, because that's what you would be working on, and possibly 2022, naming of the rights, and why not, to enter the beach? I would say Advent, for goodness sakes. They have millions and millions of dollars out there. But now is the time that they're formulating their business expenses for next year. So if this isn't a dream world, which is a nice thing to offset for us to go to the beach for free, fine. Now is the time that part of the aspect has to get taken care of. Get somebody in a workshop for possible sponsors. Do that one soon, and then go into all the other details later. I really think because now is the time that businesses are putting for their budgets for next year. I think the county, what is it, October? You're doing, I know you're not allowed to answer me, but they're formulating their budgets for next year now. Well, that's regular businesses too, billion-dollar businesses that may want to have their name on the entrance. And not huge signs. You're going out of context when you say, oh, there's going to be signs of beer and crap. Well, no. It would probably say, welcome to X, right above there. You know, it's not going to be obvious. It's very frustrating not being able to conform with other real businesses that may have the advertising money to do this. Now is the time to put that aspect into motion. That's all I got to say.
Faustina Guzman-Trump, I don't see her here. Guess she couldn't stay. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Beachside. I'm a little bit disappointed. As you know, I had 4 favorites on the county council. I make no bones about it. You all know that. You know I backed Denny's because I'm task-oriented. She had tremendous knowledge, and I was very leery of Jeff coming in because we had a chair a couple of years ago who caused all kinds of problems, and that's what I'm seeing here now. Danny, I didn't know you from a hole in the wall. Your first speech, I got very nervous. This speech, believe it or not, I'm extremely happy about because you were involved. I don't like it because of the attack, but I like it because you were thinking outside the box and you were very involved. And I hope you will continue to be very involved because that's what we need. Jeff, you kicked me in the butt. I'm task-oriented, and I looked literally just at one idea, the idea of naming rights. And to me, I looked at the Speedway and their naming rights and those gaudy signs, and that's not my vision of either the beach or the loop. I have a specific, being here only 40 years, I like the beach being the beach, trees, sand, ocean. Her comment about the advertisement, a couple of months, fine. You will make our decision about what the boat looks like in the future. But they're asking only October. That's 4 months away. And to me, that's not asking a whole heck of a lot. I understand what you're doing. I understand the concept. Well, it may not be what you're thinking, but I came out of that with the idea that let's think out of the box. Let's create this image, this new image for Volusia County that their citizens count. We're giving them something, and I believe in user fees. I absolutely do. And that's what I consider the beach toll is a user fee to clean and whatnot. But if we can get the money elsewhere, and to me, when you said naming rights, that was only one part of a large puzzle to get the entire amount taken care of. Okay, and that'll take time. So to me, his image is, what are we as a county going to be to our residents? Because to me, that's like, I don't use the beach. It's only a block away. I can walk. But not everybody can, you know? So the idea that, yeah, we're going to bring probably another 10,000 or 20,000 residents to the beach. Because some people, it's only a couple of dollars, but they won't go to the beach to pay for it. They won't pay the $20. I mean, we're talking that 6.5 cents a day. Going to the beach for 6.5 cents is a huge bargain. So, to me, I like the idea of doing something for the residents, thinking outside the box, and tell the whole world our residents are being treated well. They get to the beach free. But if you want to do it, you have to pay. I think it's a different type.
Thank you, Jim.
October.
Linda Smiley.
Linda Smiley, Daytona Beach. I don't pay to go on the beach because I feel that I already pay with my taxes, and I think that when I mail my payment in, I should receive my sticker in the mail. And I've said that for years, and that's just how I feel about it. I live a block from the beach. I can walk there right now, but soon maybe I won't be able to, and I'd like to be able to drive on the beach. You used to give free months to the residents. You took those away. Now when you drive on the beach, you have to, if you leave, say you got your kids and somebody's got to go to the bathroom, you got to leave the beach because there's not the bathrooms that are needed there, then you have to pay to get back on. That's not fair. Mr. Johnson, you talked about user fees for the parks. Well, they're state parks, so I don't have a problem paying for the state park. But, you know, when I live here as a resident, I've been here my whole life, and I've seen how the beach used to be, and I see how it is now. I voted for the county to take over, and I am so sorry that I did that because since the county has had it, they've done a crappy job. The cleanup is less. The approaches are atrocious. the things that we were promised were not given to us. So, and when it was put out that Jeff thought about the residents as far as the tolls and stuff, I thought, oh my God, thank God, somebody's thinking like I do, and I know I'm not the only one that feels that way. So, and also, my mother used to say, why don't you put off to tomorrow what you can do today? And that's what you guys are doing with this, let's wait till October. Why can't you schedule a workshop for the naming rights and for the tolls and the other things? I mean, and schedule it where residents can be involved. Maybe some nighttime meetings. What a concept that would be, huh? Thanks.
Richard Feller.
Richard Feller, District 3, Bethune Beach. I think the biggest thing I can say, and I'm going to close out with, what was already said, is the hypocrisy is just mind-boggling to the public when they see this. They come down here every 2 meetings a month to have their time to see what's going on in government. You know how you make the list go away? You vote on things. STR's on the list because you kicked it down the can. Oh, I wonder why this is going to be on the list in 5 months when you hold up the whole envelope and say, look, we still got beach on it. Well, we told we don't want to deal with it till October. It is hypocritical. It is terrible. I mean, slow things down. The hopper's full, pushing important positions away. You talked about the woman who can't, a single mom. You want me to read her message to you? She's right here. She says, I'm a single mother. I rely on the income from STR. Why do they keep doing this to us? Who encouraged them? Why are private citizens fighting each other? Why is all this happening? Because you don't want to make a vote. These are tough issues. It's the only thing that brings $1 billion companies, people to the forefront of their bosses to say, do something about it. That's why we're all here. This is ridiculous. I was embarrassed about the political campaign that you just put out there like that. Run for office, that's fine, do that. Out of the box thinking, as long as it's not the box that he's thinking, oh gosh, that would be horrible. That would be terrible. His box is hideous. We're sitting here discussing this when that's all he's asking. All anybody's asking is discuss it. And here we are discussing it. So, it just seems ridiculous to me. It's so hypocritical to sit here and say we have so much work to do, but we can't deal with your issues right now. I just don't know. People keep coming here every day. Voters keep coming here over and over, giving up their jobs, giving it up. It's frustrating. It's hypocritical. I agree with you. The public sees this. The public sees it. And I support our chair. I support him 100%. Not because I give him a lot of money or do anything, because he stands up here and he tells people, this is what I was elected to do. You talk about campaign promises. Hell yeah, I want somebody to give me a campaign promise, because it means they stand for something. Doesn't mean they're going to go, hey, I never said I was going to do that. I can vote either way. So yeah, I support it. Talk about these little signs he'd given his opinion. I got to stand up here with Stop Bethune Rentals all behind me. The whole public thinks this. I don't agree with any of these signs. I agree with that sign. I don't even live in Ormond. Hypocrisy.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to have the workshop in October. Staff will let us know when. We have a second. Carissa, I don't see any more. Anybody else that wants to speak? Would you call the roll?
Mr. Johnson? Dr. Lowry?
Yes.
Ms. Post?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins? Ms. Wheeler? Ms. Gertman? Mr. Brower?
Yes, thank you. Okay, item 6.
Mr. Chair? I have I guess I should ask this before the vote, but I have a question for staff. I know that we did give a list in the priority workshop, and we scheduled out, affordable housing would be in April, economic development would be in yada yada. Was there anything listed in October, and is that going to be too much? Are we giving 2 workshops in October now?
No, well, we can talk about that, but I think that there's a relationship there, so having
what was
both
listed?
those topics, there was nothing listed for October. It ended at, I believe, in September.
Okay,
for
thank
what you
you.
had.
Okay.
And I'll double check that to make sure, so I'm going off memory.
Can I make just a real quick statement?
Sure.
I just want to apologize to everybody. I had to go out, the phone rang and all that. I had a surgery I got to have scheduled, and that I knew they'd call at a time. It was inconvenient. I just want to apologize to the public that was here and to the council for having to rush out. But I did sit back here and listen to everything that everybody said. Thank you.
Okay, item 6. We started this day with some observations about this this bumper sticker. Yeah, I put it on my computer so that y'all can see it because I was certain, I was sure that this is something that we would celebrate, that this is something that would bring us, this entire council together, that we could be happy about. I'm sorry that it was taken as offensive or as an out-of-place advertisement. We have 70,000 people in Volusia County that have signed a petition that says they want this done. I've had, and every council member up here has had hundreds of emails. I'm getting hundreds of emails that say, buy this land. I don't even care if you have to do it out of the general fund. So I didn't put this up here to cheapen the council. I honestly thought that this would bring us all together. This would be something, one thing, that we could agree on and celebrate and not fight about. And I think that's going to happen right now because this council is for preserving this land. So we have a lot of the public that want to speak. What we're being asked to do is this acreage has been approved by the Eco Historic Board and also by the Echo Board, and now it comes to us. And Donna, thank you.
Good afternoon, members of council. Donna Butler, Community Services Director. So in January, the council gave direction to staff to look into what could be done to possibly purchase this parcel. And let me tell you, we had quite a team led by Suzanne Conchin, our Deputy County Manager, Clay Irvin, Ginger Adair, Tim Bailey, Russ Brown, and land management staff as well, going through all the hoops to see what we could do. So this property is approximately 36 acres. You're all familiar with it now. It's on the west side of Old Dixie Highway, just north of Plantation Oaks. The request came from Dream Green Volusia. You provided direction after they came forward with the grassroots organization. It's now 70,000. It says 65 on my petition, on my PowerPoint here for the petition. So we reviewed many alternatives for funding, and I've got all the initials here because it would take a lot of space for me to list out all the grants that we looked into to see if by any chance it could be used for purchase. We were really behind the curve on timing because we had a 90-day window to come back to you to say, hey, we've got a mechanism for making this happen. But we looked at DEP, FCT, FERDAP, RTP, and even the Daytona Beach Recreation and Racing District were actually outside of that with this potential parcel. But what we came up with was looking at a special part of the ECHO process that's outside the regular process of grant and aid. That happens once a year. Folks that fall under the EC, H&O, Environmental, Cultural, Heritage, and Outdoors can put in an application, requires a one-to-one match, and it's reviewed in a very structured process. What we're proposing today is that you consider an application under the critical historic acquisition and stabilization, as well as a direct county expenditure to make this happen. So the question on the application is what makes this parcel significant? And Interestingly, we found out, we knew that there were several historic components, but this could actually be eligible for the National Registry of Historic Places and was recently supported by our Volusia County Historic Preservation Board for its significant historic resources and eligibility for local designation. It does not at this time have a local designation. If you all were to move forward with this purchase, we would seek that designation from the city of Ormond Beach because it actually resides within the city limits. Several historic resources were noted, but in a recent analysis, and this to me is very interesting, it was documented that portions of the Old Kings Road likely exist on the property. Old Kings Road was built by the British in the 1700s and was called an engineering treasure, being one of the most important roadways in the growth of Florida. So that's pretty neat. All right, so we determined the best option for acquisition was this grant program that I described. It can come anytime. So anytime there's a historic building that's in danger of maybe falling apart, or if there's some other historic resource that needs to be acquired quickly and does not necessarily fall within the regular granting process, this is what this particular process that we're recommending comes from. All right. So I wanted to, show you the map. You're familiar with this, but the red circle shows the area that's being contemplated for purchase. And we took this application to the ECHO Advisory Board, and they actually provided unanimous support. There was a lot of discussion, a lot of good questions asked about the property, and if you have specifics, we can ask about, you can ask those, and we have staff here that can help. So we had to share what our county plans could be. If you decided to move forward with this, these are the things that could be done. We would suggest a shell parking area, probably down in the lower west hand side of the little map there. We'd have a 4 or 5 foot wide, 3/4 mile nature trail internal to the park. And then later, we would hope that we can connect that to both the Ormond Tomb Park and the Bulow Creek State Park. Each of those parks actually have internal trails to them. So whichever end you started on, or if you started in the middle, you'd have almost 10 miles from end to end of nature trails that you could walk through. We'd also put a little pavilion, picnic tables, grills, portalets, things like that. And very importantly, interpretive panels that provide education about the Old Kings Road and the other historical elements that are on the property. So the cost of those improvements is approximately $34,000 and would come from the park's operational budget. The annual maintenance cost would be approximately $6,500. So here's where we get into the crazy math. We had a little challenging discussion about this, but hopefully I can walk through this a little better than I did in front of the ECHO Advisory Board. So there is a signed purchase and sale agreement from the owner with a purchase price of $988,000 in your agenda book. We have a partial match. So, we have a county match that came from park impact fees, not from general fund, of $234,647. Two contributions to date, and I understand that may be larger, but at the time of that application, I'm trying to be consistent with that since, and I'll explain how we will fix it later. Dream Green contribution was $2,500. The North Florida Trust was $12,500 for a total match of $249,647. So we requested a dollar for dollar match for what we had. So out of regular ECHO funds, it's all regular. Out of the ECHO funds, we would match that. Then we requested a direct county expenditure of ECHO funds to complete the $988,000. As I said earlier, I've heard that there's more funds that are available to contribute to the purchase of this project. The last line here says DEC ECHO funds requested maximum. So this is the maximum we would put in. If there are other funds that are contributed, it would go back into the fund and ECHO would be replenished. If we could apply for grant funds, once we hit a more appropriate timeline for grant applications, we would also apply for those and reimburse the ECHO fund as well. So that is the request, is a combination of those two things. I want you also to know that on there it says up to $25,000. This is the associated cost with the purchase of the property, 2 appraisals, a survey, environmental assessments, the title work, and the historic analysis of the property that we had done. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
I have a couple comments, and I want to make a motion, if I could.
Okay, Fred Lowry?
Thank you. I would like to make a motion so I can discuss and make some comments that we accept the budget resolution for the Echo Historic Acquisition for the Plantation Oaks area.
Second.
Okay, motion by Lowry, and second, one of you call it.
Since it's my district.
Second by Heather Post, and you had some questions.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple comments. I appreciate the hard work of staff. I know people have made some comments today that I didn't really appreciate. I think a lot of people don't realize the scope of work. I didn't realize that. Well, I served as a commissioner in Deltona. I thought that place was pretty busy, but the scope of work that's done by this county is amazing. And sometimes it does take time, just like this right here. This is something coming to fruition today, to coming to a conclusion. That's the first thing I wanted to state, and I wanted to thank staff, and especially Suzanne, I think, was kind of the point of the spear on that, and really did a tremendous job in putting this together. Secondly, the people of the county overwhelmingly voted to reinstate Echo. And they did so because we followed very strict parameters in regard to Echo. We were very careful. We did everything exactly as Echo is designed for, and we didn't move into gray areas and do anything that was questionable, and I think that's why the people overwhelmingly voted that back. This is a little bit like putting a square peg in a round hole as far as Echo goes. We're making it fit, but I'm not real happy with it. I'm going to vote for it. I made the motion, but at the same time, I'm going to hold my nose as I vote for it. And at the same time, I know some of the people on the Echo board did the same thing when they voted to approve it. And I would just like to say I really don't want to see another gray area like this come up before us in regard to Echo. And with that, I made the motion, and I will vote yes.
Billy Wheeler?
Time, correct. Yeah, I kind of go along with Fred. I'm going to definitely I'm definitely approving it, but it was how it all transpired. There's just a lot of things that we worked hard to get, or people worked hard to get Echo and Forever on a path that we could get the voters, and we significantly won that. And there were just things in this that I think the way some of the things were handled was not what we had promised the citizens how it was going to be handled. We fit the square peg into the round hole because we were forced to in a lot of ways. I am totally for the loop. I love the loop. I ride it all the time. I enjoy it with my children. Absolutely want to preserve the loop. But, I still had the question, was this the property? Or should we have gotten another property that didn't have any 175-foot easement? The way it was just kind of plugged through went outside some of the guidelines that I thought that we held strong to. The other question is, I'm asking now, and I don't know who can answer this, but since it now apparently has historical value, can this be, is it allowed to be constructed on? So does that mean, I would hate to spend $1 million of the taxpayers' money if the people can't build on it.
So Megan, can you put the PowerPoint back up, please? And I'll see if I can figure out how to do the annotating.
And this is just a responsible question, to the taxpayers.
Absolutely. So, see if it'll work. Let me do it. No. Well, you see the narrow green? So, I don't know what that's called. I don't know what the shape is called. But at the bottom, you see the squiggly line through it. That's the proposed where the Old Kings Highway, we don't have it completely outlined. We have, parts of it are known to have been found through an archaeological study. However, on the bottom left, when you come into the Plantation Oak subdivision and you make an immediate right, you come to the western side of that park. Am I correct? I think it's the west side, down here at the bottom. That's where our park amenities will be. It will not be, it'll just be on the very edge of that area. So we'll have a shell park, and all those things will be sitting right there on the edge of the park. The trail that we have winding through there, that we propose to be winding through there, avoids all of the archaeological significant areas, but is close enough that we can put a sign up with the background saying, hey, this is located here. Here's some of the history of why this particular area is important. Same thing with the chimney and the foundation and those types of things that are on there. We'll have appropriate documentation so people can be close enough to see it, but not, our little tiny trail will not be.
Okay, Donna, and I appreciate, I think my question is more to Clay. Okay. It's not so much if we can build on it. I'm saying if we didn't purchase it, and don't everybody panic, but if we can, now that it's been established as something historical, can the developer that owns it right now, if it's not going to be developed, if it
I
cannot.
practiced answering my question last night on that.
Yeah. So I just want that explained to the people who've been asking me that question.
Good afternoon, Clay Erb, Director of Growth and Resource Management. The fact that you have a historical resource on your property does not prohibit you from developing that property as it's allowed by our land use and zoning. What it does is it does alter how you design it. So therefore, if you do have a historical resource, you would have to basically put a sufficient buffer around it, and you would be able then to develop the rest of the property for the uses that were intended there. So in this particular piece of land, what you would see is they could still be able to develop for upwards of 76 lots, but they would have to make sure that they're avoiding the historic resource and providing sufficient buffering for it.
That was my question. Thank you.
Ben Johnson.
I agree with the previous comments. This was kind of a backwards sort of a deal. Now, I realize there was a definite window of opportunity that we had to kind of look at, but we promised the citizens about how we were going to do eco and forever, and we have to stick with that. I realize sometimes other things happen, but but when we come backwards, we lose some of the ability. One of the things we did lose up here, potentially lost, was the ability to limit some growth by the way we did it, because we still have the same amount of cars, the same amount of residences going in, and when we get backwards on it with people negotiating that really don't understand all the intricacies of it, we lose some of these abilities. So we have to be very cautious to make sure that we go the right direction so that we can take and make sure that we get the best on what the citizens are looking for. So no, I don't want to see any more of these things going backwards. We don't need to be lobbying the boards. I think they're supposed to be coming to us with their with their ideas and recommendations, which I think they probably would have come no matter what with the recommendation. But we got to be careful on public perception in the long run that it's transparent and that we go the right direction with this, so that later we don't wear it, or down the road somebody doesn't say in 20 years, well, the previous councils didn't do what they said they'd do. And that was one of the reasons this thing went by so overwhelmingly, was because it's always been following the rules in this instance. And that's just what I want to be careful about.
Okay, the public would like to speak on this issue. Thank you for the motion. And the second, Phyllis Stauffenberg. And follow that with Donna Craig, and then Ken Strickland. So we've got quite a few, so if everybody would just get ready.
My name is Phyllis Stauffenberg, and I live in DeLand, Florida. I am here once again for an expanded amount of taxpayers, and the number is growing as I speak. I'd like to remind you, the property that we're speaking of for the land acquisition is not a historical property. It has neither been registered with the national, state, or local. As Donna Butler had stated, it could be, but it isn't currently. All you know about the historical view of it is what's been told to you by the environmentalist and, of course, our county chairman, Mr. Brower. They say there are 70,000 petitions, signatures. We have not seen them. We know nothing about them. All we know is it's been told to us 70,000. If in fact there is 70,000 signed petitions, I've done the math on it per you just now at 70,000. 1 million divided by 70,000 is $14.28 apiece. I recommend our county chairman, Mr. Brower, and the environmentalist get on the phone and call these 70,000 and have them pay $14.28 apiece. Therefore, you have your $1 million. I, for a taxpayer, don't want to pay $1 million. Neither do the people I represent. The chairman isn't worried about it because his taxes per year are $154. We pay thousands of dollars. So there's no skin off his back. There's never been an appraisal that we have seen. There's been one talked about, but we have no evidence of an appraisal for that property. There's a 175-foot buffer zone, or I call an easement. That is a part of the beauty and the scenic drive for the Old Dixie Highway. Anything beyond that is not marketable. That's why it's being sold to you for $1 million. I think the environmentalist that Mr. Brower has had on his side, along with a few others like Sons of the Beach, were a part of his election campaign promises. This is now payback time, and we, the taxpayers, are having to pay for it. I don't mind that you do work with them to get yourself elected, Mr. Brower, but don't do it at my expense. That's wrong. That's wrong. We all think it's wrong. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Donna Craig.
Hello. I'm Donna Craig. I live in Ormond by the Sea, up by the Loop. I was here 2 meetings ago, I guess, and I spoke to you about this little triangular piece of property, excuse me, and I called it a pie-shaped lot. And I want to reevaluate the way that I described it the last time, because what I'd like to say now is it's shaped like a piece of chocolate silk pie. And for anybody who knows anything about chocolate, and I'm sure we're all chocolate lovers, chocolate silk pie is an amazing combination of wonderful ingredients, and you mix them all together and you come up with this incredibly wonderful finish to the evening or whatever time you choose to use it. That's what the Loop is like. This piece of pie that we have an opportunity to buy is valuable for a number of reasons. The ingredients that go into making it so valuable have included history, whether it's in a book or not. I happen to have Minorcan history or Minorcan heritage in my family, so to me, the history of the area is important. There's the natural beauty, there are the natural resources, there's the sense of community, there's sentimentality. I grew up in the area. I call that my happy place up there. I really think it's a very valuable piece of property for a number of reasons. All of those ingredients go together to make a wonderful piece of pie, and I really think we need to find a way to purchase this and be happy with what we've done, because we're saving a quality of life that means the most to those of us who live here and have chosen to live here for exactly those reasons. Let's buy that pie.
Thank you. Ken Strickland, and then Joe Will, and Carlton Curley.
Ken Strickland, Beachside, Daytona Beach. First, let me say I support Dream Green. What I'm about to say has nothing to do with them. I've lived here for over 30 years. Many times over that period of time, I have seen millions of dollars given away to the right last names, corporations. while the tax-paying residents' wishes have been ignored in favor of a very wealthy and of the very wealthy and influential. Today, I strongly urge you to vote in favor of defending the designated scenic loop. This is your opportunity to do something really good for the residents rather than catering to an influential few and their friends. I am a member of the largest and most influential group in Volusia County, the tax-paying voters. In 2022, there will be an election for all the seats up there except for Mr. Brower's. Please remember that votes beat dollars, and look no further than the sales tax vote for proof that that is true. Please do not consider what I am saying as a threat, but more of a promise. And represent the voters by passing this resolution on item 6. I'd also like to thank the council, for the ones that were up there that put on this show a few minutes ago, for doing more than has been done in the last 30 years to unite the residents of this county. Because I think with the insults to Mr. Brower's friends, the voting bloc that helped to get him voted in and to do away with the half-cent sales tax will be more than happy to meet the challenge coming up. Thank you.
Joe Will?
Really. Good afternoon, everyone. It's so nice to see you. And I got to tell you, I am so glad today was the day I got to come.
You swore me in, sir. I'm glad to.
Nice to see you again.
Aren't you glad to see me in action?
I am. Back when I was a member of the judiciary, I came here to the county council very often, and we built a lot of important things together. We built a courthouse. We built a drug court. We grew a drug court. We made one of the greatest drug courts in the nation. We built substance abuse programs. We built mental health programs. We did a lot of things together. I have yet to come here for myself, and I'm here for myself today. No judicial stuff, just Joe. For me, for my family, for my friends, and for everybody that's ever said a word to me about the loop. I've lived here 40 years or so. I've never met a person who said, let's don't protect the loop. I've never met a person who said, let's don't protect Mosquito Lagoon. I've never met a person who said, don't protect the springs, don't protect the intercoastal, don't protect the beach. And what the hell have we done for 40 years? We've ignored them like red-headed stepchildren. We've let them get into terrible disarray, and we've let horrible things happen. I'm here today because I couldn't be here 30 years ago when this whole dog and pony show started on the loop, when development was permitted there with small buffers and given to a select few. That happened, I'm not going to say there was anything bad about it, but it happened in circumstances where no one really knew. Had I known, I would have been here, and so would all of my friends. The only reason I'm here now is because when the city of Ormond Beach did its thing, they at least put up a yellow sign on the loop, and so I knew that there was going to be a meeting, and so I could engage myself and get involved. And if it hadn't been for that, since I don't get the stinking newspaper anymore, I wouldn't have had any idea. You'll enjoy this when you quit politics. You just don't have to read the paper anymore. We knew that, Dr. Lowry. This is a significant event in Volusia County right now. It's a little bit, my time is waning. I had a great battleship analogy I was going to give you, but I will tell you, I'm encouraged that something is happening for the first time over this 40 years that makes the people who care about our environment and our community feel as though they have a governmental body with them saying, you're right, this is a value, this is a wonderful thing, we want this to happen. So we didn't get to change the whole loop today, but what we did is we told the people, and I know it's a no-brainer, I know you're going to pass it, we told the people of the community that what they think about valued environmental concerns is important. And maybe it stops here, and maybe we get to back the battleship up a little bit. Maybe we can do something to do the things that are really necessary out there. Maybe we can reduce and control the traffic. 4 seconds. Maybe we can slow the traffic down, change the type of traffic, change the proximity of housing to the loop, increase the buffers in the access, and eliminate the access roads. But we get a start today, and I want to thank you for what you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Carlton?
And I'm sorry, Judge, I interrupted you, so I probably took away that 6 seconds. I'm so sorry.
I think we need to put him on probation. And then after Carlton, Vic Baker.
Good afternoon, Carlton Curley, DeLand, Florida. I'm a retired school teacher at Volusia County Schools. I grew up in Orange City. I graduated from DeLand High School. I taught in Volusia County Schools for 38 and a half years, 23 of which I was a hospital homebound teacher. My first introduction to the Loop was as a hospital homebound teacher for a student who lived right near there. I drove through it weekly, if not more than once a week, to teach that student. So I appreciate the beauty and just the wonderful experience it is to have driven through it. Do you mind if I do a hand count and if I have the floor? How many of you have been at the Loop on the count? How many of you have been to the Loop? All right. That's good to know, because I was going to make all my message just this. If you haven't been there and seen it and experienced it, you won't know what we're talking about. So please go out, experience it, and you'll know, you'll feel the difference. Having driven through it many times, you'll feel that difference. You'll know why it's so special. Please support the Loop.
Thank you. Vic Baker, followed by Lee Johnson.
Good afternoon, folks. This is Vic Baker, New Smyrna Beach. It may not seem like a big deal in a $1 billion budget, but $1 billion is a lot of money in my book. I think most of the average taxpayers of Volusia County would agree with that. I would agree that preserving the natural and historical legacy of the Ormond Loop and Trail is a noble goal. But I have a number of pertinent questions about it, and forgive my ignorance because I'm learning, as many of you are too. Would a National Historic designation preserve the website absent acquisition? Is acquisition absolutely necessary? That's a pertinent question. How much protection from undue development is already provided by the 175-foot buffer along those 36 acres in question? How much protection or conservation is already accorded the Ormond Loop and Trail by its longtime designation as a Florida and National Scenic Byway? Does the developer who owns this acreage have a completely free hand to build private homes on the acreage in question absent a purchase by the county? Will this purchase do anything to reduce population density, since the developer can simply build the 76 displaced homes a mere 100 yards away? Are we simply chasing an ever-elusive goal, and when will we stop using taxpayer dollars to take land off the tax rolls? Is the expenditure of $1 million, most of it from taxpayer funds, not all of it, but most of it, the only way to preserve the legacy of the Ormond Loop and Trail? Is this the wisest and most productive use of public funds at a time when COVID shutdowns, business closures, and economic disruption have put a strain on county revenues? Was the appraisal to arrive at the proposed price of this land for the highest and best use or historic land value? That's a pertinent question. I'm in favor of conservation. That includes preserving our natural environment in common sense ways. That also includes preserving our financial assets by wisely allocating them for purposes that achieve the public good. So I'm only asking you this. Please take your time to consider these questions before you make a decision to spend $1 million on a purchase of private land for whatever purpose. Thank you.
Lee Johnson, followed by Karen Clark. Lee Johnson, Karen Clark.
You've heard everything from everybody, and your own staff is wonderful, and they're very precise. And if they didn't think it was a good idea at all, do you think they would have given such a great presentation? So do the right thing, and since everybody is okay, and the fact that maybe a landowner in the future may have the kind of property that you would want, only they don't have a 6-month down the road thing, maybe something else like this may happen again. So just be aware, because sometimes you don't have an opportunity the second time around when you say, no, let's think about it for 6 months. But you're doing the right thing. Thank you.
John Nicholson. And Natalie, oh, there you are. You'll be next.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. First, I'd like to thank Jeff for bringing it forward. I know it was outside the box, and Danny, I don't want to offend you, but we don't know what's going to come down, and this couldn't be held up until October. It was needed. Secondly, 70,000 people. I didn't sign that petition, but I'm for it, and I'm sure there are people behind me that are for it, and they didn't sign it either. So if we wanted to look at the people in Volusia County, it may be 100,000, 150,000 that are in favor of this. ECHO was passed for exactly this reason. We did have a problem with the idea of doing it out of turn, and I understand that, but sometimes things have to be done, all right? There are so many things about this that people are on both sides. Well, it's $1 million. Mark Bernier, they're saying, oh, it was not worth the money. They're paying way too much. And then a realtor comes out and says, oh, it's about $2 million value. Well, $1 million is a lot less than $2 million. And we've done this in the past. We overpay. This is not being overpaid. We're getting a bargain. And I've been involved in real estate for years. And you know when something is undervalued. And this is undervalued. And when you go down the loop, for those of you that have been through it, it's not just the oak trees on the side of the road. It's all the foliage behind it. When you go into that, you have a time warp to the past. This is what the original settlers would have seen when they went down the loop. They're not seeing the houses through the trees. If you didn't buy this property, I know 150 feet sounds like a lot of property. It's not. It's the distance from my front property to the back of my property is 175 feet. And I can see the neighbor's house. So this extra bit of land prevents us from seeing those rooftops. Because as you drive down there, several times you can see rooftops. And that's not what you really want. This creates that time warp, and you're allowing that to happen. So it's not that the idea that you're buying excess land that nobody can buy or nobody wants. Yeah, you can build houses on that. I think, 76 houses? That's a lot of rooftops you can see from the road. Plus, some guy, and I can't remember who he was, made a comment that you can connect it to another park and another park. And they're saying 10 miles. Well, 10 miles is a heck of a lot of park, heck of a lot of riding path, walking path. So in all, I think you're making a wise decision. And that little bumper sticker, I thought that was a victory lap for the people of Volusia County. I was not offended by that. I was happy that it came through, you were able to do it, and then I would say most of the people in Volusia County and the people in the future will thank you for your gift to them. Thank you.
Natalie with the 70,000 or so signatures.
Good morning, or good evening. I'm Natalie Plipsack, and I would first like to say that I'm the person that started the petition on change.org. For any of you naysayers that say that there is not 71,140 signatures, you can go on dreamgreenvolusia.com, scroll down, click sign the petition, you can see the amount of signatures. It's probably ticked away since I've last checked it this morning. I would also like to mention the amount of views on the petition, which is different than signatures. It's when a person clicks back to the petition for updates or general information. Currently, there are 409,000 views on the petition, which means people have gone back and checked that 409,000 times. There are also nearly 2,000 comments on the petition. I wrote down a few of my favorites to read them to you. It is a community treasure not to be soiled. There's another comment that says, the Ormond Loop is a second home to me, and one of the most beautiful wildlife locations I have come in contact with in my lifetime. Another comment, this loop should be protected as a historical and environmental asset for future Volusia County residents. Another one, I am signing because the loop is the last piece of nature nearest and dearest to our heart. The loop is a piece of what makes this place special. Preserve this gem of history and scenic wildlife, one of the best areas in Florida, and I miss not being nearby anymore. This is the most treasured part of Ormond Beach. Let's do our part to make sure it can continue to be enjoyed by us and future generations. We must preserve our natural wonders. The loop is the reason I bought my home on Oak Forest Drive. And these are just a few of the comments that I've seen. And the petition has been up for nearly 10 months, so I can't exactly go back and find people's phone numbers based off of their names and ask them to donate. Suzanne Schreiber will come speak later, and she'll let you know how much money we've raised. But I personally feel that this purchase is one of the best opportunities for land conservation on the Loop in years, and the Loop is worthy of our protection and is more than just trees along a byway. I urge you to center your attention to conservation and utilize Volusia's resources to the best of your ability. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Smith?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I know we don't normally talk, but may I say something to Natalie?
It was hard not to. Go ahead.
Natalie, so I just wanted to take a moment, and I would like for everyone in this room to fully understand that here is a young lady in high school who has gone out of her way to care about her community, to spend every waking moment focused on saving her community, fighting for her community, and that you don't even live in my district. You live at the south end of the county, correct?
I live in Port Orange. I
Yes.
lived in Ormond as a kid. But.
So she's been going from Port Orange back and forth after school, doing all of these different things while she's got all of these other things going on, and really fighting for several months. 10 months. She probably know the day and the hour. And getting these signatures and getting the support and really helping with the advocacy. So I hope that everyone in this room fully understands that, and I in no way want to diminish that, and I believe I was actually one of the people that signed your petition. So I thank you for working so hard and doing what you've been doing. And I would hope that you take this and you go out and you do even more things in your community and in your world to make a difference, because you have made a tremendous difference and you're only this age. So I thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
And when you leave, hold your head up high. Environmentalist is not a dirty word.
Thank you.
Is Laura Smith here? Ariel Kavanaugh? I see Peggy Farmer. Oh, Ariel?
Hello. My name is Ariel Kavanaugh, and I live and work here in Volusia County. I reside in Holly Hill, Florida. I run a community group called Holly Hill Eco Friends that I just recently started about 6 months ago. We collect litter and do fun things as a community. It's a lot of fun. The land in question is wild. It's dense. It's a whole entire habitat flourishing with wildlife. Like others said before me, it's a time warp. Houses do not belong on this coastal pinewood flat or wetland area. I fully support the purchase of the 36 acres of land in and around the loop. It is very important to conserve this land. Purchasing this land for conservation will contribute to the historical, recreational, and scenic value of the area. Those are things for us to enjoy. Value isn't in just the pure beauty of it, though, and enjoyment. It's not just for us. More importantly, the value is in balance. Preserving the land will enhance ecosystem services. It provides a habitat for wildlife of all kinds, including rare and threatened and endangered species. The land absorbs and filters the water. It absorbs and filters nutrients, good and bad. It's working for us. The trees and other vegetation improve air quality and produce oxygen. They all work for free. Please join your citizens and support the purchase to save and preserve this valuable land. Thank you.
Thank you. Peggy Farmer, followed by Robert Allen.
Good afternoon. Peggy Farmer, Ormond Beach. I can count the votes, and I think we know where we stand, but I still wanted to come up and put on the record my concerns about the way the whole process was undertaken. I was really disappointed, to tell you the truth, and I think it was because we missed some opportunities here. We've mentioned several of them, but one of the opportunities that I hope we can learn from is we need to make sure we compare what we're looking at to other potential purchases. There are very few parcels left on the loop. That's the good news. There's 3 or 4 that I could find in the records. But there's one particular one that is very near the opening of Plantation Oaks, and it's about 20 acres, I believe. And it's right on the loop. I mean, if you really want to save the loop, these are the kind of parcels we should be putting as the top priority, because this is developable. And when and if it does become a project to be developed, there is going to be tree clearing. There's going to be more traffic. And I want to save the loop. I wish I could have gotten more involved in this issue early on. I kind of missed the boat, because I think we should have pushed to take a little bit more time earlier on and look at these 3 or 4 parcels that are still developable directly on the roadway, and decide what is the best bang for the taxpayer's buck to save the loop. I mean, I think the 70,000 plus people are, not everyone. I didn't sign, but I support saving the loop also, but I do not support a priority of this nature where you're 175 feet behind a heavily wooded setback, buffer, whatever. You would have never seen the homes. The homes are still going to be there. I mean, the developer's not going to give up his right to build 76 homes and lose that profit. So we're not going to decrease the traffic. And if we had been able to take our time and look at about 4 of these parcels, I don't think this one would have come on top. And I think that's a sad situation for today, because nobody up on the dais seems totally happy with this decision, because if we could do it over, I think we'd learn a little more from it. And that's what I just wanted to share with you is, we're still, as old as I am, we're still learning. Thank you.
Robert Allen?
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And I do live in Ormond Beach on the Loop, and I picked that location. I was not one of the folks that filled out that survey, but because of the Loop. It's a natural treasure. And I think that the assumption that most people had is it was protected. So to find out that it's in jeopardy, not only the buffer that we're talking about here, but up to the road, is very concerning. I believe in, thinking globally and acting locally, and this fits both parameters, that we really have to focus on this. Hearing some of the conversations earlier, how do we mix it up? That maybe toll on the bridges might not be the best idea, but we do know hospitality in the state leads it. In the last report I read, that this county was second to last as far as growth. That you look at environmental tourism, it's a growing segment. I'll ask you to look for the future of that. That right now, 3% of cars are electrical vehicles. In 15 years, 58% of vehicles will be electric vehicles. So charging stations on that to get them to the county, to stay at the condominiums and the hotels and the restaurants and the small shops that go through, not to mention the tax dollars of 6% that go back into the tourism fund of that. I opened the first green or LEED certified hotel in North America, so I have a little bit of knowledge about looking at trends as they go through. And I would state that there's huge opportunity. If you look at the Volusia page, what are we known for? The pristine beaches, the lazy rivers, the sunshine, the weather. This fits into the growth pattern as we go through. And I plead that if not now, when, that we'll protect a national treasure like this. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Missy, are you still here? Yes, she is. And then Rebecca Chafee.
I wasn't planning on being here all day. I was planning on coming here briefly and standing up in defense to support Natalie. and go to work. But it's 3:15 and I haven't left. So it kind of brings to point too, I know it's been brought up before about when these meetings take place, and this, I know I'm here to talk right now about the loop, but I just have to bring it up. There's so many people that care about issues that are being brought up to you, and the best that they can do is send an email or sign a petition. They can't take a full day off of work, or they have kids to take care of, elderly parents, whatever businesses, whatever they have. So I just think it's really important for this council to consider having some type of meeting held at some point in the evening hours so you can hear from more people that want a voice in this community and just aren't able to come spend a whole day here. Mr. Robbins, it's very clear, this is the first time I've been to a county council meeting in probably 20 years when I was here when my kids were little and we were trying to get something done at the beach. It didn't take long for me to realize who's sitting in whose camp. And it's really discouraging. I don't want to tell you what kind of party I registered to vote, but I'm sitting in the crowd next to people that are snickering and laughing when people are talking about something that they disagree with. It's just embarrassing and it's discouraging. And you're voted into office and you're paid to represent your constituents. And it's not your time to say, your issue is not important, my issue is important, you're distracting us. We're all here because we care. And so regarding the loop, people have spoken. And if you come and if you keep status quo and you only want to talk about the things because you're supported by people who voted you in office and you have your own issues, right? That you all do. So we're here for the loop. The people have spoken. It's your job. You're paid to do this. You're paid to represent the people who want you to bring their concerns before you. And we're not paid. I'm not getting paid today. And so I just think it's really important. I'm so impressed with Natalie that she took the time to care about her community and to do something, not because she was getting attention for it, not because she was going to get voted in for something for it, but because it was the right thing to do. So it's really important to remember that. So thanks for your time. I just talked about the dogs because I was here for the loop, but I care about that too, and I don't think it's stupid. So have a great day.
Thank you. Rebecca, you still here or she's still here? And then last we'll have Suzanne Schreiber.
Hello. I'm actually reading a letter by Charles Dutoit that was sent to Suzanne Schreiber. I'm retired from the Florida Park Service as an environmental specialist for the Tomoka Basin State Parks. Contrary to the specialist job title, the position involved a broad range of responsibilities, including the management of archaeological and historical sites, as well as the restoration of natural resources. Bulow Creek State Park comprises the largest land area with the greatest number of historical sites in the Tomoka Basin parks. As I worked in the state lands at Bulow Creek on the east side of Old Dixie Highway, the Halifax Plantation subdivision, the opposite of Fairchild Oak, was under construction and the National Gardens DRI was under review. This large planned development extended about 4 miles north of the Tomoka Basin along the west side of Old Dixie Highway. The Plantation Oak subdivision will later be platted from a development unit of National Gardens environmental groups, recreational interests, and citizens were concerned that the National Gardens development would reduce the scenic canopy along the Loop Drive. A coalition of these interests were able to increase the building setback to increase the forested buffer along Old Dixie Highway. The state expressed concerns about the environmental impacts of this large development area adjacent to the state parks. As I had grown more familiar with the historical terrain, I was concerned that subdivision planning had largely ignored the ruins and homesteads along the Old Kings Road that was delineated on plantation maps and early 20th century highway maps between St. Augustine and New Smyrna. Around 2000, I got together with my local expert, George, who has spent years in the woods. We located traces of the Kings Road west of Old Dixie Highway in the woodlands at the present site of Plantation Oaks. As it relates to the discussion about the acquisition of the 36-acre parcel, George and I found and photographed several features of a homestead on this tract. Note, not done on state time. The structural remains have interest in their unique construction. but the historical context of the site is of equal value. This site is one of few surviving remnants of a homestead that was built on the original King's Roads. It should be preserved for its historical value, as well as preserving the woodlands and wildlife. Charles Dutoit, April 20th, 2021. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne Shiver?
Suzanne Shiver, Ormond Beach, Dream Green, Volusia. Here's an update on support for the Ormond Scenic Loop and Trail Conservation Project. Collectively, Dream Green, Volusia and North Florida Land Trust have garnered $26,250 to date. The petition has 71,000 plus signatures, as you just heard. We handed out 600 yard signs and 250 bumper stickers. Over the last few months, there's been a lot of conversation and a lot of listening. With the public support for this project being so strong, people wanted to talk. They talked and talked and talked some more. We heard about traffic, overdevelopment, loss of wildlife, habitat, and flooding. We are simply activists trying to achieve land conservation on the Ormond Scenic Loop and Trails. We're not elected officials. Pertaining to the situation that I keep hearing about Mr. Mitchenberg developing elsewhere. On January the 19th, I have no idea why no one has said this before, but on January the 19th, Mr. Mitchenberg was at the Ormond Beach County City Commission. He stood up and said that he had entitlements from not developing a school on the property, and that he would be developing the golf course. And if the city or the county did not express purchasing this land, he would be developing it. So this actually does, if he has the right to develop these lots if you don't purchase them, and he will go back to the city of Ormond Beach and ask for amendments to develop the golf course. No one has said this out loud. I have no idea why. He can go back for the amendments. Does that mean the city of Ormond Beach would approve it? Not necessarily, but let's be realistic here. We live in a pro-development county, and the city of Ormond Beach is pro-development. And they have supported Mr. Mitchenberg, and this county has for the last 20 years with everything he's done. Now, Mr. Mitchenberg, if you're listening right now, no one appreciates your cooperation more than I do. But I couldn't just sit here and let it be said that you were transferring your developer rights without saying that if these lots could be developed and the golf course could be developed as well. Now, anyone sitting behind me who has opposed this truly did not read the agenda today. And if you think that there is somewhere else on the loop that could be purchased in the future, by all means, do the work, step up, please, act. This is a rare opportunity for conservation of historic land on the west side of Old Dixie Highway. Please say yes to preserving historic land. Lastly, we heard personal stories from people who grew up here, others who lived here a long time, and others who came in the last few years. Sometimes funny stories and sometimes sad stories, but always meaningful stories. The public wants this, and they want their voices to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're ready to vote. Chris, I'm going to ask you one more time to call the roll. This is important.
Mr. Johnson. He said yes for the record. Dr. Lowry?
Yes.
Ms. Post?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins?
Yes.
Ms. Wheeler? Yes. Mr. Brower?
Yes. And it passes, and, well, I won't speak for Barb Gertman, but it passes unanimously with all those here today, 6-0. Before you go, you don't have to walk back, but you do need recognition, along with Clay, along with Suzanne, who organized this effort at the county staff level. You did work hard.
It was a team effort, and Tim Bailey wrote the application for Echo Board, did the...
Tim Bailey was awesome.
And he and his team went out and looked to make sure they could put a trail in, so kudos to a lot of people that put a lot of hard work in.
Thank you. Suzanne, we have a lot of stuff to do, but would you and Natalie walk down again real quick? I want to tell you that I brought a bottle of champagne today in case this went that way, but George and Mike Dyer drank it all on our lunch break. Yeah.
Natalie had to go back to school, and she left right after she spoke. She was here all day, so I just wanted to say that. Sorry.
I just wanted to thank you, because the reason this is here is because you approached Parker months and months ago. You did do the work. You struggled with what's the best property on the loop. This is the one that was available, and if we didn't act now, it was going to be gone forever. We didn't act 20 years ago, and it was going to be developed in the golf course. Thank you for your hard work. And we're going to move item 11 up, correct?
Yeah, and I'd like to ask a favor to, also, James Moore Associates has been here, and they have an appointment, I think, to go to another meeting, so if there's any way we could squeeze them in.
You want to do those first, before 11? Or are they prepared?
We can do it after 11.
Okay.
Good.
So we'll go ahead with item 11. Discussion of ordinance related to human trafficking adult entertainment performer identification card requirement.
So item 11 was something that I asked to be on the agenda. Just to give a little history on this, and Flip, you all are welcome to just come up and sit up front here. We have had, over the course of the years, we've had, every January we do human trafficking proclamations, and I know that the Junior League has come to us when they started working on human trafficking advocacy. And you can come up front, sir. He's hiding. All right. And we've had the Freedom 7 Task Force. We just had Christy Gillis come in regards to Child Abuse Prevention Month. And actually, she couldn't be here today because she is speaking in St. Johns County for Child Abuse Prevention Month. But we've talked and talked and talked about this issue, and there are websites and advocacy at the state level. The governor's office has talked about it. If you go on the Attorney General's website, there is an entire there's entire pages about human trafficking and advocacy within Florida. Department of Children and Families, same thing. It is a serious issue. Part of the Freedom 7 Task Force, and that task force is made up of a number of groups around the area, and the reason it's called 7 is because it's basically our district area, the 7th District. The Department of Homeland Security is on that task force. I spoke with Jesus Martin, is the Department of Homeland Security detective caseworker. He's in charge of these kinds of cases for both Brevard and Volusia County, so we had some really good in-depth conversation. We met again last week just to double up, and it is a significant issue here in Volusia County. We have had people brought in. We had Marina, who couldn't also be here today, but she has actually come in before, and I don't remember, it was probably before January, so the older council heard it, but she had come in and she had talked about human trafficking within our schools, and she works a lot with the middle schools, and she was talking to us about cases where we have had the human trafficking issues. Everyone's on the internet, certainly with COVID, that has stepped up, right? And we do have, it's not just young girls, but we do have people in Volusia County being trafficked, and especially being a transient county, we also have people coming through being trafficked, right? So it's a number of different angles that this stuff is happening. And in talking with Investigator Martin with Department of Homeland Security, one of the things that was brought up was, because I heard it noted the other days, the media saw this on the agenda, and one of the things I saw on Twitter was, well, you know, we talked to the Sheriff's Office. Sheriff's Office says we don't really have a whole lot of cases in human trafficking in the last few years, in the last however many years. Well, there's a reason for that. There is no longer a human trafficking task force. There used to be, but there is no longer that task force within the local law enforcement agencies, and it's really because of lack of personnel, to be honest. They do work those kinds of cases within their child exploitation unit, and they do that routinely. But the best way to push cases through for the state attorney's office, or even at the federal level, is not to charge human trafficking. It's to charge other charges. So then when you go to look for statistics on human trafficking, you're not really seeing those. And that is truly the reason that is happening. I know we've talked about a lot of things today, and some may say this is not very important, but oh my gosh, we have so many people within Volusia County who are working on this. And what I would love to see is we've talked about it. Junior League has come in. They did an amazing partnership with the Sheriff's Office. They've done backpack drives to provide to victims. And I'll tell you what, every backpack went to a victim at some point, and there's continuously lots of backpacks. So these things are happening. But so what I did, Congressman Waltz had asked me to participate in a human trafficking town hall a little over a month ago. And this started, I had heard the discussions in the background before, but I started really looking at it and saying, okay, look, again, sort of the discussion from before, right? We keep talking about it, but for heaven's sakes, let's see some actionable items in Volusia County for actually addressing it. And it is unfortunate, but with law enforcement so stretched, it's very hard to have that enforcement and to have that proactivity. So even though they are doing their best. So what I had done was I had initially asked, part of that town hall that Congressman Waltz had, there was a, Leanne, the city councilwoman from the city of Jacksonville, was talking about an ordinance that she had put through. There was a number of bullet points that they had done, but one of the main points that I was looking at was being able to ID workers, right? So these, at the adult entertainment clubs, what you have sometimes is you have people that come in and are being trafficked, and they're not able to be, you never know that, right? Because you're not able to identify them. And when you have a county with various events, which Volusia County does because we're high tourism, we have a lot of pop-up events as well. So you'll have party buses that come down 95, they'll stop in, they'll do various things, have parties, and then take off. And that's part of the whole human trafficking process that goes on. So one of the things that some of the other counties had done, Miami Beach, City of Jacksonville, was to try and work on IDing these people when you see them, and being able to say, if you went up to them and you asked them for their information, that they were supposed to have that information readily available so that you could ensure that they were registered to be doing this kind of stuff. And so I got with legal several times. We chatted about this. We did some research. I know that, and I'm sure you'll hear from Mike here in a few minutes as well, but one of the issues that I think staff and legal is hesitant about is the Jacksonville one is in litigation. The city of Daytona Beach Shores had an ordinance that they had put through in 2016, and they were under litigation. They still have the ordinance, but there was litigation, right? And the Miami Beach one, litigation. And so our county attorney division, and I'll tell me if I'm speaking freely, but we're worried about any kind of lawsuits or anything like that, right? Coming back from doing an ordinance like this. So our discussion then sort of evolved into, well, you know, I don't care how we get from point A to point B, but we need, you know, if we could be doing something, there's got to be something that we as elected officials in Volusia County could put into place somehow, some way, that could have some impact that's not fluff and that is an actionable item that we could, even if we started moving the peg forward just a little bit, and that hopefully, you know, if you got Congressman Maltz on board, could end up in funding or whatever it is future down the line. So one of the things I did was I asked, we have Bikers Against Trafficking here today. They have waited all day, by the way, since 8:30 to come and speak. They've been very patient, very kind, and understood the process. But I thought it was very important to have someone come in and actually speak about the things within our county. Because if we can't relate it to ourselves, right? Why are we even talking about it? And I don't want it to be just another issue that we're bringing up. This is very, very, very important because these are people's lives. So if you'd like to go ahead and just give us your input.
Sure. Well, thank you very much for bringing this issue up. And so Bikers Against Trafficking is part
Can you
of...
share your name? So we.
Yeah, my first name is Phil, and my last name is Tumarello, and I live in DeLand. And I'm a volunteer for Bikers Against Trafficking. And Bikers Against Trafficking is part of the Freedom 7 Alliance. And I share the co-chair of the Education Committee, and I'm on the Executive Committee. So I spend my whole life basically battling this. And you're going to hear from Doc, who's a survivor. Just in case you all don't know, our basic human right, freedom, human trafficking is stealing freedom for profit. And so we basically support the ordinance, and we understand that there's two sides to this. There are individuals who have the right to make a choice to work in the adult industry. There's also people who are forced, and we have to protect them. So lawsuit or no lawsuit, you know, what's the quandary there? You got to figure out what you're going to do. So I think that concept of putting in some type of ordinance goes a long way, but it doesn't really solve the problem. I think it's imperative we continue to provide services for people who have been trafficked, but it's important that we implement ways to prevent trauma. We're dealing with organized crime. You guys have $1 million budget or $1 billion budget. You're talking about $1 million. So human trafficking is $99 billion. So this is a big problem. And yeah, your students, your neighbors, and I'm emotional because this hurts. So we've got to do something about this. And unfortunately, we have judges, we have police officers, we have lawyers, we have priests, all walks of life, who unfortunately participate in this. And many men don't understand the link between pornography, adult entertainment, and trafficking. But wherever there's a product, these folks will find a way to sell it. But like I said, I believe there's more we can do that will position Volusia County to be, you know, ahead of the curve work with the Attorney General. So I would propose that we put together some folks from Freedom 7 and work with you all if you're really serious about this. I think this is a good starting point, but I think there's so much more we could do to save people's lives. So that's really it. That's for me. But I'm going to introduce Doc.
Thank you.
Thank you, though.
Thank you, Phil.
Well, good evening. My name is Dr. Patrick Nave, and I have all kinds of fun credentials behind that name. But what I guess you need to understand is that I am a male, I don't call it survivor, I am a male thriver who was sex trafficked. And I have the privilege of leading an organization that fights to eradicate human sex trafficking. My wife was trafficked from age 3 to 17, probably 20 times a day, every day of her life, and survived, and now she thrives. And she's the vice president of Bikers Against Trafficking. You can name a city in Volusia County, and we have worked with somebody from that city. We have people that call us every week, currently being trafficked or who have escaped and have nowhere to go. Statistically, according to the United Nations, 1 out of every 113 people around the world are in danger of being trafficked at any moment. And Florida is terrible. We know that people report statistics, but that's based on what we know. My dad died in a federal prison. He was a major, major drug dealer. And my world was raising up in Miami and seeing organized crime do its thing. No one knew the majority of what they did. Statistics are just a small portion of what goes on. And we have run into people throughout Volusia County who are desperate for help. A lot of them have been identified because a trafficker looks around and tries to find vulnerabilities. All of us have vulnerabilities. So with social media especially, right, they can find out what's going on and where a person is weak, and then they track that person. And in Volusia County, there's so much going on and there's so much chaos. You name the category, there's chaos. And so they look deep and find these vulnerabilities. Unfortunately, in the adult entertainment world, it is a world where vulnerabilities can be exposed. No child from birth has on their goals, I want to work in adult entertainment. Trauma happens. Things distort. And they grow up and they end up in that world. We know statistically that many of them are there not by their choice. We know that many of them are minors. They have no voice. They have no hope. They don't know what to do. What this ordinance or law or whatever it turns out to be would give law enforcement is the right to walk in and just observe what is going on. Is there something that's not good? By having some sort of identification, it would allow them to go and say, is this person at least of age? Can they actually legally make the choice? Because if they're not of age, they're automatically being trafficked. It gives us the right to be able to go in and just see what is going on. Now, I'm not a big advocate that those registration of names should be posted online because a lot of people do have trauma stories, and you don't want people finding those stories and then finding those people, because we've had people that have fled from other states to here and they're hiding. And some of them will work in adult entertainment because, unfortunately, in Florida, if you have an arrest for prostitution, you can't get licensed for anything. We penalize them. So if you're trafficked and then you're arrested, well, you can't be a nurse, you can't sell real estate, anything that has a license you can't get. They're working to change those laws, and I pray that those get changed fast because we're penalizing double what's happening. So I am so grateful that you are at least pondering this, because all you have to do is talk to someone and realize that they're being raped 30 or 40 times a night. And they cry out to God for help. They cry out for any sort of assistance. And people walk by all the time and see them and don't do anything because you don't recognize them. But they need us to be their voice. So thank you so much for considering this.
I have more to say, but I want to, does anyone have any questions for them specifically?
Yes, Billy Wheeler?
Well, it wasn't necessarily a question, Heather. I want to thank you for bringing this forward. Yeah, this tears my heart out. I was a member of the Daytona Beach Shores City Commission, and I was on the National League of Cities Public Safety. I first heard about it then, and I was the one that brought it to the shores to have the ordinance that really hasn't taken hold, and they've had problems with it. So it's only expanded because that's been 8 years ago, So the problem has not been resolved by any means. It's only gotten worse, the vulnerability. Thank you to both of you and your organization and Heather for bringing this forward. Our faith group, we've got faith out there fighting these churches, This is something they need to take a bite of. We need help. We need help in getting this out there.
Could I say, so
Yeah.
the ordinance that has been passed, right?
Right.
Wherever it's been, even though there's litigation, traffickers know those rules are there, and it does change how much they press in those areas.
Right.
So even though there's litigation, please don't think that it's not making a difference, because traffickers hear that. There's networks all over the United States and all over the world, and they know. Try to avoid those areas, because whatever's going on, they're a little bit more aware.
So do you think, you're saying you don't really see where licensing, is there any kind of licensing that we could require, or?
It would help.
Yeah.
That licensing where you're having an adult worker.
You have seen it help?
Because what you have to remember is, if somebody is trafficking an individual, one of the first things that they do is make sure they have no identification on them. In the last 2 weeks, we've had 2 people that have come to us, no ID, because their trafficker has taken it from them.
Mm-hmm.
But by having this, at least in that venue, they have to have a form of ID. And so to get, let's say somebody comes out of one of those clubs, they have no ID. They can't get on a plane, you can't send them anywhere, they can't get out, there's no help. So then we drive them, and we've driven, you have no idea. It makes a difference.
So let me ask you, you're mainly seeing this in the adult performance, massage parlors?
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Yep. Teenagers, adolescents, and adults, men, women, boys, and girls.
Heather, the direction is we need to figure out what we need to do to move this forward in any direction, but we need to move it forward. That's my support for your suggestion. I appreciate this. This is really heart-wrenching. And again, thank you for your story, and thank you for your work.
So, did you want to? Okay.
No, go ahead.
So a couple of things I wanted to make sure to point out. He was talking about statistics. Florida is top third in the nation in the number of human trafficking cases. So that is the actual, solidified, those are the statistics. One can only imagine what the true numbers are, right? But you have Texas, California, and I think New York is just behind us. But Florida's top third in the nation, for heaven's sakes. And it is typically in the areas where you have a lot of events. Do you know the largest event for human trafficking in the United States happens when the Super Bowl comes in? That is the largest concentration of human trafficking operations that happens. And so Tampa, and I say this to only show that, look, other jurisdictions are taking, the initiative here. The city of Tampa, when the Super Bowl came in, they did a huge advertising campaign, and they did billboards. And so as people were coming into the Super Bowl, you were seeing, hey, and the other thing is a lot of people don't typically identify even as victims. So you have to put something that gets them to actually understand that they are a victim and that there is help. But these billboards basically said, if you've got A, B, and C, contact this number. There is help for you. And those were everywhere. And Tampa saw a significant response to that. So just doing that campaign during a major event like that, our area is amazing, and this happens everywhere. But we do have a lot of events. We have speed weeks, we have bike week, we have all these things. We have the beaches, we have the boardwalk. Lots of things that where this kind of stuff is able to thrive in the background without you noticing. And and also that another point I wanted to make sure to say was the definition of human trafficking is not being kidnapped and taken away fully. That does happen, and there, you do have those cases. That happens a lot. But you also have where people are going back and forth to home, and they're still being trafficked, and that's what happens in our schools. Is that your kid leaves, goes out, is being trafficked, comes home, just happens to have more money or a new pair of shoes or whatever, and these things are happening. So I would love for us to talk about this ordinance. I can tell you, Council, that in having more discussion over the last week to prepare for this agenda, I really want to sit down totally in depth and brainstorm, and that's what I'll be doing over the next month with a number of these groups to really hear from everyone across the board and around the state to see, you guys are in it, what the deal is, what can we be doing specifically that's not fluff, that will make some impact. So I'd love to talk about this today. If you'd like to talk about the ordinance, I would love to talk about having staff even come back with an ordinance that even mimicked, which is what's on the agenda, but also know that and plan on me coming back within, sometime in the next 2 months with some future discussion on it, and whether that's signage in our county park bathrooms or whatever it is that we could be doing that would actually make some impact, that will be happening as well.
That's good. I was hoping that either you or Billy would come up with a motion, but it looks like everybody's interested. I have one question for Doc, you or Phil, either one.
That is an official motion to bring the ordinance.
To bring that ordinance up? Do we have a second on that? Okay.
Excellent.
Motion by Post, second by Lowry. Is one of the things that we need to consider, and I guess you will work with us on this process, but is one of the things to hear what you say, it's absolutely horrifying. As a father with 5 beautiful daughters, 4 handsome sons, it's not just the daughters. And it's one of the things that we need to consider. In every legislation, there's unintended consequences. I'm thinking about young women in college. They need money for school, so they go and dance somewhere. If we have an ordinance where they need an ID, I don't think that should follow them around the rest of their life if they. So just please work with us on unintended consequences, that we don't unintentionally ruin somebody's future life that made a mistake or made a decision that could haunt them later. And okay, you have Ben Johnson.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the ordinance we're talking about is the right thing, but I definitely agree, Heather, that we've always known it was going on. One of your biggest problems is not having insider information. Mm-hmm. But this is something, has the sheriff been contacted yet? Because we need him on the ground floor.
He has. He's been working diligently on it. And
right. Well, we need them on the ground floor and the Police Chiefs Association, because you can't get anywhere without having all of them together. But then once again, having that insider information that can actually point to, here's the kind of thing we have. We know we've had it. We know on events we've worked it, but it's still not to the scale that it has ever been able to be worked. It is labor intensive, but it's still a kind of a task force that you can catch on. But it definitely needs to be looked at, and I'm kind of like Jeff on, we only have, when it comes to the part about the licensing the dancers, I don't know, we only have a couple of those facilities in the county part. So what you have to have is, if you're going to do it, it's more of a city issue in that area. And so what we have to do is find a way, how do we do the whole thing? Or how do we really get to the root problem? And it's not something we're going to do in a couple of council meetings. It's going to take committee sitting down and coming up with a blueprint of here's the direction we're going to go. And when you do it, people like FDLE, FBI, you want to sit them all down to the table.
Yeah, that's what I meant by when I said holistic. Freedom 7's task force covers Volusia, Putnam, St. John's, and Flagler County. And like Heather said, you have the sheriff's department from several municipalities like Holly Hill that are always there. Any sheriff's department is invited, but not many are able to attend because they don't have enough staff. Homeland Security is in it. We've got non-governmental organizations, we've got nonprofit organizations. So there's a lot of people that come to the table. And there's a lot of people who have that lived experience, like Doc. And we provide, Doc and his wife provide addiction counseling and trauma therapy. And again, it's great to treat people who've been victimized, but it would be great if we could prevent it. And the education and the awareness piece really is needed, which is why the schools now have it. And truckers have it. And you lose your CDL if you participate. So this is really a village thing. Like I said, it's a huge criminal enterprise or a societal disease, however you want to look at it. So yeah, you all need to really roll up your sleeves if you're going to be serious about it. And statistics don't mean anything because, Jeff, like you said, your children, would it matter how many people got trafficked if it was one of your one of your children is enough. So we're talking about people's lives.
Maybe bring in the state attorney also, because now you're talking a judicial circuit.
They're
More manpower,
on
and
the top.
maybe even having them chair it,
They're on
if
it.
you can get them to.
Well, there's a state task force.
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about locally, and state, what we're talking about here is trying to work something around here in the state attorney's office.
Don't go away. But I want to let, staff has been trying to interrupt us. George?
No, not to interrupt, but just to build on the point, the question was asked about the sheriff, and I did have a conversation with the sheriff. He definitely wanted me to relay that he supports any kind of effort, and he would like to be involved, especially if we get into things that would involve his officers for enforcement, and so I think it's just important that he's part of that holistic approach. So he has, like I say, he wanted me to relay that he definitely was interested.
Michael Dyer?
George wanted to interrupt, but not me. Just to follow up on what Ms. Post's comments, and she mentioned that you have the agenda item, which kind of gives an overview of how the issue is really being addressed by different law enforcement agencies and some of our other local governments in Florida. And it's not too often that when we're talking about something from a legislative standpoint, that we have ongoing litigation on the issue, and very recent ongoing litigation. As Ms. Post said, that we have City of Jacksonville and Palm Beach County have adopted ordinances that are very similar, and took the approach of addressed a number of things, but really did adopt a licensing badging program. Jacksonville was sued in federal court. That case is still ongoing at the trial court level in the U.S. Middle District Court, which is the district that Volusia County is in. The judge there has not finished the ruling, but did issue an injunction against the city on some provisions of the ordinance, largely directed at that badging or license requirement for the performer. I don't think I'm being exaggerating. That case will probably be appealed. It's a dispute. The same attorney that my understanding is filed that lawsuit was the attorney of record challenging the ordinance for Miami Beach. Miami Beach had a bit of a different approach, was putting requirements on the owners or operators of adult entertainment establishments, requiring the performers to check in, maintain a log, to verify age and identity. Around Thanksgiving last year, a judge issued a ruling in the Southern District of Florida, the federal district, so a different district than ours. And the city, largely prevailed in that ruling. The judge did throw out a provision of the ordinance that required the operator to basically determine the citizenship or worker status of the performer based on federal law. So that has been appealed to the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals in Atlanta, which is where Jacksonville's case, if it were appealed further, would go. So we have some of our neighbors that are litigating on this issue. But there have been some other things. That's not the only thing, as Ms. Post said, that is going on. The agenda item does talk about that Hillsborough and Pasco County have adopted county advisory boards on human trafficking. We did attach an example to the agenda item of Hillsborough's, and it really includes just a representation of law enforcement agencies and other support agencies to give recommendations to the county commission. As Ms. Post said, from reading media reports that task force was involved in putting together a media blitz before the Super Bowl and during the Super Bowl in Tampa. There is also a state law that we talked a little bit at the last meeting that requires massage parlors and adult entertainment establishments to post signage, public awareness for human trafficking with a hotline number. That state law also authorizes you to adopt an ordinance that would allow you to locally enforce that signage requirement. A violation of that would be a non-criminal infraction prosecuted by the county and county court with a $500 fine. I know Lake County adopted an ordinance along those lines. So that's really a bit of an overview. I would say that, what did obviously get my attention from a legal standpoint is that that badging requirement in Jacksonville, the federal judge directing the city, basically they're in a stand-down position on enforcement until their litigation is resolved. And no one can guarantee how that's going to come out. But certainly I think the positive in that is I think local governments are going to get some guidance on that in the future. There is another item I shared with Ms. Post. I didn't include it in the agenda item. I know there's some federal grant opportunities out there that law enforcement agencies have received. And this gentleman may probably know much more than me, but I know the regional approach, St. Petersburg Police Department received some grant monies and provided some training, I think, here locally to Freedom 7 Task Force. So I'm sure this agenda item summary is omitting other things that are out there, but it's clear that there are a number of different approaches where local governments are grappling with this issue.
Thank you. Heather?
So I do want to point out on the Jacksonville, the deal with the Jacksonville ordinance is the Jacksonville ordinance actually put in a number of bullet points. So I think part of the hesitancy there or the issues there was that there were so many things that they put in. And part of that, in addition to the IDs, were they wanted to change the age from 18 to 21. There was just a lot of particular points that they were squeezing in. I am not in any way suggesting that we, overload an ordinance. Again, baby steps. But also the, let's see, no penalty. I don't want to forget anything. So my motion specifically then would be to create an ordinance requiring, and specifically in response to the owner-operator versus the actual person, because we don't want to make it a violation of the actual person, victim, whatever. The requiring that the owner, operator, or whoever's in charge have that information or have that ID information for each of the people under their charge. That's not going to work. Okay, so let's go back to, I'm going to rephrase my motion then, because I'm hearing from that's definitely not going to work. So my motion then is to require an ID card, also to enforce the sign ordinance, the state sign ordinance that we as a county have the authority to enforce. And that's the motion. But I do also want to point out in regards to the cities, because it would be a countywide ordinance. But I really think, since this has been so much discussion, and since Daytona Beach Shores already has an ordinance, a number of cities within Volusia County actually have an ordinance regarding human trafficking, or the businesses that are involved. It's really just a matter of enforcement. And so I think that once we were to put an ordinance in place, that we could certainly work to get the cities to do resolutions to come on board. Yeah.
Billy?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask for clarification, Heather. So you're talking, you eliminated your first motion about the signs?
No,
you're still...
So I had initially talked about owner-operators, but obviously not a good idea.
Well, and that was my concern, because it's not just those adult places, you know. What my question is too, Heather, is, I mean, really, I think education is such a huge, this is happening in our backyards. And I have a huge tourist area that's part of my district. And it's just absolutely overwhelming there. So I think education, even with the hospitality, and I don't know what forms we have, but making that out there, you see people, hundreds and thousands of people coming in every day to your establishments here. And they're going to come in during those high peak areas. So tourism should be one that we should really be approaching on getting this word out in the hotels, flyers, whatever. But there's a great opportunity in the tourism area, I would think. I mean, y'all...
Yeah, that's law, that all the hotels have to go through a training.
That's the state.
Okay,
that's the state law I was talking about.
That's a state law.
Yeah.
So they're required to do that. Do they have any kind of messaging in there? Because I'm going to go visit a hotel, and I'm going to be in that hotel with, 1,000 people. Do they provide, information like flyers or posters? Or the education is, like I said, you don't know if that young girl is standing next to you,
Right.
with the guy holding on to her hand that he's buying her a snow cone.
So I was present with Christy when we went and we met with the Volusia Hotel Organization. And one of their biggest concerns was they wanted to know what the fine would be for the infraction.
Right.
So, that's the mentality. What they are required to do is post the toll-free number, which is 888-3737-888, in the bathrooms. But what some do, and some don't, is they actually train their staff to have a safe word. So if you're at a bar and in the hotel, and somebody walks up and orders a particular drink, that's not on the menu. That's a sign that the person needs help. So education is the key. And the problem is there's a lot of apathy. People look the other way. And particularly, individuals who go to these go-go bars, who then come home to their families later. They don't understand what they're feeding, or pornography on the phone. So it does feed the industry. And then there's the dark web, where there's child porn, rape porn. That's all feeding, the industry. So education is very important, leads to prevention, but it's really hard to prosecute human traffickers. They get slapped on the wrist for maybe a drug charge because you've got trauma bonding and Stockholm Syndrome in play. So many people who are trafficked may not even realize they're being trafficked, because they're so vulnerable and the promise of a better life or survival sex, maybe they're addicted to drugs or they were homeless and this person gave them a better life. Yeah, they sold their body, but they had a place to sleep. So they don't see it the way, because they're so traumatized, they don't really have that clarity of mind. So it's a multi-pronged, there's no one-size-fits-all solution, which is why this ordinance is like it's a start, but it's almost like emptying the ocean with a teaspoon.
Right.
It's not going to happen.
So I see the importance of that for sure, but what I'm thinking, Heather, even to go further than that, looking at definitely moving forward with this, but, you said you meeting with them and staff and sheriff and everything else, if like on a monthly basis or a quarterly basis, if we can get updates from your conversation, staff conversation, okay, here's something, that we're looking for moving forward, just to make sure it's constantly we get bombarded every day with things that we have to work, making sure this stays on the top of our minds. Just get updates. We're moving forward on looking at these things, but, I think that might be something to add along with it, just internally.
So I've been keeping up with the Freedom 7 Task Force, and again, that's several counties, but ours as well. And I can absolutely give a report if council wants to hear it. I can give a report routinely on what's occurring, but what I wanted to be sure as well, because I had written down cities as a note, and what I said about the cities was we could get them on board, but as he was talking, I realized. I also, I guess as an amendment, I want to be sure that it is not just the establishments within county that we are addressing. It's also the pop-up events, right? So that's very important because it is typically the events that happen and those pop-up things.
Like fest, like
Right.
Wonderland hosts theirs.
Right.
Or Leesburg or Daytona.
Right.
It's really important. And we see, and we work the events.
Right.
And we see what's happening. And we see people who we're pretty sure are being trafficked. And, so yeah, that makes a lot of sense to do. And in terms of law enforcement, we have several chapters in the United States and in Canada, but in Mississippi, our chapter is all made up of law enforcement, except one person who runs a home for individuals. So why don't you think about it? I need pampering. I cry a lot because this really breaks my heart.
In clarifying the state law that the ordinance would discuss, so enforcing the state sign ordinance, what that is the state law specifically says that the hoteliers and the airports need to have that signage in the restrooms. But the law goes on to say that counties can, in fact, go ahead and create ordinances to enforce that. And most counties aren't doing anything about that. So that's why I wanted that to be part of this. And certainly, I think we can have much more discussion on education and everything else.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we get to the end of it without doing a workshop or something. We've got a motion and probably an amended motion. I want to give Ben Johnson time to speak on this. He's been waiting patiently. And then, Mike, you're good now? Okay. And Mike Dyer. Go ahead, Ben.
Any ordinance we do, if we do an ordinance, we need to include that the local law enforcement can enforce it. You cannot saddle the sheriff's office with this much work. They just don't have the ability, to be spending all their time in the city. So if you're going to do it, you have to do that. Another thing, Heather, that I would recommend against is bringing too much update back, because we're not the only people who would be listening to it.
Yeah.
And you don't want your plans come up here in council inadvertently that warns somebody who's out there what's going on. There's something is, we can give some direction from there. We need to put it in the hands of the law enforcement, of the social services, of the state attorney's office, and just help them with the resources they need that they can go after this. You're looking at one of the biggest, from what I understand, and this came out of the news journal to me, that one of the, not in the paper yet, but came out that one of your biggest offenders is storefront massage parlors throughout the country. So there's a lot more to it, and it needs to be looked at. But you know, that's a vulnerable spot. Your runaway kids is a vulnerable spot. Special events, anywhere you have them, is vulnerable. You're never going to totally cure it, but you got to do the best you can. And it is a starting place. And I'm a big one that you stay more inside of state laws and try to do ordinances, because ordinances don't have enough teeth. Now, like putting the signs up, that has enough teeth on that one. But county ordinances just don't really have teeth to take care of what you need, especially when it comes to big money. That's where you go back and you have trafficking laws, both state and federal, out there that you want to tap into and use.
Well, the issue with this specific state law is that it can't be enforced without the county then coming up and saying, we're doing the ordinance. But the sort of the wonderful thing is
That's
that
the signage part.
Yes, but
That's what I said, we do the signage part.
the enforcement part of that is already in state statute, so we don't even need to worry about what are we going to do on that enforcement.
No, that's what I say. I said the signage.
Yeah.
You know, you do the signage, but on the rest of it, you want to stay mainly with state law, where you have something that, you know, prosecutors, you have courts, you have teeth that can bite the people who are involved in it.
Thank you.
Michael Dyer?
Just for our own clarification for staff as we move forward with this, the Jacksonville adult performer badging requirement, don't want to oversimplify it, but basically the judge last month deemed it to be unconstitutional. So issued an injunction to prohibit it being implemented. If that is a model the council would like us to look at further, rather than, Miami Beach, again, is more the onus was on the owner and operator of the establishment versus the licensing of the performer. We can take a look at that further and see if there's a way, just bring back options to, in light of that ruling. Are there some portions we could just give you our best faith advice that and how we might fare on a legal challenge? It's just unfortunately, just got a very fresh ruling involving Jacksonville on it.
Mike?
Yes, ma'am.
So correct me if I'm wrong, though. So our discussion on that was specifically, again, because Jacksonville was putting so many bullets in there, but one of the things with Jacksonville was they were requiring citizenship information. And I don't care what country you're a citizen of. That doesn't need to be in there if everyone's in agreement.
Another
and
one,
that was the main sticking
and the other one was
point.
the age
Right,
requirement.
and neither of those is what we're looking at, and that is what's contested, and
And that's why I really want to
Right.
clarify that if council wants us to go back to find it, could there be some portions or requirements within a badging system that you want us to look at that could arguably not be affected or subject to a challenge like Jacksonville's, what I'm hearing you say?
Okay, let's let Doc weigh in, and then we'll come back to you and see if you can
Wrap it up.
tell us where you are with the motion and if it needs to be amended, Doc.
So, yeah, I think one of the keys is not to call it a badging system, to find a way to say that there's a value in having it to the person. Because remember, the number one thing that traffickers do is take away ID. So if you could somehow, and this would be creative, right, think about what would be something they'd actually want. Like what would be like, hey, if you have this is a special something, right? So we want everybody to have that, and that maybe that means you get like a free checkup once a year because of the industry you're in, or tie a positive to it, because the ID is so important because they don't have ID. If they're there against their will, they're not going to have ID. So if there's a way that you can sort of put that in there where they're looking at it as like, they're going to know subconsciously, people are going to know, traffickers are going to know, but if it's not put out there like, hey, we're putting you apart as like a badge, or you have to get this career thing, but it's almost like this is something to help. It might help turn that, but that also will be the county attorney and his great wisdom to figure out the wording of all that, which I'm sure will be fun for him.
Heather?
The great thing about this, though, is just like Tampa, Tampa put out the advocacy, they put out the signage, and there was a difference, right? Some things happened. So in Jacksonville, lots of discussion. That city councilwoman up there is not stepping down on any of this stuff. And I would imagine that, like you're saying, that it's shifting to other areas. We definitely don't want it to shift to ours, but even just the fact that we're talking about it, I think could have some tremendous impact in this area with people coming. So I thank you very much. So I'm going to restate do I need to state the motion and the amendment, or can I just how do you want me to do it? Or do you want to state the motion?
No,
I'll nod.
I think, Mr. Chair, if it's, within your pleasure, I think you could just restate your motion, incorporate what was going to be your amendment in it.
Okay. So, make sure I'm correct. So we are asking staff to create an ordinance requiring the adult entertainment workers, pop-up event workers, to have ID, however you eloquently want to put that. And in addition to that, the County of Volusia will enforce the state sign ordinance in regards to human trafficking.
And that was slightly different, but I think let's get a second on that. Okay, Billy, still good with a second? With that motion as slightly really just clarified.
How is it different? Because I want to make sure we're all on the same page.
I just thought you added something. If it didn't, okay.
Did not anything.
Okay.
There were three.
Good.
What was left out?
I thought we'd left that ID out of it a while ago, that we were doing the sign ordinance, but leaving the ID out.
No, that was the whole point of the ordinance, was the ID.
Okay.
But not for the actual work, or not for the owner-operators. It's for the actual individuals. That's what we discussed.
Okay, we still have a second. Nobody else wishes to speak. Let's vote on that. All in favor of sending that to county staff, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you for being here for so long, guys.
Okay, we're going to try and get back on track. We need to do 10, 2, we'll do 10, since you're here.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Ryan Osowski, Chief Financial Officer, and the item before you is the County of Volusia's September 30th, 2020 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. This report is prepared by the Accounting Division. It requires a high degree of technical skill and knowledge. There are over 80 GASB pronouncements, or Governmental Accounting Standards Board pronouncements, that go into this document. It does take 6 months of preparation. The document is prepared in-house by your accounting division. It is audited by James Moore and Company. They prepare their opinions on our financial statements and on compliance with governmental accounting standards and compliance with federal and state grant requirements. This year we received an unmodified opinion, which is the opinion you want. They didn't have to modify their standard opinion, which is that the financial statements report in all material respects, the accurate financial position of the county. In addition, we had no findings, no grant findings, no government compliance findings. Presented in the document is the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. Every year, the county applies to the Government Finance Officers Association for this award. It requires to do extra things above and beyond what we're required to do to make sure that we meet all the requirements of that award program. We received the award for our last document, September 30th, 2019. We've already submitted our document for September 30th, 2020, and we expect to meet those requirements. It's important to note that this year was especially difficult to get this report out in the 6 months that we have to get it out. The COVID-19 pandemic had a big impact on the accounting division with the rent and mortgage program, grant program, the small business grant program, thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of extra checks and work that had to be done to get all those grant programs approved and out the door. In addition, we were implementing Amendment 10. Instead of doing the accounting for one set of books, we now have 4 sets of books under the care of the accounting division. 4 payroll runs were run for the very first time during this 6-month preparation period. 4 accounts payable runs, 4 sets of bank accounts. Everything has multiplied. And just because you have the same group of people, now that it's all segmented, it gets more complicated. So it's worth pointing out the work that was done by your accounting division this year, especially this year with all the challenges. I do want to recognize the accounting division team that is here and some of the other county team members. You have Lynn Rice, our acting accounting director, Miriam LeMay, our treasury manager, Karen Roberts, our accounting manager, Shirley Liu and Svetlana Reese, our senior accountants, Tiffany Alvarez, our accountant, Patty McLaughlin, our administrative coordinator that helps put this book together at the very end, Penny Hood, our accounting specialist who helps check that. In addition, this book cannot be prepared without the assistance of the management and budget team, separate from accounting under the finance department, so that's Aaron Van Cleek. Wanda Lindberg, who is now the CFO of the tax collector's office, is also instrumental in the preparation of this report, gives us reports and stuff we need for all of our tax-related funds. Helga Van Eckert in economic development helps write the letter of transmittal that is one of the very first things that you read in this report. Jennifer Madewell in my office does all the grant stuff, and the Community Information Division helps put together the pretty cover at the front. With that, I will hand this over to James Halloran with James Moore and Company to go over his presentation on our comprehensive annual financial report.
You just had all those people stand up, and we ignored them. Would you please stand up again? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that yours?
Nope. Okay. Someone else.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Glad to be speaking with you, So I met with most of you guys individually. Those that we're not able to meet with, of course, reach out to us anytime if you have any questions after the presentation. Ryan hit some of the high points, so I'll skip those just because I know you've already had a long day. But I am James Halloran with James Moore and Company. We're a local CPA firm, office right on the other side of Indiana from you guys, in our DeLand office as well as Daytona Beach. Also a resident of Port Orange. And he mentioned this, the Certificate of Financial Reporting Excellence. That is above and beyond. If you took this book, you'd take half of it out of there, and you would meet state statute requirements. So just to kind of put that in perspective of the additional information and transparency that's provided in your comprehensive annual financial report. Next year, we have a different name for it, by the way. They're voting on it. So a little bit about those auditor's reports. The responsibility, as Ryan mentioned, is with staff and county management to prepare the comprehensive annual financial report. Our responsibility is to provide an audit opinion on the financial statements, as well as some other reports we'll go through here. So the opinion on the financial statements is an unmodified opinion. That's the best we can give as independent certified public accountants. States that the financial statements present fairly in all material respects your financial position, results of operations for this year ended September 30th, 2020. There's also a report on internal control and compliance. This is required by government auditing standards. So in addition to U.S. auditing standards, you're subject to government auditing standards. That's an additional requirement that the Auditor General, the state of Florida, requires. Not all states have that requirement to be also audited under government auditing standards. And we had no findings that were required to be reported under that guidance. Single audit is a federal or state single audit is required anytime any entity, whether it's federal, nonprofit, even private entities, if you expend greater than $750,000 in federal or state program awards. And with this year, of course, with COVID, that was all subject to federal single audit. We'll go through that a little bit later, and we had no findings related to that as well. So it's rather boring, to, is what I'm telling you right now, which is what you actually want as an elected body. If I'm up here with a lot of comments, that gets kind of scary. The Auditor General also requires us to report a number of different items. We look at financial condition assessment based on a methodology provided by them. We look at financial state of emergency criteria and other items, and we had no findings required to be reported under any of those items for the Auditor General. They also have us look at the E911 and investment statutes and make sure that you're in compliance with those and report any compliance issues we would have there, and we have no items to report there. So a little bit of the numbers. It can't be a CPA talk about no numbers up here. Inside your financial statements, you do have your general fund, which is actually a combination of multiple funds inside the county from a budget standpoint. It's required for financial reporting to be consolidated up into one fund, and that combines both the EVAC EMS fund, Homeless Initiatives Fund, Economic Development Incentives Fund, and Economic Development Fund. So the first column there is all those combined on the left, and then the second column on the right is just the general fund. So really what you have left over of your property tax, your general revenues that are coming in for the year. So about $94 million is that fund balance at the end of the year. A slight bit is non-spendable. That's inventory supplies that can't be spent in cash. It's already been laid out. Small amount restricted for public safety type items, $373,000 there. The largest portion you'll see there is $58 million is assigned fund balance. So those are items you've already budgeted for, either through your budget that was adopted for the 2021 year or through subsequent budget amendments already. It also includes your emergency reserves in there as well. And the remaining part is unassigned. And so that's available at your discretion. And I know management's proposed plans for you guys as well, of how potential uses for there. So that assigned fund balance at the end of the year, as we mentioned before, $93 million. And if you look at that as a percentage of common methodologies, compare that to the expenditures for the year, thinking about your home life, what's your rainy day fund potentially that you have? The Government Finance Officers Association recommends at least 2 months at a minimum. With coastal cities, usually you want to increase that by at least a month. And looking at that, this year it's higher than the last year. You see up there 51%, and that's due to a number of factors. One, when COVID hit, George and the finance staff said, we don't know what's going to happen. So at that time, they said, we're going to cut expenses everywhere we can because we don't know exactly how things are going to turn out. With that as well, you also did receive some COVID funding from the Coronavirus Relief Fund. In the end, they allowed you to use some of that funding for items that normally would have been paid for by your property taxes, primarily public safety salaries. So the combination of those two created a higher balance at the end of the year than you would have budgeted for. If budget hit came through, that's about $25 million just in public safety salaries that you were able to use through the coronavirus funds. And all the cities that you provided money to as well, that enabled them to use those funds too. A number of years ago, you did create, the council created a reference for the emergency reserve money. How much do you want to set aside in those property tax related funds? So the guidance is set at 5 to 10%. You'll see there on that chart, you guys range anywhere from just below 5% of mosquito control in the Ponce Inlet Port Authority to up about 7.8% in the general fund. So you're right below typically where you'd want to be. Of course, as we all know, we had some storms come through a couple years ago. I try not to say the 4-letter words. So, but you'll use that money that from a cash flow standpoint. You lay out a lot of money. You still owed a little bit of money as well, and it takes a while to receive that money back from the federal government. But that's the importance of this emergency reserve. To see there about $23 million just in your general fund, as well as fire, MSD, and library have some significant portions. A little bit about, you do have some enterprise fund, proprietary type funds. Those are funds designed to be self-supporting through charges for services. So with those, you'll see, refuse disposal relatively the same over the last couple years. You will see an increase in airport and water and sewer. That was due to city finance staff went out and refinanced some debt you had. The old debt you had required you to keep certain monies set aside in a restricted account to be used for the payment of that principal and interest. The new debt does not require that, so you were able to free up a little bit of cash in those situations. Votran, you see a slight increase there as well. That's due. Each of you guys transfer money into Votran based on an estimate of what you think is going to be needed. That transfers roughly around $7 million this past year, and that's where most of that surplus arises from. Parking garage, you can see there, it's declined over the last couple of years. So, it's an area I know staff's already looking at to figure out exactly what needs to be done with the parking garage. And garbage collection a couple years ago, maybe, I don't know, even a year ago, actually, you guys spent a significant amount of time on that and with rate studies to kind of figure out what you needed to do with the garbage collection fund to stabilize it. So just some highlights to end with, is of course this year, everything with COVID, about $130 million in federal state grants. Probably 2 years ago, when we thought that was the highest you ever got, was $90 million in federal state funds. I probably never thought we'd be up here again saying you topped that total. But, just the CARES Act funds was $68 million. $25 million roughly went to public safety. You got about $15 million was allocated out to cities, as Ryan mentioned as well. The homeowners and renters assistance was about $12 million that we were able to put back into the community, as well as grants to businesses and not-for-profits, about another $9 million there, getting that money out in the community. In addition to that, you still had money being spent, federal dollars for Votran projects, airport as well, Veterans Memorial Bridge, the wrap-up of that from a grant standpoint of that $10 million. So I will leave it at that, but as any questions or comments or anything like that, I will always take. I won't take any applause because I don't,
Well, that'll save some time. I don't see any questions for you. Billy Wheeler.
No, I was just going to. It just really shows the importance of reserves. We've been lucky with no major storms and all that, but I don't even want to say those words either. But how critical, because we see that money sitting there, people think we've got it, that we can just use it on whatever. But that's part of our security.
Yeah.
That's part of our security. I can't imagine running my household without having the reserves set back for any emergencies. And us being a big business that we are, our reserves have to be large. So thank you for bringing that out.
You're very welcome.
That looks like it. Thank you.
But
Appreciate it. You can go to your 4 o'clock now, right?
I had to drive up 3 Coast Street.
George, do you want to skip back to 2?
Yes, that'd be great.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of council, Kevin Captain, Community Information Director.
Kevin.
You don't look like George.
I'll be there.
I'm just
Hi. So the recommended motion on that was to accept the report, so I just confirmed with Lynn that you will need a motion and second on that.
Motion to accept Wheeler.
Second by Lowry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 6-0.
Okay. All right, item 2 is the confirmation of appointment of Helena Wetherington as the Emergency Management Director. County Manager George Rechtenwald will provide you with Ms. Wetherington's background.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Honorable Council. It is with great pleasure I bring before you today Ms. Wetherington. She comes to us from Monroe County, so she's very familiar with storms in the Caribbean. In fact, she has 30 years of experience in emergency management, just about every level, federal, state, and local level. She was the Assistant Director of Emergency Management for Palm Beach County. She's been a planner in the Florida Coastal Management Program. She's also been a consultant for the Florida Division of Emergency Management. She's actually worked overseas. She's been the Disaster Management Advisor for the Caribbean Overseas Territories for the United Kingdom. in the Commonwealth office, and she comes to us right now where she's been working as the Disaster Recovery Director from Monroe County. So as you see, we're very lucky to have attracted such a great candidate, and you don't know how excited I am to have someone here. And like you, I just mentioned, we hope that she's here and very bored this year as we get her up to speed, because we don't need any storms. But as we learned this year more than ever, it's not just storms, and we certainly have had our share. So hopefully we can break in nice and slow, and she gets time to get familiar with everything. But she expects to come on with us here in just a few weeks. You like to say anything?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Council. It's a true pleasure to be here today and to meet you all. Sorry for the delay. Thank you for accommodating my schedule. I appreciate that. But I follow a long line of truly strong leaders here in Volusia County in emergency management. It's a pleasure to be able to pick up on this program and hopefully enhance it in some areas. But the Volusia County Emergency Management Program is well known throughout the state. Not only have you done a great job and shown yourself to be effective, but you also have a nationally accredited program here. So it is honored to be able to step in those shoes, and I hope I will bring it honor. There's a lot of changes that are going on in the field right now, whether it be the epidemic that we've just been dealing with over the past year. I know that's going to bring many lessons learned to the program that I can hopefully help along. We're also looking at the next decades dealing with some climate change issues. We're already seeing a record number of hurricanes that are coming our way. We are also seeing stronger hurricanes that are coming our way. So I think it's going to be really important that we just continue to hone in on having the strongest plans, policies, procedures throughout all phases of emergencies so that we can respond. And sadly but true, we're also seeing an amazing amount of civil unrest in our communities, brought about by just numerous issues, political, racial, and a number of other areas. So that it's an area that hopefully we can support law enforcement in as well to build strong prevention mechanisms. As your emergency management director, it is not only my job to help lead your team here internally, but also to continue to build and foster relationships with all of our stakeholders, whether that be our cities, whether that be our business community, whether it be the nonprofit community. Effective emergency management requires that we all work together as a whole community. So it is truly my honor to be here to work with you over the next years. I hope we can build a stronger, better, and safer Volusia County. Thank you very much for your vote of confidence, which I'm not sure you've taken yet. I hope you will take. Hold
Very
on.
good. Thank you. I think Dr. Lowry is about to do that.
Well, I just think it was ironic that the person that we're going to confirm for emergency management director was held up by bad weather, got here late. So anyway, there's some irony in that, maybe. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, I'd like to make a motion to confirm the appointment of Helene Weatherington.
Second?
Second, Wheeler.
Second by Wheeler, motion by Lowry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mr. Chair, to make you official, I think you, Helene, here, you need a bat. You need I don't see a Volusia County pin on you. Now you're official.
You have a hand stirrer for that, right?
Yes. Hands down.
Thank you and welcome. We're glad you're here.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Dear Lord, where are we?
All right, I think we're going to try and get back on track. I think that brings us back to number 7, the 58th extension.
I'll make that motion. If that's okay.
I'll second it.
All right. For the 58th extension of local emergency.
Seconds without any lights on.
Second,
the board.
Wheeler.
So Heather already seconded it.
There you go.
And item number 8. We didn't vote on it? Let's vote the end of coronavirus. Can we? When can we do that? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 8. Oh, I've got lots of help. Yeah, there's markings all over this paper. And you're on.
Okay,
Thank
good
you.
deal. Hi, Randa Matusiak, Department of Public Protection. We'll keep this short and sweet. So just a quick update where we are in the state. There's 2,173,138 cases confirmed, with 34,471 deaths in the state of Florida. In Volusia County, there's 41,346 cases confirmed to date, with 762 deaths. So we see with the trends right now, we've had a slight increase in the last couple of weeks, actually 2-3 weeks, a slight increase, but not quite to the peaks that we saw at the beginning of the year. So it's kind of a gradual incline. So hopefully we'll kind of keep that tamped down. Again, vaccination measures, and then the continuation of masking and distancing and all of those kinds of protective measures are good until everybody gets vaccinated or we reach that acceptable level. As of today, there are 90 hospitalizations, and hospital bed capacity remains just fine. Moving on to a little bit of news about some of the vaccination efforts that we've done. First off, testing continues to be available at the new Smyrna Beach City Gym, and we're at about 142,000 with the tests that have been done there. And then when we look at the number vaccinated, this was actually a couple of days ago, so as of the update that was released today, we have 197,015 people in the county that have been vaccinated, and 127,673 that are fully vaccinated. So that's either the first and second dose or just the first dose then of Johnson & Johnson. So to date, or as of that update, there were 66,202 vaccinations that were provided at the fairgrounds. Homebound, we're still doing about 20 per week with that, and over 2,000 vaccinated with the minority missions. Just a quick note on the minority missions, and I mentioned Johnson & Johnson earlier. As you all know, there is a pause right now on the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, so we're holding on to those. It is out of an abundance of caution that particular vaccine has been paused for further review before it kind of picks back up again if it does. And so those are being held right now. There are no Johnson & Johnson vaccines being provided until it was paused. There are about 1,100 doses that were administered. No major side effects that are reported from the Department of Health. And currently, really, the issues that are arising seem to be a little bit of fear about needles with a younger crowd. So getting a little worked up maybe about needles right now is the primary issue that the Department of Health is reporting right now as far as the vaccination sites. In addition to those that have been provided directly by the Department of Health, they have also transferred about 7,500 doses to a number of different entities, so smaller pharmacies, doctor's office, or larger medical facilities and things like that. In addition to that, we continue to encourage people to go onto the state registration website at, oh my goodness, I'm going to forget it. Oh my goodness. Thank you, myvaccine.fl.gov. Oh my, I said it 1,000 times last time I was here. So myvaccine.fl.gov, that is where you need to go to register to get on the wait list. But there is also continued vaccines that are provided at Publix, at CVS, at Walgreens, all of those different places in addition to the site that you can register for the wait list. Also, in addition to that, we did see a slight decline maybe in the last week for those, for demand really, at the large site there at the fairgrounds. So the Department of Health is going to keep an eye on that, and on the demand that's there. They have started kind of to move into, or not move into, but they've opened up their local offices, at least in New Smyrna Beach, or as of right now, they did kind of a soft opening with that to be able to provide vaccines there. But they're going to continue to monitor the demand then at the fairground site and see kind of what we need to do moving forward with that. So without any questions, that's all I got for you today.
Heather Post.
Question about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. How many of those do we have sort of in in waiting.
Right, so we
And
had
then
about-
how long are they good for? How long can we hold on to them?
I think they're still good, for quite some time. If you don't open, really any of the vaccines, they've got a pretty months-long, shelf life. So they're holding on to about 400 doses right now. That was intended really, I think, for a Pearson event. But yeah, so they're still holding on to them. And hopefully we'll hear, pretty soon about what's going on with Johnson & Johnson. If it's get rid of it, or what I've been hearing, from health experts is either, with some other cautions or maybe limited to a certain group. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Coronavirus. We've done 10, we've done 11. Oh, Kevin, I'm sorry. I just scratched you out without even looking at you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. We'll go through the events. And starting with Votran, they will have some public meetings on Wednesday the 21st and Thursday the 22nd. And those will be from 11 to 2 and 4 to 6:30. And they're basically about upcoming changes that may impact some users. State of the county, we are now full. We're looking at about 370 or 380 people thereabouts. So that's next Tuesday. Just another reminder again that Water Conservation Month is still April. And a little bit here about our social media campaign. So we're continuing to focus and remain very active on social media for COVID. And as Dr. Matusiak mentioned, as the vaccine supplies increase, we're focusing our messaging to encourage individuals to consider receiving a vaccine. And because the age of eligibility now is down to 18 and up, 18 and up, part of the efforts focus specifically on our younger generation. So our social media coordinator, Kate Sark, has recently initiated a paid social media campaign for Facebook and Instagram that targets this younger population. And already we've reached nearly 10,000 users from the age group of 18 to 34. So we've also reached out to the school districts and to the colleges to help amplify our messages. So, and just a quick announcement that there's still some openings available for tomorrow's vaccine micro-mission in Ormond Beach at the Nova Community Park. That's 440 North Nova Road. The event is from 9 a.m. until 1 p.m., and those interested are simply encouraged to show up and walk in. There's no appointment required. I do have the results of the Feed the Need Food Fund Drive, but I would like to suggest that we postpone it to the next meeting so that our two winners could have the opportunity to be there. It's a little late in the day today to sort of kidnap them to give them a certificate. So if I could so suggest to bring that and move that to May 4th. Okay. With that, thank you so much. Oh, we have a question.
Thank you. Heather Post.
One question, Kevin. The vaccination event in Ormond tomorrow, do you know which brand that is? Because I know I'm going to get that question.
I believe that is Moderna. Let's see, is Dr. Matusiak? Maybe, perhaps she can, let me confirm and get back.
We'll get that confirmed, but I think we've been pretty much all Moderna.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'll get that confirmed.
I know I'll get that question. All right, thank you.
You bet.
Then you will just bring back the rest of your report next meeting?
Yeah, on May 4th. So don't look at the results. No, just kidding.
Good job.
Thank you. Now I think that brings us to item number 12, County Cash Investment Program presentation. And you'll be here for a while for the next two items.
That I will. Still afternoon. Good afternoon, Council. Ryan Osowski, Chief Financial Officer. Today I'll be going over a report, a presentation on the county's pooled cash and investment program. I have a couple goals with this presentation. One is just to explain why we use the program, how it works, who owns the portions of the program, some charts to visualize that and compare us to some peer counties, and then try to explain how fund cash and reserves, which James Halloran from James Moore and Company had just been talking about, our fund balance and our reserves, they are related, and we'll get to that. So the county has many funds, over 100 funds actually, from a budgetary perspective. Many of them are grant funds. We have over 50 grant funds that each grant we account for in a separate fund. This fund accounting in general is required by state law because state law requires us to follow Governmental Accounting Standards Board standards, GASB standards. The use of fund accounting separates the units of operation of our government and their sources of funding and the related restrictions of those sources of funding. So if you have a source of funding like fuel taxes that is limited to be used on road construction, if you keep it in the County Transportation Trust Fund, it doesn't get commingled with the general fund or any other fund for that matter. Each separate fund operates like a separate checkbook, and separate revenues are credited to those funds, separate expenses are drawn from those funds. And the use of funding demonstrates compliance with the restrictions that are placed on those funds. Like I said, we have over 100 funds that we pool together for our pooled cash and investment program, because while we have those 100 plus separate checkbooks, we don't have 100 separate bank accounts. That would be a lot of administrative burden to manage all those bank accounts, and do investments for all those different funds separately would not be efficient either, because if you pool everything together, then a fund with a very small balance might be able to take advantage of an investment that yields a higher investment return, but otherwise would not be available to them because of the size of that fund. It also allows grant funds to borrow from one another for cash flow purposes. Previously, there was an agenda item earlier this year where I was talking about the investment policy. And I wanted to memorialize that we do use the pooled cash program like that. So when we do take a grant, most times the federal or state government requires us to expend the funds before we get reimbursed. By using a pooled cash and investment program, you're not loaning every day from one fund to another. It's happening automatically because you're pulling from that pool. So how does the pool work? The investment pool is actually its own fund in our accounting system. It's Fund 802. That fund has two main purposes. One, who owns the money? That's the equity, the asset section. And the equity section is where is it actually invested. There's a daily sweeping of balances to and from the pool by all county funds, depending on the fund's activity. So if a fund writes a check today, it then has less equity in the pool. If the fund gets money today, it has more equity in the pool, and everything is still pooled together in our main county bank account. Based on the balances that are in that pool, at the end of the day, end of the week, end of the month, we make investment decisions for short-term or long-term purposes. So our pool has, and you'll see this in a minute, $500 to $600 million at any given time. There is a core amount of that portfolio which is due to our cash flow, does not change too much from year to year to year. There's a short-term portion of that as well. The short-term portion being the amount that we collect in taxes in November that we'll then use later in the fiscal year. So depending on what type of cash flow we're looking at, it'll drive how we invest that portion of the pool. Lastly, the way that the pool works is every time an investment interest balance comes in, or a an unrealized gain or loss is recognized, it gets allocated across the entire pool. So if the fund has 2% of the equity in the pool, if we get an investment interest return or a dividend check, well, not a dividend check, an investment return, it gets credited to each of those funds in the proportion that the fund represents the whole pool. So every fund gets its portion of investment income. And it's actually budgeted in each one of those funds. You'll find in our budget, every fund has a line for investment revenue that we expect to make off of its participation in this pool. So who owns the pool? At the end of the fiscal year, the general fund owned $109 million of the total pool balance. The total pool balance was $633 million. Special revenue funds represented $198 million. Debt service funds, $3 million. Capital projects funds, which are savings accounts basically for future capital projects. One of those capital projects funds is the 800 megahertz fund. We've set aside year after year money to perform the 800 megahertz system upgrade, which is currently under contract development. That fund represents about $20 million of that $86 million capital project fund balance. So by saving money for capital projects, it helps us have that money when the project comes along. Enterprise funds represent $79 million of that balance, the largest one being the landfill fund. $35 million of cash is currently held in the landfill fund right now. Part of that is by state law. State law requires us to accumulate cash for the eventual closure of that cell of the landfill and the post-closure care of that landfill for many years after that. In addition to the state's required closure and post-closure fund, the county has been accumulating funds for other capital projects, most notably future cell expansions, because when you open a new cell, it takes a lot of cash to get that job done. Internal service funds represent $85 million of that. The internal service funds, there's 4 of them. Vehicle replacement represents a large balance of that. Rather than take out leases for vehicles, which often are associated with high interest rates, we save a portion of a vehicle's replacement cost annually and contribute it to our own savings program, this vehicle replacement fund. In addition, our self-insurance fund for operating risk, workers' comp risk, is an internal service fund. And the last big internal service fund is our health insurance fund, which needs reserves to be able to cover claims, and sometimes there are large unexpected claims. And when you have those reserves, it helps cover those things. Lastly, the other line is larger than it's ever been before because that covers our grant and fiduciary funds. Unlike 90% or more of the grants that we got, the Coronavirus Relief Fund was actually cash advanced to us. So there are $72 million listed there for grant funds. The majority of that has actually been spent since between the September 30th date that's on this screen and today, because council has already allocated and the expenses have already been made under those programs. But this is the balance as of September 30th. So I want to compare the county's investment report that we put out quarterly and the general fund, which is the fund that is our primary operating fund and is often the discussion about taxes for the county. This is our biggest fund. While the county's program book balance for the investment reports are in the $500 to $600 million range, the general fund portion of that is $59 to $109 million, depending on which quarter you're looking at here. The $109 million is actually larger than it would typically be as well. As James was mentioning with the comprehensive annual financial report, we've used, as of September 30th, $25 million of our Coronavirus Relief Fund to reimburse the county for public safety expenses that were already paid out of the general fund. That money is then now sitting in the general fund's cash balance. So that's a large portion of the $109 million that you see sitting there. There is also a reconciliation in the full report that's attached to the agenda item to explain all of the differences and to show all of the funds balances. It adds up all the funds balances to the total that's in the comprehensive annual financial report, and then it reconciles that to the quarterly investment report. A graphic of the slide that I had presented 2 slides ago. You've got this pie chart here that explains all the cash balances that I previously described, so I'm not going to describe those again. But you can visually see that the general fund only represents 17% of our pooled cash and investment program's balance at September 30th. Reserves represent $35 million of that. Other assignments to fund balance, $37 million of that. Lastly, the unassigned fund balance is the same number that James had previously reported. A large portion of that is related to the Coronavirus Relief Fund that I had just described. The plan is to transfer any Coronavirus Relief Fund expenditures to the Coronavirus Relief Transition Fund, and Council's already done that a couple times this year as we allocate programs that are specifically coronavirus-related but not actually using the coronavirus funds, we use those public safety salary savings from the general fund to fund those programs. We plan on transferring all of that cash to that fund before we expend any of that money. Of course, that will require council approval, but we do that as an effort of transparency to explain where the $30 million that I've previously reported goes. I said $25 million earlier in this presentation. I do want to clarify. $25 million is for the fiscal year ended 2020. We do expect an additional $5 million to be for the fiscal year 2021 that we're currently in. And that ties back to the roughly $30 million estimate that I had provided when council approved for public safety salaries and wages to be covered with the Coronavirus Relief Fund in November of 2020. For a comparison to our peer counties, first you have to identify what our peer counties are. And I use the Auditor General's methodology. The Auditor General puts us in a peer group of counties with taxable values between $12.5 and $45 billion and populations over 300,000. They are presented here, along with the report date that I used to calculate cash per capita. The bigger a county is, the larger its reserves need to be. The more residents we serve, the more emergency services we would need to provide. Therefore, a per capita basis is the fairest way that I could come up with to compare what our cash balance is at the end of the year to what our peer counties are doing. At $1,143 per person cash balance in your county-wide operations, we are below the group average of $1,429. There are a couple counties that are colored differently on this slide. That's Polk, Pasco, and Brevard. All of their reports have not been published for September 30th, 2020, but I expect all of their numbers to rise just like ours did, because those were also direct recipients of the Coronavirus Relief Fund. I expect the group average will actually increase even further and will be even further away from the group average on cash per capita. However, we are in line with what I would say are the majority of the counties on this report. Next, there's a slide with a lot of numbers. This is an attempt to show, and there's a larger version of this in the report. I just tried to scale it down as much as I could on this presentation to show the difference between the cash we have at the end of the year and our fund balance. Our fund balance in a business would be the owner's equity or the retained equity or really what the business is worth. We as a county hold that in the form of cash. And to demonstrate that, as of the end of the fiscal year in the general fund, while we had $109 million of cash, our total fund balance was $116 million. That's what James had previously reported on our audit report. That is arrived at by adding all the rest of your assets, your accounts receivable, your inventories, your amounts due from other governments, advances to other funds, and amounts otherwise due from other funds, and then deducting liabilities, such as payroll that was payable at the end of the year but had not yet been paid out, bills to vendors payable at the end of the year that had not been paid out, etc. To arrive at your fund balance, which is roughly, in the big scheme of things, similar to the cash balance. You deduct our non-spendable assets as required by governmental accounting standards. Inventory is deemed as something you cannot spend. You cannot just go out and sell that inventory. While it represents a part of your fund balance, you can't go out and turn that into cash, or you don't usually turn that into cash. That's why the Government Accounting Standards Board requires you to report that as a non-spendable fund balance. You also reduce for any restrictions. We have one such restriction in the general fund. The majority of our restrictions are in the other funds, a lot of them in the grant funds. But in the general fund, we do account for the resources under the Dory Schlossberg Driver's Education Program. So that's a deduction of $372,000 to arrive at our unrestricted fund balance. I'm not going to read all the different assignments that are listed here because it is getting late, but they are shown here as to how the assignments were arrived at. They're mostly related to what council has already approved in the next year's budget, 2021, or budget amendments related to that. The unassigned fund balance is the same number that James had presented before, and as I mentioned before, we do have a planned transfer to the Coronavirus Relief Transition Fund of $21.7 million. The difference between that and the $25 million that I mentioned before is one of those assignments up there. Those are the budget amendments that council has already approved for the Coronavirus Relief Transition Fund. That's the $3.5 million that's in the assignments. Add those two together and you've got the $25 million number that I was talking about. Up above and beyond the $21 million, there was a savings in general fund activities. As James had alluded to, there were positions that were not filled and other operational savings that were realized. That represents $13.7 million. That's listed here. Finally, our investment earnings. So this pooled investment program that we produce this report on, the main purpose of that report is to provide information to council on how we're doing in our portfolio. Our portfolio was doing quite well compared to what governments typically can invest in. We don't have any risky investments. Our pool is not invested in equities to start with. It's only debt securities and things that are of high credit quality where we can be assured that we're going to get our principal back. I don't want to launch into a full presentation on the county's investment policy, but anyway. No. So our quarterly yields were for the first quarter 1.82%, 1.6% for the second quarter, which was March 31st, 2020. And then COVID really started affecting our investment portfolio. The Fed dropped the overnight interest rate from 0.5 to 0 on an unscheduled meeting overnight. Our investment portfolio for the third quarter of fiscal year 2020, the quarter ended June 30th, 2020, yielded 0.98%. The final quarter was 0.64%. And that's due to the short-term end of our portfolio. We invest in money market funds, and we've just, due to the council approval of the Florida Prime, opened up our Florida Prime account to be able to get a little bit more on the short-term end. But even Florida Prime, the state's government pool that is invested in, or that the majority of counties and cities invest in, is getting 0.13%. So interest income is really low on our portfolio compared to what it was pre-COVID. However, the total at the end of the fiscal year was $10.5 million. A lot of that is the market value adjustment at $2.8 million. Because we were invested in securities that were yielding above the market, at the end of the year they were worth more because people would like to buy that high-yielding security compared to what they could otherwise buy on the market. That is the summary of our pooled cash. I'm sure there'll be questions.
Dr. Lowry. Do we need a motion to approve this, or we're just receiving it as it is today?
Just a presentation.
Okay. Looking at that, and this is a facetious question, but I want to answer publicly. As we look at that, we have over $500 million in a slush fund that we can just spend on anything we want to. Is that correct? Because I hear that every year. How many of y'all hear that every year? You know what I'm talking about?
I
Every year.
anticipated your question. That's why the pie chart's on the screen.
The word restricted is all over that because we cannot move those things around without getting in serious trouble.
That investment report is all of the county's funds. So it reconciles to our comprehensive annual financial report at the end of the year. It's everything that we have as a county to run the county and to run the budget. The fund balance of every fund at the end of the year is calculated, and then it's budgeted for in the next budget cycle as your carry forward fund balance. A lot of that is the cash that's shown on this pie chart, and then we allocate how we're going to spend that. So it's all accounted for. There's definitely no slush fund, if I need to say that.
There's absolutely no way to move anything around. It's restricted for certain purposes.
The amounts that are in the funds are restricted for the purpose of those funds.
There you go.
The general fund, being the broadest fund, could in theory be transferred to other funds for projects. Capital projects happen a lot. So that's why the capital projects fund is listed as restricted or assigned. If you were to rescind and say we're not going to do an 800 megahertz capital project anymore, you can, in theory, take that money back. But it's already been earmarked and assigned for that purpose.
Basically, our responsibility as the budget's coming up in a little bit is less than 20% of the whole thing.
The general fund is 17% of the cash. It is a larger portion of the budget because as a percentage of actual cash held to budget, the general fund is a little bit lower than some of our other funds.
Okay, thank you.
Not seeing any other questions.
All right.
Thank you very much, and you're not going anywhere, are you?
Not.
Now we go to item 13.
I promise the next one will be faster.
The county debt presentation.
My clicker's not moving. Oh no, I shouldn't be clicking over here. I'm messing you up. Well, I'm going to get started, and I hope the presentation shows up soon. So an overview of what I'm going to do in this debt presentation is just to explain the different types of debt that the county has, what portions of those debts are owed by what portions of the counties, because we do have the all the different funds, and each debt of the county is paid for by a specific fund. And then to provide some charts and compare ourselves to our peer counties again, just to see where we're at. We also have an annual report that we produce on the county's debt. We've done that report since 2002. It's available at the link here, volusia.org/debt. The first type of debt that we issue is general obligation bonds. It's the strongest credit rating that the county has. It is a full faith and credit of the county in pledging of general ad valorem tax revenues. Therefore, it requires it to be approved by the voters. The Forever program and the ECHO program were officially put on the ballot, both to approve the programs and then to authorize the issuance of debt if they do so need to have debt issued. That is why the county only has one limited GO bond for the Volusia Forever 2000 program, with our final payment being due this October. If we do issue debt on the new Forever program, that would then start over, but right now all we have outstanding is from the old program. This can be either issued as a public issuance or private placement with a bank. Depending on the size of a debt, it either needs to be issued in the public market because a bank will view it as too much of a risk for them to take on by themselves, or an investment advisor, currently PFM advisors, will solicit from banks different RFPs, or do an RFP to get different responses back to see what the investment rates that the banks would offer. And usually if it's a smaller issuance, that's a more advantageous way for the county to go because there are a lot of issuance costs related to issuing public debt. There's an underwriter bank involved, and there's a lot of disclosure requirements that are involved. We also issue revenue bonds, which is a pledge of a specific revenue source, but not the full faith and credit of the county. So for example, we have pledged tourism taxes on our Series 2004 tourism tax debt issuance, which is final payment is due December 1st of this year. That'll actually be in the next budget year, of course. We also have two bank placements for tourism tax debt, Series 2014 A and B, which were done for the Ocean Center's large expansion, with the final payments being due on December 1st, 2034. And the final pledged revenue bond we have is on gas tax, and that was for the bond-funded road program. And the last payment is due on that in about 3.5 years on October 1st, 2024. Next, the county can issue revenue notes, which is a little bit lower in the credit strength as far as the outside banks are concerned. And that is a covenant to budget and appropriate. While it is a type of promise, it is not legally enforceable like a pledge or a general obligation. However, you would never want to default on a revenue note where the covenant is to budget and appropriate, because that would ruin our name in the bank world as far as issuing debt. So while it is not backed by a legally enforceable pledge, it is very similar that our name is on the line as a county. And it would truly affect our credit rating if we ever defaulted on any of these things. We have 5 outstanding revenue bonds. Our Series 2010 for Trails and Ocean Center, that was actually a refinancing of several commercial paper program loans that were done in the 2000s. We have a Series 2013 for a parking garage. The last payment on that is April 1st, 2024, so about 3 years from now. Series 2015 for South Williamson Boulevard, that will be maturing on October 1st, 2025. Series 2017 for the Municipal Service District portion of the Sheriff's Evidence Facility, which the final payment will be due on December 1st, 2037. And our most recent issuance is for Series 2019, and that was for the airport for their terminal renovation project, with the final payment being due on December 1st, 2034. We also participate in government loan programs. We have one outstanding state revolving fund loan, which is for water and wastewater utility projects. The final payment on that loan is due on June 15th, 2030. And we have also participated in, and our next item is to request participation in the future in the State Infrastructure Bank, which is used related to Sunrail, although nothing is currently outstanding. The next item purports to change that. There is one more debt that is issued or listed in the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, and it's due to government accounting standards. There was an agreement that the county entered for a management company for the parking garage. Part of what they did was put in new equipment for us for all the payment stations, and that agreement requires us to buy them out if we do leave in the first 5 years. Since we own that equipment and we have to buy them out if we were to leave, government accounting standards call that a debt. So that is actually included in our debt totals, which is on the next screen. This is a complete picture of all of the county's debt as of December 30th, 2020. In total, we have $107 million of outstanding debt. Limited GO bonds represent $3.2 million. Revenue bonds, primarily for the Ocean Center, represent $64.6 million. Revenue notes at $33.7. And the other debts are the SRF loan and the utility fund, and that parking garage kind of debt that government accounting standards require us to report, the $336,000. For our comparison to our peer counties, I do want to note that this was done as of September 30th, 2019, because when you get to big numbers like debt, I want it to be on par with every county. Not every county has issued their comprehensive annual financial report. There is extensions that some counties take. So until they get their reports out, I wanted to report purely on September 30th, 2019. So some of these numbers are well, actually they're all on a, they won't agree to the September 30th, 2020 numbers. We were asked a while ago to look at our peer counties and see if there's any other counties that have no debt in their general fund. And I can say this for about 5 more minutes, potentially, because the Sunrail item would be payable from the general fund. So as of September 30th, 2019, we did have no debt that was payable by general fund or sales tax. The group average on the peer counties was $66 million. Debt is not as clean as just general fund or just sales tax. A lot of counties will pledge multiple revenue sources, or they'll pay the debt. If they have it available, they'll pay it from impact fees and then maybe sales tax. So there gets to be some complicated debt deals. So partial funding is a thing that's out there. The previous slide was just purely sales tax or general fund. I've included any mixed or partial. If that county had any indication that they were using general fund or sales tax related to their debt, that's what this chart represents. There's a slight adjustment. The story is still the same. We're the only county with no such debt. When you read the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, our government is divided into 2 main groups: governmental activities and business type activities. James had actually covered them on separate slides. Our business type activities are the landfill, the airport, Votran, parking garage, water sewer, and garbage collection. Everything else that the county does is a governmental activity, except for those 6 activities. So listed here is all governmental activities. All governments divide their comprehensive annual financial report this way, so that was why it was easy to just pluck their total numbers for a comparison purpose. Our governmental activity debt is largely the Ocean Center's tourism debt. So if you looked at that as of September 30th, 2019, we had $127 million. We've obviously paid down $20 million more on the summary chart that I had presented before. But again, for equity, you can see where we compare to our peer counties, and we're mostly on par. There is an outlier on the chart, and They do have a lot of debt issued for various different purposes. I was trying to find if there was one clean explanation as to why Osceola County was so much higher. They just have a lot of different debt issuances out there for different projects. Business type activities. Our airport and water sewer have debt. That's what you see here with the 17 million. It's on this bar chart. Some of the other counties have debt. Some of them don't have any debt in their business type activities. Lake and Escambia don't have any debt in their business type activities. So it's kind of hard to say if we're in line or not, because there's just a varying thing on this slide. So then add it all together, all debt, period. We are in line with some counties, lower than others, and half of the group average as of September 30th for all debt. Finally, I have 2 more slides of these bar charts, and then we'll be done. I wanted to compare it on a per capita basis because if you're a bigger county and you have more citizens, you have more services. So it's not fair to compare us to Lake County with their budget or their population being as small. So I did divide it on a per capita basis to try to scale things. As far as governmental activities debt goes, we are still below the group average, but we're not the lowest. The lowest on this chart is Marion County. But we are in a good company of being among the lowest. And then on all debt per capita, we are the lowest. So if you add all business type activities and governmental activities, we are at $274, as of September 30th, 19, for comparison purposes, $274 of debt per person that lives in this county, where the group average was $688. And that's all I have on this one. Any questions?
Billy?
It's not a question. I have to make this comment again, Ryan. I appreciate the way you communicate this. You know, I have an accounting background, and government accounting is totally different. And, you know, I walk away and I think, I got it. I understood what you said, or the majority of it. So I just thank you for making it so much easier for us to understand what you're talking about. This is what we do. This is the good work that our staff, our accounting, and all your department is doing. This is amazing stuff, you know. And I appreciate your making it so easy to understand. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And like I mentioned, the debt report has been produced since 2002. So this is not just limited to my finance department, how long I've been here. This has been going on for decades. The transparency and the reports that are out there, we try to put the reports out there. So the debt has always been out there.
Ben Johnson?
Ryan, I want to commend you. You're always a pleasure to work with, not only do in your own field, but one of the things I think if y'all stop and look at, if we have a computer or something go down in here, you'll always see Ryan jump up and go over there and help him out. He's whatever comes up, you do. And I want to commend you for the fine work you do and your staff. Thank you.
Fred Lowry.
Yeah, just a second. I know when I came on the council years ago, one thing that I was really adamant about was getting rid of the debt, and that was something I pushed hard for, and I'm proud to see what we see on here today, because in a sense Sunrail is being forced on us, and we're having to do something that we probably really don't prefer to do or whatever, but that's all under the bridge now. But anyway, it'll keep us from being pushed off the cliff when something like that comes along. And I want to appreciate the staff, and I know Jim Deneen had a lot to do with that too, and appreciate all the work that's been done there. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions for you. Thank you very much. But you're not going away, are you?
No, I don't have a presentation for the next one, so we'll move right
ask
on.
for
now
another
you're going to reverse it. Pardon me?
seconds or so in the no debt in the general fund.
Yes.
A moment of silence.
You got about a minute left.
Can we hear that one more time? How much debt is there right now in the general fund?
None.
Yeah, this is a bitter pill, but
all right, so with Sunrail, we have received an invoice from DOT in the amount of $11.2 million, which seek approval to utilize the State Infrastructure Bank to finance the cost of that construction. Due to the fact that Sunrail, our commitment is for 15 years, I'm recommending that we amortize that cost over 15 years so that the cost of that improvement is borne by those who are utilizing it. We expect the interest rate will be lower than what I've listed on this agenda item. However, our last State Infrastructure Bank loan was 1.75%. Based off of my conversations with the state and how they set interest rates, I do believe our rate should come in a little bit lower than this. But even at that rate, the annual debt service would be $850,000 per year. And that interest rate is lower than what the market would bear in any other way to take out debt. I've consulted with our debt advisor, PFM, to what the market rate would be for a debt like this for a 15-year debt deal, and he said 2.25%, maybe 2%. So at 1.75 and expected to be lower, this is cheaper than what the market would bear for any other financing. So therefore, I'm recommending the usage of the State Infrastructure Bank, which had always been contemplated in the agreements that previous councils approved for Sunrail. And I think George would like to make a comment about the cost here.
Well, I will just say, just if everyone will recall, it was going to be 19 million. So we have worked with the department. I commend the department for coming up with a good alternative that I think is still going to give us full service, and I'm looking forward to working with them as we go forward. The department is pleased that we are cooperating, and we hope that that'll bear more fruit down the road.
And we also avoid some lawsuits for our legal department.
That's true too.
And,
We again, as we go into the operational phase, which has been pushed out a couple of more years, that helps us as well. And if you noticed in some of those presentations, 2024, there's debt coming off, there's things happening. So by getting to 2024, that'll help us as well. And again, I think we've done a very good job of trying to make sure we could meet our commitment, but also get a good deal. And we'll continue that. As this is going to be a continuous thing for years to come as our partnership gets even tighter with our other partners within the commission, Sunrail Commission.
Yeah, I think also, and probably everyone on this council said it. I remember Billy and Heather mentioning it in particular, that our Secretary of Transportation for District 5 needed to get this finished. Those were his orders. That was the agreement from the very beginning. We got it finished. And he is a good partner, and he's going to be a good partner for Volusia County, and we'll reap other benefits that, as you just said, in that good working relationship. So, Dr. Lowry?
Yeah, I want to make a motion to approve the Sunrail Phase 2 North Construction issuance of debt, $11,239,566.
Second, but I do have a question, but go ahead.
Second by Wheeler, motion by Dr. Lowry, and go ahead, Billy.
Yeah, I was just, well, it's really a statement, but George or Ryan, what everybody has to understand, when we're always saying we're kind of kicking the can down the road till October to get the budget each month or whatever, we learn more things. We're going to be faced with the operating costs probably, in a couple years. We keep pushing it down.
Yeah.
But we don't even know what those figures are going to be, and already we know that they're way above what was originally stated in our agreements. I mean, do we have any estimate or thoughts at this time?
Well, there's estimates based on what the history so far. I mean, Ryan just said you had $850,000 be a payment here, so start with that. And then you have about $3.2 million, which has been the reported operating costs for DeBerry. That would be our share under the formula. And then, of course, when we come to DeLand, the formula changes because we've added track miles. And we think that'll be potentially another $3 to $4 million. So you're going to be looking in the range of $7 to $8 million a year to run it. So we don't have right now. That's additional.
Yeah.
All additional. So that is one of those things that's out there that does.
That's huge.
Does concern
And that's
us.
not set. I mean, we really
Well,
don't
correct.
know
And
yet.
where,
We're still,
where we will have a lot of work to do with our partners and such, because as I think the needs in Orlando in that area are different than here.
yeah.
So their service levels, I think they want to take to different levels, nighttime, weekends, a lot of things that I do hear people talk about, but remembering that the more it runs, the more it costs. So we'll have to be working tightly with them to see what we can do here in Volusia County.
And
So-
have they worked out the ticketing, the tap on, tap off? The
It went out
issues?
to, I'd have to ask John, where are they with the ticketing system?
Because they really found some faults in that.
They're
So
definitely
again-
changing the system.
Yeah,
I don't know where it is in the process, if it's been through an RFP or anything of that nature.
So those, like I said, those figures are kind of guesstimates still.
They are all estimates, yes.
The RFP should be out on the streets for the new ticketing system. If not already, then sometime this month,
Now,
I was told.
I will add this, is that we'll have our work cut out for us, but we also have maybe work cut out for us in the fact that the federal government, of course, with the administration change, they definitely favor mass transit type systems. So I do think that's something that we'll be working. We need to really work, I think, in conjunction with the partners and the Department of Transportation to go after any federal monies that may become available to help us either rehabilitate it or do it. A lot of these things don't go towards operating, unfortunately, but we'll see where they go. Some of this coronavirus, the previous monies that came in, as you'll recall, we were allowed to use for Votran operating. So maybe we'll get some sort of incentive that way. And I think the department has enjoyed some of that as well with the current system. So that's one of the reasons I think we've been able to get some better deals. So we need to be on top of that on the federal level while we have that administration.
I just want to note one thing. You will see this again. This is just the application, so you'll see this again.
And there's a motion on the table to approve that application, and a second. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, item 15, sponsorship request. Is Kevin's still here? For the Rotary Club of DeBerry, Deltona, and Orange City for their 5th annual 5K and 10K.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. And as you were mentioning, the Rotary Club has a river run, walk, run, 5K and 10K. And they're actually requesting, this will be the first time that we'll be sponsoring their event, and they're requesting a $1,500 sponsorship for the event. And it'll be used for the Rotary Youth programs.
Second, Wheeler.
Motion to approve, Lowry, second, Wheeler.
That was Ben. Was that you or Ben?
I think it was Ben. I think Ben made the motion.
Ben. Hard to hear with these. I thought it was Ben's voice.
It's my area, and I'm going to be
yeah.
going out there
He can
Sunday,
take my
so
Motion.
I'll make the motion.
Do you have somebody down for the motion?
Are you running?
Motion Johnson, second
I'm watching.
Wheeler.
Okay, we'll take that.
It's Sunday morning, so I can't exert too much energy at that.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, and item 15A is also a sponsorship request. This is a request from the Florida Sheriff's Youth Ranches Association for their Par 4, the Star Statewide Virtual Golf Tournament held in May, with one of the tournaments at a golf course here in Volusia County. Now, this will be the first time that Volusia County has been asked to sponsor this event, and albeit it's a state organization, their request for $1,000 would be appropriated specifically to the Barberville campsite, which would specifically benefit Volusia County parents with free admission to summer camp for their children.
Now, that motion to approve was Johnson. Second by Lowry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Five votes, as you know.
And Mr. Chair, if I could mention, going back on the question that Councilwoman Post had on the event for tomorrow, it is the Moderna vaccine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to item 16 that people have waited for all day. And this is for the nominations for appointments to the new Short-Term Rental Advisory Committee. And I'm going to use the same, Ben, I see you there. I'll get to you in just a second. I'm going to use the same rotation that we use for roll call. Go ahead. If you need.
I've seen several, and it doesn't affect me, it doesn't affect you, but I've seen several people talk about that it's kind of closed voting for them about picking. I would make a motion that we allow any of our council people to pick from anywhere in the county.
A second, that Post. Yeah.
I agree 100%. I didn't like it when we did it, but that's what the council agreed on. I think that makes it easier for everybody to select a good person. So the motion by Johnson, second by Post, that any council person can nominate somebody from any area of the county, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Ben, correct?
Correct.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, before I call for nominations, did y'all want to speak to this, or is your name up here for a nomination?
Mr.
Billy
Chair.
Dyer?
Sorry.
Michael Dyer?
Just because I can see Carissa looking at me. Just for clarification, so what I understand what council just did is you remove the requirement that for the district council members that the elector reside in your district. That the other requirement that at least 5 of the 7 must reside in the unincorporated area still would be intact.
That's
still
my understanding.
Okay.
It's also my understanding, Mike, if they followed the PLDRC method, that the chair and Mr. Johnson would have to appoint from the unincorporated area of the county.
Okay. That was my understanding as well. Ben, are you?
I'm fine.
Expected that. Okay. Ben Johnson.
Bill Redmond.
And Dr. Lowry.
I'm going to ask to wait on mine since it's changed because I only had one and I was waiting for some others to come in. So I'd like to have a little bit more time to consider, please, if I can have an extension.
Okay. Next meeting? Would that be good?
Good.
Heather Post?
Joseph Hanush.
Joseph Hanush for Heather Post. That's all right. We'll take time to catch up. Joseph Hanush, he's on the second page, second column.
Got it.
Danny Robbins?
Scott Steger.
Ronald Scott Steger. For Danny. I can see the wheels turning. Are you ready, Billy?
Yeah. Wendy Rowan.
And Barbara's not here, so I will nominate Krista Goodrich on page 1.
We'll have 2 more.
And so next meeting, we'll do Barb Gertman and Fred Lowry. And we do have a number of people who wanted to speak on this issue. They probably would have preferred they could have spoke before we just nominated, but I'll just go in the order that we have them here. Richard Feller and then Wendy Rowan.
Good afternoon, Council. Yeah, I think everybody would have liked to have spoke before the nominations, which is perfectly fine. You've had the information in front of you, so that's good. I'm excited about the council. There's a lot of similarities between anti-short-term rental and for short-term rental people. A lot of people have businesses from their home. We've been talking about LLCs, and people have LLCs. New Smyrna Beach Construction, home address on Ingram Road, right down the street from me. John Rappel Photography, home address, right down the street from me. So there are a lot of businesses. Bill Redmond Consulting, home address, South Atlantic, 7017 or something, South Atlantic. So there are a lot of home businesses in Volusia. So the discussions about this should be helpful, since I think one of the arguments is they don't want to commercialize our neighborhoods, but every one of them owns a business in our neighborhood. There's also more similarities. I know all of my neighbors too. Every one of them's here. I can look out the street, see them all the time. The difference is I'm fearful of my neighbors. They want nice quiet and everything. Yvonne won't even come to these meetings anymore, as you can tell. She was always with me. So we have a lot of similarities there, that we can go over. As I look at this and I wonder how this council will come up with certain information, there's a few things that strike me, as things to consider. Everything that's going to be discussed will be helpful if you want to regulate short-term rentals. But the start of that is to either allow them or disallow them. So I don't quite understand how this council is going to move forward, because in my mind, are we supposed to be determining if short-term rentals are good for Volusia County? Because I don't think that Bill Redmond and Krista and a bunch of other people are going to, I think that that's what people elected you guys to do. Maybe I'm wrong. I would love to be able to help give information. I'm sure we will. I know I've shared a lot of information with all of you, as has everybody else in the group. I hear a few other things here. I think people speak about certain things when it means something to them. So I heard somebody stand up today and say, we've staved off annexation 3 times. We're doing that. When you voted to stay the enforcement, one of the first emails was from Ricky Schrader to the city councilor over at New Smyrna Beach saying, hey, we want to annex. So it always works in favor when you're trying to go for what you want. I think at the end of the day, this council will be helpful, but the Florida legislator is not going to go. You know that. I'm sure most of you have been watching it as well, too. It won't pass, and April 30th is coming. May 4th is in 2 weeks. Hope it's on the agenda. Thank you very much.
Wendy Rowan.
Hello. I didn't know I was scary. I just wanted to speak, this is actually about some behaviors and actions that have kind of been demeaned at some of the past meetings, and none of them are me, but I'd like to stick up for some other people. And one starts with staff. Something was said about staff. I remember, Heather, you had a problem with them collecting taxes if it was supposed to be illegal taxes, and they were taking the paperwork and collecting taxes, and that bothered you. But the paperwork and process that they're filling out is the same paperwork and process that would be filled out for any rentals that were under 6 months and 1 day. So when they're taking it, the same people that fill it out for a 3-month snowbird rental, they do that, or a 30-day rental for somebody who wants to be here for the summer for a month. And I don't think staff knows where all the addresses are and that they get into that part. They're doing that based on that alone. And I think the same thing comes in with taxes when we hear a dollar amount that comes in from short-term rental taxes. That's short-term rental taxes for under 6-month rentals. So it's all the snowbirds that come down here for a couple months are filling into those taxes, but they're legal taxes. And they're also short-term rentals that are in legal areas. And those taxes are all bundled into that number. It's not all illegal area short-term rentals that are providing these hundreds of millions of dollars of taxes we're hearing about. So I just wanted to get that a little straight. Another thing was taking photos of houses and people with luggage and trying to talk to renters, and that was harassment. The unfortunate part is with the reactive code, that's what we were told to do by code enforcement. They said you need pictures, you need dates and times on the stamps when these people are coming and going. On the exterior photos have been taken off, Airbnb and whatever. If you go on and you look now, all the exterior pictures are gone, so you can't look at that and say, oh, it's this house, unless you know it very well, or you see something through a window or whatever for a neighbor's house. You can't do it that way. Advertising wasn't enough. Just the photos weren't enough. People are being forced to try and find other ways. It was even written from some of the county things. See if you can get a contract from a renter, or see if a renter will sign a letter that this is what they did. So those people were put in the position to do these things. And then the third thing is somebody had talked about New Smyrna Beach Construction being hypocritical because they built a house for somebody and then said you can't short-term rent. Contractor's job is not what you're going to do with the house when they build it. I've lived next to Ricky for 21 years. We don't have the same style of dealing with things. We don't see eye to eye on many, many things. But I also worked for him for 6 years. He built a quality house. And when somebody comes in there, it's the contractor's job to build a house that meets all the codes, setbacks and whatever, not how you use it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Murrah?
Hello, I'm Steve Murray. I own a vacation home in Bethune, but live outside the county. Since you last had the pleasure of hearing me speak in front of you, you voted to approve 2 questionable motions. First, you reneged on the deal to suspend the violations until May 1st. Second, you prohibited some of the voices, my voice in particular, from being heard on the advisory committee. Well, it's too late to repair the harm that you've caused by the violation reversal. So let's talk about the other subject. Taxation without representation. Taxation without representation. Where have we heard that before? I think that's what America, it caused the American Revolution, right? Did we learn that in history class? I'm paying a whole lot of taxes in Volusia County. Probably 4 times as much as the people sitting behind me. You do realize that it's just not American. So here's a challenge. Unless you support the proration of my property taxes commensurate to the amount of time that I vacation at my home in Volusia County, which, since you might favor use fees, Mr. Robbins, maybe you'd consider that, right? You know, since I only use it 1 weekend a month, maybe 2 weeks out of the whole year, my property taxes would be a lot less. I don't use the roads as much as Ricky, and I don't use any of the schools. So why should I be paying all those ad valorem taxes on my vacation home? Okay, I'm not going to hold my breath for that. That was just a hypothetical. I'm going to challenge you to make another motion. Ben Johnson, I was surprised at your motion, and I liked it, and it's a step in the right direction. But it's not a step far enough. Right? So I'm going to challenge somebody to make a motion to rectify the injustice of unreasonable residency restrictions placed on the advisory committee. So maybe when I'm done, somebody can do that. That's a challenge to y'all. Again, I'm not going to hold my breath. Short-term rentals are an important economic benefit for all of Volusia County. The vast majority of the opposition is the Bethune Beach cabal. Look at these signs. They litter the roads from Turtle Mound and South Atlantic all the way to JB's and Canaveral Seashore. Can you read the message on them? You can. Exactly. That's the message to the tourists and the visitors. You are not welcome here. You are not welcome in Volusia County. You won't see these signs in front of businesses on 44 or Flagler or Canal Street because the owners and the employees of those businesses know where their paychecks come from. It's not necessarily from all the retirees, me included. It's from the tourists and the visitors and the people who want to come here and join us. So you talked about cash flow and business, Danny. Don't get rid of short-term rentals.
Thank you. Tony, are you still here? Cause it,
Drink a little Starbucks, I'm all good to go.
Good afternoon, Tony Cosenza, Silver Sands. I had said I was not going to speak today, okay? I'm trying to step back, but I've just heard too much today, so you get what you get for the next 2 minutes and 49 seconds. I just want to start out by saying that I think when I speak for a number of people who live in Silver Sands. And we are not opposed to short-term rentals in legal tourist zones where it has been legal for years and years and years. Okay, I was a little concerned earlier today, the gentleman from Earl by the Sea. I think they've got legal rentals over there. I don't think that it's illegal for them, and I don't think any of this has anything to do with them unless you change the code. And if you change the code, then they're going to be living with daily rentals. Okay, because basically what happens is anything, anytime, anywhere. That's what happens. Okay? Mr. Brower, the other day I read an article that the Roman Beach Observer interviewed you on April 8th, and you stated there were 7,352 unique short-term rentals on all these platforms in Volusia County. And you also went on to say that there were 2,000 illegal short-term rentals. That was in the article. That's what you were quoted, okay? I did a little research, found out there's 216,000 households, that comes from the Census Bureau, in Volusia County. I could not find out how many households were in unincorporated Volusia County. But if you look at that 2,000 number and you compare it to the 264,000 households, we're talking about 0.01% of the population that's doing short-term illegal rentals. I don't understand why we're spending this much time and effort. All we're asking is for you to leave the code alone. If you want to do a short-term rental, buy in any one of hundreds of condominium units that are legal. Buy in parts of New Smyrna Beach. I called New Smyrna Beach. Code says it's a patchwork over there. You can do it in certain areas that are deemed tourist zone. Finally, a personal request. Would somebody please approve the minutes to these meetings and put them on the website? As I prepare to come to these meetings, I noticed that no minutes have been posted since the December, 15th meeting? And I understand it's an involved thing. It has to be transcribed. It has to be read by legal. Y'all have to sign off on it. But it's almost impossible to find a motion and read through it and understand it with the, what do they call that, closed captioning transcript. Thank you.
thank you. Jeremiah Jasper?
Jeremiah Jaspon, Bethune Beach. I own a vacation rental. I've spoken before you folks a few times. When you told me you were going to do this committee for short-term rentals, I was excited because I thought this was going to be a great opportunity to bring both sides together. At that time, you had a stay of enforcement in place, and I thought, well, now there's the teeth that is going to make these folks come to the table in good faith and negotiate. And then Dr. Lowery, you brought it up when it wasn't on the agenda, and then you completely voted to disregard what you had said the week before, 2 weeks before. And so now we have a committee that doesn't have that teeth behind it to actually come up with some real, real common sense solutions. So I was actually excited even in spite of that you'd have people from both sides. Because you have two sides to this issue. You have homeowners who pay taxes on this side, and they live there full-time. You have homeowners who pay taxes and don't live there full-time. These are the two competing parties. And yet you voted to say, you know what, the people on this side who pay taxes, you don't get to have a say on this committee. It's not right, it's unjust, and I don't think that this committee is going to do much good, to be honest with you. Based on some of the names I heard put on there, I don't think it's going to come back with any real common sense solutions. So it's really going to fall on your shoulders. What I did like hearing today, though, is some talk about some budget issues. Now, Ms. Wheeler, you said that these are real critical times, and we're facing a year of uncertainty with our budget. Mr. Robbins, you said we need recession-resistant money makers. We need cash flows. Time is money. We need to treat Volusia County as a business, you said. And Mr. Johnson, you said we have a problem in the general fund because of Sunrail. This is what you said today in response to other issues. But these economic issues that we are going to be facing transcend all of our issues here. And so what I think you need to do is remove emotion from this, because you're going to have a lot of emotion. You hear people squealing in the back of the room. You need to remove emotion and look at this from a fiscal perspective. We are living in a COVID time. We need to do everything we can to help our businesses succeed. In spite of what they believe, people who come to my house and stay a week, they spend thousands of dollars. That's money revenue for the county. They go to eat, and they're going to keep talking while I'm talking. That's fine. You see the people that we're dealing with, okay? They talk about we're bringing problems to them. They're sitting there photographing us, photographing my wife, coming to talk to renters. Who's bothering who here in this situation? So you need to remove the emotion, which is highly emotional. Remove that emotion. Look at this from a fiscal perspective. We're going to have a budget shortfall, and I know some folks here are worried about that. I share that sentiment also. This is the low-hanging fruit. Are you going to say, you know what, short-term rentals, you can take that tax revenue and we're going to completely disregard it? That's money that is there for the taking that you can use. Thank you.
John Rappel.
John Rapole, Bethune Beach. I just want to say one thing with these people right here. These are law breakers right here, these people. They're breaking the law, renting by the week and by the day, and you're coddling them. You know, these are law breakers. They've been breaking the law since 2004. And they're coming up here like we've been doing this okay, we've been doing this okay, because it's all been complaint driven. We've had enough, and now we're complaining, and that's what we're doing. So now let's enforce the law that this guy rents by the week, he rents by the day, he rents by the week, $45 a day in front of, you can stay at Richard Feller's house. I mean, breaking the law. What are we doing with this? You said that if they were unlicensed, that you would help do this. They are unlicensed. On the third paragraph of their application, it says, check with your county or city for their requirements. What are our requirements? 30 days or longer, is it not? They have a license from the state, but they are breaking the law in our county right now. And they're coming up here speaking like we're trying to take something away from them. We let them have it for years and years and years. Richard Feller is the one that brought it to the forefront now. So they can blame him. Air horns. Thank you. Air horns. Air horns. Air horns.
And the last one, Ricky Schrader.
Mother Teresa said, no. Yes, I will. Mother Teresa said, I fear just one thing in life, greed. That is what motivated Judas to sell Christ. And greed is what you see right here. I'm going to send you a spreadsheet. 80 to 90% of the people that own these short-term rentals do not even live in Volusia County. The only ones I can find that live in Volusia County are the ones that live in 2 and 3 units. They live in one and rent out the others. They've been breaking the law and you reward them. Hey, I got something I'd like to bring up for motion. That you put an end to this. And you support the people of Volusia County. See those signs? There's 250 of them in Volusia. One person even went around and counted the homes. There's 610. Those people want more signs. Good people. We want to live in a community. Want to hear a conspiracy? Airbnb. Homes Away got bought out by Expedia. You know who owns Expedia? Microsoft. Do your research. They want to come in here and ruin our communities. Sheriff Johnson, you know what happens when communities get run down. You're trying to run down our communities. Our whole country's going to hell. Hey, but you know what? All we got's our little bit down there in Bethune to fight for, and that's what we're going to do. Mike Pompeo, you know what his mother told him when he went to West Point? Would you like to know that? She said, Mike, don't let them wear you down. You're a grinder. Wear them down. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to wear you down. And you, picking this man right here, you want evidence? Liar! You want evidence? New Smyrna Beach Construction Company. Go to House, go to Facebook, go to Gmail. That liar says I built his home. He doesn't even own a home. His parents' home, good. Oh, rubbing mama on the back. Oh, well, I had to sell it. My husband got sick. Paid $385 in 2019. Right now it's $550. And you lying SOB? You went on and you said that Redmond and I paid. Hey, got it. Paid Deb Denny's.
Is there a
Paid Deb Denny's.
officer in the back?
To have him attack you. Yeah, take me out. Taking me out, I'll tell you, you lying son of a bitch. Go on Facebook.
And there you have it.
Thieves! Thieves!
Okay, that takes us to item 17.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, but, and I don't even remember his name, but can we just trespass him from the meetings? Is that feasible? This happens every single meeting. Is that an option? I mean, enough. Good heavens, every meeting we tell him, please don't do that, and every meeting this happens.
It doesn't matter what side of the fence you're on. That's unacceptable behavior.
Right.
And I think basically he should not be here. I don't care what side of the fence you're on. There's no excuse in that. So no, I agree 100% that he should not be allowed in these chambers, because basically you start that and you could end up with a fist fight in here. I mean, that's...
And he can watch.
Richard, I don't know what you are, but I guess we got told.
So, Michael Dyer will talk about that, or George, you wanted to?
How do we handle that?
Yeah, George and I will talk.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Russ Brown, Assistant County Attorney. Just before we move, I think we need to vote on the 5 members of the slate. I didn't remember.
We didn't. We did not vote on it.
Okay. And then just for the record, for Mr. Lowry and Ms. Gertman when she comes back, if we follow the PLDRC model, the next 2 nominations should be from the unincorporated to fulfill the slate of 5 in the unincorporated and 2 in the incorporated. Just want to put that on the record.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to go ahead and restate everyone's appointment to just
Thank you.
ensure that I got it correct. Mr. Brower appointed Krista Goodrich. Mr. Johnson appointed Bill Redman. Mr. Robbins appointed Ronald Scott Steger. Ms. Wheeler appointed Wendy Rowan. Ms. Post appointed Joseph H. Hanosh. And as Russ said, Lowry and Ms. Gertman will need to, their appointments will be on the next meeting and need to be from the unincorporated area of the county.
That's correct.
I know you said originally you wanted to split 7 people, the best you can get is 4 and 3. I'm not sure just the unincorporated is a max 2 unincorporated, and I'm not sure, but somewhere you want to get a 4 and 3 mix, not 5 and 2 if it works out like that. 4 and
Okay. All right, let's vote on that slate of 5 nominees. We can do them all together. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And next meeting we'll have nominations from Mr. Lowry and Ms. Gertman.
Chair, can you tell me who the motion and seconder was for that vote?
Make a motion to approve the slate chosen. And do you need that we still have 2? No. Okay. Done.
Second by Johnson. Okay. Item 17, appointment to Agribusiness Interrelations Committee. Okay, probably don't have to read this, but I will. County Council shall appoint a committee member upon the nomination of a council member. Each district council member shall make one nomination, and the at-large member and the county chair shall each make 2 nominations. The elector does not have to reside within the council's member's district. We will have at least one that will be appointed later, most likely, because there's not enough names on here for the number of people required. But I'm going to go last because we'll just follow the roll call the way we had it. So we will start with you, Ben. Sure.
Billy Hester and Steve Crump.
Dr. Lowry?
We need a lady on there to keep them fellers in line. Sandra Boyd.
And Heather Post?
Tim Smith?
Danny Robbins?
Alexander Penalta.
Billy Wheeler? And I will do Gerald Fieser. And I'll hold my second nomination to the next meeting. We have can I get a motion to accept this slate of them? Fred
Second.
Lowry?
Post?
Can we have read the names one more time, please?
Yeah, before we
Yeah.
vote. But you do have a motion by Fred, second by Post. If you want to read the list again, and then we'll vote.
Mr. Johnson appointed Bill Hester and Stephen Crump. Ms. Wheeler appointed David Griffiths. Mr. Brower appointed Gerald Fieser and held his second nomination. Mr. Robbins appointed Alexander Penalta. Ms. Post appointed Tim Smith. And Dr. Lowry appointed Sandra Boyd. And Ms. Gertman will come back at a future meeting.
That's
as well.
correct. All in favor of this slate of nominees, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. And Ben, item 18 is for you, the at-large appointment for the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee.
Mark Billings.
Do we have a motion to accept Mark Billings?
Second.
Fred Lowry, motions. Billy Wheeler, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And item 19, Chair and District 4 appointments to the Children and Families Advisory Board. 2-year terms. Chair Brower and District 4 Councilmember Post. Heather, are you prepared?
I am. Shawnery Langford?
And I will do Gwyneth Wilson. That brings us to the final item of the day, chair appointment to the Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority, and I will nominate Richard England.
Mr. Chair, was there a motion on that, that last?
Yes,
There was?
motion was by Lowry, second by,
I apologize.
who
I
was
missed
who
it.
was the motion and the second by, on the previous slate?
I have Lowry and Wheeler as being the motion on the previous item, not
Yes.
on item
Is that what you're asking?
The one that you just nominated, sir. I didn't hear a motion.
I didn't ask for a motion yet or a second.
Second.
Motion by Lowry, second by Post. Nomination is Richard England. All in favor? Any opposed? And I understand we don't need a, well, we're not going to yet. County manager?
Yes, just a couple things. I wanted to confirm the October, there was no previously scheduled workshop, so they will be able to easily do the tolls and the naming rights. The other thing I wanted to bring up is, you know, we have with Forever coming online, and we're having the listening sessions, and you know, if you'll recall, I mean, the Forever program, it requires some management. There's some to that. So I'll be bringing forth some changes to the org chart to account for that, and it will likely require a ordinance change. So I'll be bringing that. I'll meet with you and let you know what we're thinking, and I just need to be able to bring that forth to you. If it's not the next meeting, the meeting thereafter. And that's it.
Michael Dyer?
No, sir. Have a good evening.
Ben Johnson?
I'm tired, don't want to go home.
I have 23 things I'm going to totally ignore. I'm done.
Heather Post?
I have a couple things. Carissa, did you hand those?
Yeah. Can I just have a couple minutes? Please don't adjourn the meeting without me going over those last two appointments. Mr. Brower for the Children and Family Advisory Board. I believe that you have two appointments, and I think you only made one. So, just
I did only make one.
He's thorough, I'm telling you.
But I have a second one. Do I need to nominate, do I need a motion to make my second appointment?
Yep.
Move approval.
Yeah, absolutely.
What number was that? That was 19.
correct.
My second nomination would be Charles Moskowitz.
Move to approve.
Lowry makes a motion to approve.
She made, I think Heather said so.
Heather, did you make the second? All in favor of Charles Moskowitz, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm sorry.
What else, Carissa? Okay, Heather Post, do you want to continue?
Sure. The first thing was I drafted a letter. I've been getting lots of input from businesses in Volusia County, and we've heard mentioned several times today that all the help wanted signs that are out in the community, and I've had businesses come to me with the complaint, I guess you would say, that they just can't get the employees, and you know, people are even doing interviews and not showing up, but they just can't get the employees, which means they shorten hours or they close down, and it's really putting our businesses at risk. And it's not just happening in our county, but it's happening, you know, I've seen in Brevard County and also Flagler County, and I've also talked to businesses in Flagler County as well that are having these issues. So I've drafted a letter to the governor in regards to the survival of our small businesses. It's very short. I'll read it very quickly. Each of you have a copy. Dear Governor DeSantis, thank you for your leadership as it has continued to point us in the right direction as we emerge from the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, there is a subsequent crisis on the horizon, one that will impact our communities for years to come if not urgently addressed. I understand and appreciate the safety nets that were put into place during and immediately following the quarantine, as so many were out of work for a prolonged period of time. However, those are the same programs that are causing small businesses to have to close or shorten their hours because there just aren't enough employees. The community's landscape is covered in help wanted signs, but no new hires are reporting to work because it is easier and in many cases cheaper to stay unemployed. I ask that you continue to lead us through and find a viable solution to this issue, one that does not have our businesses competing with our own government for employees. Our businesses continue to rally through the impacts of the pandemic, but to ask part of that rally be competing with our government is too much. I have drafted this letter. I'm going to mail this out tomorrow, but I wanted to show it to council. If anyone would like to attach their name, that would be fantastic. It is going out tomorrow, so
Yeah,
I would
Heather,
welcome.
I think that would be good from all of us. I'm okay with it.
I would
Yeah.
absolutely welcome that. So anybody that's on board, let Hazel know, I guess, and we'll get that together.
Does anybody not want to sign it?
Okay.
Well,
What's that?
Just, could I ask for clarification so I understand?
Sure.
I think I got the gist of what you're here, but I want to make sure, is this addressing any of our programs?
Negative.
This
So
is like an
this is
unemployment
addressing that, and I actually talked with staff, I talked with economic development with Helga.
Okay.
In regards, and told her that I was doing this as well, but just the fact that the state has been offering the unemployment, which is great during COVID, and then we've been offering bailouts, basically, assistance to the businesses. That's not actually helping the end game.
Correct.
So we still have the end game, and we're pouring money into both ends, and we're hemorrhaging. So I'm hoping that the governor will address that, and I know that a number of counties are hitting this from all angles. So I would love for him to hear about this from our county as well.
Okay, just making sure
Yes.
we weren't doing anything.
No.
These are state programs like unemployment.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You didn't want to get a copy of the letter?
Should have it.
I mean, to
Okay.
you? Never mind.
You can sign it too, George, if you want. That would be great.
Okay.
So speaking of economic development, Helga has been wonderful lately. She's met with me with a couple of the business owners in my district. That's been very helpful, and I greatly appreciate her time. We also met with the state secretary with Department of Transportation, came in town the other day, and I met with him. And so I think that was a very good meeting to try and work towards some solutions for us. I wanted to say I have made an appointment. I've been asked by several citizens about the River to Sea TPO BPAC committee, which is the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. I did make the appointment, but I'm still looking for an alternate. So if anyone would like to be an alternate on the Bicycle Pedestrian Committee, please let me know. And from my district, and I would love to appoint you. Also, is Tad still here? Did I see Tad? Is there anyone, Clay, maybe could you possibly give an update on High Bridge? Or can we just make sure next meeting if we could have an additional update on High Bridge Park repairs to have that on the record? That would be great. Thank you.
I want to interject on something. I don't think he took a vote.
Oh, there he is. So about what we discussed, if you could just put that on the record for High Bridge, the High Bridge update, that would be fantastic.
Yes, ma'am. After the last meeting, I was able to provide you some more information. The High Bridge project has multiple parts to it. We discussed that a little bit last time. There was the bathroom, which was a project that was ongoing. We also had issues with the pier underneath the bridge that was damaged during the hurricanes. That was delayed over a certain period of time because we worked with FEMA and were able to get some additional money to mitigate and improve that aspect of it. The portion that is, and that's complete now, the portion that's ongoing right now is the floating dock, which is an improvement to the site, which wasn't previously there, as well as some tie-off points for boats that have come in through the ramp. So that's what's getting started. That's moving through the design portion of it, and then it'll be moving into construction.
And the time frame on that process, which is the big question that keeps getting asked.
Yes, the design is supposed to be complete by the end of this month. I'm not entirely sure that it will be, but we are pushing them to do so. And then after that, we'll move into the construction phase. We were originally going to do design build, but with the delay in the design, we ultimately ended up separating it, so it will actually be a construction project after that. So we'll have to advertise, bring on a contractor, and so that usually, come back to you all, that's usually about a 3 to 4 month process. And once they're on board, then we work with them on what the schedule will need to be. So I can't give you a set time frame in which it'll be open, but we are making progress.
We're working to expedite where we can.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much, Pat. And that was really quick coming from wherever you were. Thanks.
That it? Okay. Danny Robbins. Have nothing. Billy Wheeler. And Barb Gertman is not here, and I'm going to call it a day.
Hey, Mr. Chair, sorry, sir, before you interrupt, I probably caused the confusion, but in the, just for clarification on the record, item number 20, I probably caused the confusion because I asked for the motion on 19, but I believe for your nomination for the Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority, you nominated Mr. Richard England, is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
For the record, we just need a motion, a second, and a confirmation, because we didn't get it.
Motion to approve Wheeler, second by Post. Does that clean up everything for the day?
If I could have clarification on who the second was. I know for your appointment of Charles Moskowitz to the Children and Family Advisory Board as well. I know Dr. Lowry was the motioner.
I think
And-
Billy
Billy
Wheeler
Wheeler.
did the second, if I remember right.
You.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Long, confusing day.
Vote on the motion.
All right. Pardon me?
We haven't voted on the motion, that last one.
Okay. On the England or Moskowitz nomination?
I don't need a vote for Moskowitz, but I do think we still need a vote for Richard England.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any other loose ends? Thank you. And we don't need a motion to adjourn, so.
Have a good day. Good week. Chris is a member of my church. She is very thorough.